Hello there, welcome along to the Wimbledon Channel on day 9 of the championship. So what a day we have in store for you once again. Wednesday, the 7th of July, men's quarterfinals day. And we're pleased to report, as you can see there, it is not raining, at least for now, which is blessed relief after yesterday's downpours. We didn't get too much play at all on the outside courts yesterday. The roofs were certainly used to full potential on centre court and court number 1. Karthik Narnaseekar and Adam Hunt with you here on the Wimbledon Channel. Delighted to be with you once again. Today, Karthik, men's quarterfinals day, and I suppose it's a chance for 7 other players to make their case. Can they beat Novak Djokovic and win this Wimbledon title? Because it's so difficult to see past him.
Yeah, I think the way that he has come through the draw is part of that. The fact that he is the world number 1 and is unbeaten, looking at his Grand Slam record at the moment. He's got the Grand Slam for the year potentially on the line as well, which he desperately would like to get. I know that some of his fans are saying the media are putting too much pressure on him by saying that he is the favourite, but I really can't see any way that he's not. And there are 6 of these players that haven't even played in a quarter-final here at Wimbledon before, which just adds to all of that. Saying that Novak Djokovic is the one at the top that I think probably would come through the draw you would expect to win the title. But you've got Roger Federer still in there, and you have all these young players that are looking for their first Grand Slam title, aren't you? And we've all been expecting them to get further in Grand Slams, and this could be an opportunity for one of them to finally do that. Yeah,
a few other players ready to stake their claim. Djokovic has lost just 1 set so far. That was the first set he played at the championships against the British wildcard Jack Draper in the first round. So this is where we stand then at the quarter-final stage. 8 players remain. Djokovic taking on Martine Fukovich, who recorded a pretty big upset, 5 sets in the last round, beating Andrei Rublev, the number 5 seed. Then it's Karen Khachanov, who had to get through a marathon match against Sebastian Korda. That final set was brilliant, wasn't it? 13 breaks in total. You don't often see that in the men's game. To get through to the quarters, he's up against Denis Shapovalov, who ended Andy Murray's championships a couple of rounds ago. Then it's Matteo Berrettini against Felix Auger-Aliassime. I think of these matches of the 4, that's the really interesting one. It's so difficult
the one
to
I'm
call.
Keeping an eye on,
Yeah, it could be a really interesting one on court 1. And then Roger Federer, the great Roger Federer against Hubert Hurkacz, who beat Daniil Medvedev yesterday.
Well, we can see pictures of court 1 because play starts there at 1 o'clock, so the players just making their way out onto court. And I think this, funnily enough, I think the Djokovic-Federer matches I'm not as excited about today, simply because I'm probably thinking that those 2 would go through those, whereas the other 2 matches between Khachanov and Shapovalov, Berrettini and Auger-Aliassime, I think could be really exciting, the best matches of the day. I mean, we'll wait and see what happens with those because we had straight sets in all of the women's quarterfinals yesterday. But this one in particular, Karen Khachanov, the 25th seed, as you mentioned, came through that massive match against Seb Korda. And Denis Shapovalov here in the picture at the moment, who has just been calm and relaxed during this Grand Slam in a manner that I haven't really seen him before. Particularly that win over his hero, Andy Murray, on centre court. That just seems to have boosted his confidence in a way that we haven't seen at a major tournament before. He often gets quite tight towards the end of matches. That hasn't really been happening. So he's the 10th seed here, which could also be helping his mentality. I think that it does seem a little bit like it's anyone's Grand Slam, even though Djokovic is the favourite. Any of the others could make it to that final. So I think he really is very relaxed and very happy to be in the second week of a Grand Slam, and particularly in the quarterfinals at Wimbledon.
Yeah, I think if we've seen the emergence in the ladies' draw, for example, of Karolina Pliskova, you know, getting through to the semi-finals at Wimbledon, and some of the other players who've really announced themselves at this year's championships. I think in the men's draw, Denis Shapovalov is the man who's done that, because he drew so much confidence, beating Andy Murray on centre court, which we know is so difficult to do, no matter what condition Andy Murray was in. And he almost became the fans' second favourite, didn't they? Because he really endeared himself. He came across well in the interviews when he spoke on the court after the match, saying that Andy Murray was his hero. They loved him for that. He was great in the press conferences afterward. He's a lovely character. There's a few of these young players who have become fan favourites because of what they do on the court. Clearly he's a great player, but he also speaks so well off the court, and he gives something for the fans to relate to. He's good on social media. He's got his rapping as well, which I'm sure we'll talk about. So he's got a game that's full of flair when he's playing, you know, big swings with a lefty serve and the forehand and the backhand, and he moves really well. But he's also someone that I think fans can relate to off the court as well, which isn't as easy to find in the modern game.
Yeah, he's charismatic, and that comes across in the way that he plays, and obviously the on-court interviews which they're doing this year have made a difference. They don't usually happen at Wimbledon. The other Grand Slams have been doing those for a while, but Wimbledon, because of the pandemic and not being able to be in a small room, which is where the interviews normally take place, they are now taking place on the court after the interview, and the crowds seem to be enjoying those, and the players also seem to be happy with the way that that's being done, because they do a very different interview when they're in front of 15,000 people than they do when it's just you and a camera, which is quite interesting. So I think that might be something that potentially could stay at Wimbledon. It seems to have gone down very well all round with fans and with the players and with the crowds at Wimbledon. And I think his interview in particular has been very good. He's still only 22 years old as well. He is a young player. A lot of these young players, similarly with Felix Auger-Aliassime, feel like they have been around for such a long time because they've been playing on the tour for several years. So we feel as if they should have done more. But actually, at 22, this is a good place for him to be in a quarter-final at Wimbledon.
And he's been through quite a lot, hasn't he? We all remember what happened in that Davis Cup match when he was much, much younger, where, hit the ball in anger and it hit the umpire, and he's had to deal with on-court and off-court difficulties. And it is easy to forget that someone like him, is only 22 years of age, is so young. And I think those experiences, whilst they were difficult at the time, clearly, he's able to come through them, and he's built a really, really solid career. And I think he is in that group of players who you think, well, who are going to be the Grand Slam champions in 3, 4, 5 years' time? And he may well be one of them. And, he's got a chance to win a Grand Slam, of course, here at Wimbledon this year. And I think what he's going to be trying to exploit, you and I watched that match, Karen Khachanov, a lot of it against Sebastian Korda. And Khachanov's serve was serious. I mean, both of their serves were seriously shaky in the fifth set. It almost looked like they couldn't hold serve, even if they tried. And that, I think, is the weakness for the Russian. He's a big player. He's got real power from the baseline. But if there's a part of his game that lets him down, it is his serve. And Shapovalov, with his returns and the quality of his movement, he's going to be trying to exploit that. Yeah, absolutely. I think if he has an analyst working with him, Denis Shapovalov, they will definitely have pointed that out as a weak spot, something to target. If you have a 15-30, 15-40 point, then particularly that's something to try and step in a little bit and make the most of if you can. And it is interesting with all of these players that we're seeing in this quarter-final, if you have a look at the results there for the Grand Slams, that it is the furthest that many of them have been in a Grand Slam. Things are a little different, and maybe being in the bubble in the hotel works for some of them, doesn't work for other players. Khachanov a little bit older than Denis Shapovalov, but he's come through to this part of the draw, having beaten some really good players. France's TFO, who had already knocked out Stefanos Tsitsipas, the third seed, and then TFO was knocked out by Khachanov in straight sets. That was a big victory for the 25th seed there, and then to go on and beat Seb Korda in that massive five-setter that was on the court 18 just behind us, which went to 10-8 in the final set, which we were saying could have gone to a 12-12 tie-break. It was looking that way, particularly as you mentioned, the 13 breaks of serve in that final set. So Karen Khachanov has played a lot of tennis, is possibly the only other thing that I would say about his matches so far. Four sets in the first round, and then that long five-set match in the fourth round. So he has been through it a little bit more than Shapovalov so far, who has come through with a long five-setter in the first round, but he had a walkover before his match against Andy Murray, so he hasn't played as much tennis as Shapovalov. Yeah, I think Shapovalov will certainly feel the fresher of the two, having had that round off, which with the day gap between the matches can make such a huge difference. Khachanov hasn't had it all his own way. He dropped sets. He dropped a set in the first round against Mackenzie McDonald. Dropped 2 sets, as we said, in the last round as well against Sebastian Korda. So sometimes that can be a help or a hindrance. Sometimes players say they like to have a few tests before they get to the second week and they're into the quarterfinals, because it means that they've been able to fine-tune their game when the pressure's on. They don't always like it if they win in straight sets, 3 sets, no problems every single match, because it means they can sometimes be lulled into a false sense of security when they then play their next match and the going gets tough. So I don't think necessarily we can read too much into the time that Khachanov's been on court. He is older than Shapovalov, but he's not one of the elder statesmen on the tour, and hasn't really had too many physical issues in the last few months. So I think he'll be feeling confident, and he's got, he'd be looking at this as a great opportunity to get through to a Grand Slam semi-final.
Yeah, I think everything is just so different on the tour as well at the moment. They're not sure which countries have restrictions or going to keep having restrictions, etc. So they're, particularly with the Grand Slams, they just want to make as much of them, as we were talking about with the points and the ranking system, as it is, and then decide where they're going to go next after that. So I know that Denis Shapovalov in Dubai in particular said that he wasn't really enjoying being in a bit of a fishbowl environment. You could look at the pub that was across the river in Dubai, but you couldn't go to the pub that was just across the river, and he was finding it a little bit difficult. So I think a lot of them have taken a bit of time off, a couple of weeks at a time, and not played on the tour, whereas when it comes to the Grand Slam season, a lot of them haven't played on grass, have they, as well, for 2 years, because we haven't had a grass court season in 2020, so things have changed quite a lot for them over those couple of years. So Shapovalov, I think, is a player who, over those 2 years since the last Wimbledon, has made quite a lot of changes to his team and also to his tennis. But that is the match that is on court number 1, Goran Ivanisovich against Denis Shapovalov, and you can watch that on Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world.
Yes, you certainly can, and these are the scenes from around the grounds. Would hesitate to say blue skies over there. There are a few clouds, but it's not raining. It is quite significantly warmer than it was yesterday, quite comfortable for the fans that are wandering around enjoying the matches on the outside courts. And it really is a bumper day for a grounds pass, because so many matches were cancelled and moved over from yesterday, and plenty of people on Henman Hill.
Henman Hill is very soggy, I have to say.
Yeah.
I hope there are a lot of blankets out there.
One to have a blanket, enjoying a Pimm's and watching the action on the big screen. And let's just remind ourselves of the highlights from yesterday.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the second Tuesday of the championships at Wimbledon, the ladies' quarter-finals.
And it's a full house here on centre court today for this fourth round of the men's singles prior to the quarter-finals of the women's singles. Catches through for the quarter-final of a Grand Slam.
We had talks with my coach CB, tried to do the things better that wasn't working so well yesterday, and I think I did a pretty good job today.
Oh, unbelievable tennis! Futchovich is in the Wimbledon semi-finals.
Everything today was working quite well. I was feeling super fit today. I have a day off tomorrow, so I'm going to be ready for my next match.
Super-powered Sabalenka, a Wimbledon semi-finalist for the first time ever.
Somehow I find a way to win matches here, and yeah, the surface it's amazing, and it fits amazing my game, and I'm really enjoying every second on the court.
Arms aloft for Angelique Kerber. The match win streak continues, 10 in a row now on the grass.
I'm really excited to play in the semis. You know, I think it will be an interesting match. Who will win? But yeah, I play against the Aussie. It doesn't matter who. So I'm looking forward.
Barty powers into the last four.
This is my dream, and I'm extremely grateful that I've got an opportunity to come out here and to have fun and live out what I work so hard to do, and I'm loving every minute, enjoying every minute, and this afternoon tonight was no different.
Comprehensive for Ash Barty, and she keeps the green and gold flying at the All England Club.
Novak Djokovic, the defending champion, is in the house here at Wimbledon today. There he is down at the practice courts at Arangi with one member of his coaching team at least, Goran Ivanisovich, himself a former champion here at Wimbledon, the big serving
20 years
lefty.
ago.
20 years ago, amazing. I remember watching that, well, his run all the way to the final as a kid. It was inspirational watching him on a grass court and the way he moved and the serve and volley. The game's changed, obviously, since those days. Now, what Djokovic is practicing here, a proponent of that baseline game, is the way we see grass court tennis matches won compared to how they were on the men's side back in Ivanisovic's day, where it was serve and volley on every single first and second serve. But this angle gives a good sense of just the way in which Djokovic is able to move across that baseline. He is, I mean, every player in the draw is, but Djokovic particularly is a supreme athlete. And I was reading an interview with Goran Ivanisovich in one of the British newspapers earlier on today, and he was saying about how he's always known when he worked with Djokovic that he was going to be the champion over the next few. When he started working with him a few years ago, he knew that he was just only going to get better and better and better, not just because of the way he was playing at the time, but also because he had that desire to keep on winning Grand Slam titles. And I think once you get to Djokovic's age and at that stage of their career, it really is that mental desire to just keep winning that keeps them going, because you know, to achieve the records, to equal the 20 Grand Slams, that is what drives players of his quality and his age on.
Yes, it is. And I think that's where you see even these top players changing how they play a little bit. We've seen Djokovic's serve has changed a bit. We've seen Rafa Nadal has changed his serve rather a lot over the last couple of years in order to adapt to changing surfaces and changing players that are coming up on the tour. And I know you mentioned there the grass court play and how much it's changed. Tim Henman was talking the other day about how much the grass itself has changed here when he played, which is around the same time as Goran Ivanisovic 20 years ago. We were saying that Ivanisovic won the title here at Wimbledon, that Monday final against Pat Rafter. The grass then was a lot faster, which is why we saw that serve and volley style, whereas it has the type of grass and the mix of the grass is now much slower, which is why the baseline rallies have come into effect, and it has changed the game rather a lot. And we're seeing a lot of the Spanish and the Italian players and the players that like the clay courts finding that transition a lot easier, which means that players like Novak Djokovic, the world #1 with 5 Wimbledon titles, he has to change his game as well in order to adapt to all of that.
Yeah, and another thing Ivanisevic said was just the way that his game is adaptable to suit all surfaces. And, you know, whilst Rafa Nadal has had so much success on a clay court, Heath was saying that Novak's game can be modified slightly to suit all of the different surfaces they play on. And this is what he's up against today, Martine Fukovich, who's had a great, I mean, he'll be delighted. He's had an absolutely brilliant run here at Wimbledon this year. No one, I don't think, expected him to get to this stage, and certainly to beat Andrei Rublev in the last round in that 5-setter. But I suppose he goes into this one, nothing to lose. He's going to get to play on centre court, which he probably hasn't done too many times before. He's a former junior champion here a few years ago. I think back in 2018 he won the junior title. So he has grass court pedigree. He's got a powerful game from the baseline. And it'll be interesting to see what he brings today to try to trouble Djokovic.
Yeah. Futchovich, I think, as you said, excited to be in the quarterfinals, but absolutely thinking that he can go one step further and be the man to knock out the world #1, particularly considering some of the players that he has put out so far. I think maybe served notice of how well he might do here when he beat Jannik Sinner in the first round in 4 sets. Sinner, one of those up-and-coming players that everyone's been talking about, just 19 years old, but has won a couple of titles at the start of this year. And people were very excited about him. And then Futchovich knocked him out. And as you mentioned, also Andrei Rublev, who we can see there. But he also knocked out the 9th seed Diego Schwartzman, in the 3rd round of this competition. So he's gone through some very good players. And I think that's part of, as we were saying with somebody like Denis Shapovalov, building confidence as you move into the second week of the Grand Slam. It is very, very different. The numbers of people around change. You move into different locker rooms. It's all a bit different this time. People are spread out a lot more. The players are spread out a lot more. So they're maybe not in the same locker rooms as they would be in order for them to have a bit of social distancing here. But it is very different and very special to be in the last 8 of a Grand Slam.
Oh, it is. And for a player like Futchovich, who's had a great junior career, it wasn't just at Wimbledon where he played well. He had good results in juniors at all of the Grand Slams. It can take a few years, can't it, just to, you know, get used to that step up from the junior tour to the men's tour, and it takes a few years to get used to life travelling on the road and all of the difficulties that come with that. And I think he's starting to enjoy some of his best results at the ATP and the Grand Slam level. Right now, time for us to catch up with Rachel and Radzi around the grounds.
We're going to speak with slightly hushed voices now because the match taking place on court 17 is between Brit Isabel Lacey and the American Elvina Khedira. It's a really tight match. Unfortunately, Isabel's gone 1 set down. But I'll tell you what, Isabel, she's a serious prospect.
And this is what's great about week 2 at the championship. There's so much still going on around the grounds. Even if you only have a ground pass, you can go and catch the stars of the future playing, like we just mentioned there. Isabel Lacey, she's only 15 years of age and playing her first tournament here at the All England Club. She should have actually started 2 days ago now, but obviously we've had the rain, so it hasn't to be. But I'm going to say, Radzi, court 17 there, it could be a breeding ground for British stars of the future, because we saw Jack Pennington-Jones earlier on. He won his first round match and he was hoping to get further than he did back in 2019 when he played his debut here in the boys singles title, when he actually didn't progress further than the first round. So he's already done better than that, Radzi. And he's actually the top British junior in the entire country as well, which is absolutely great, 8th in the world as it stands. So he could obviously get a little bit a higher ranking if he goes further in the competition this year. But let's take a little walk and chat a little bit more about the girls and the boys, because we mentioned, if you watched the show yesterday, the age range that these juniors have to be to compete here this championship, didn't we, Rads?
We did, and I have to say, I actually bumped into Isabel's parents because they, you mentioned the delay, were affected by that. They came 2 days ago, were hoping to see some tennis. They weren't interested in this man here, Roger Federer, winning in 1998. They weren't fussed about seeing him play. They were fussed about seeing their daughter. Unfortunately, they didn't get to do it then, but they are doing it now. Rach, look at these names.
There's still 4, actually, 4 individuals from both the female and the male tournament still in it who actually won the girls and boys singles title. So let's have a little look up here. 2011. Miss Ashley Barty, 10 years ago, Radzi, she lifted the trophy in the girls' junior titles, and she's obviously playing Angelique Kerber, the 2018 champion. So I'm going to say it's the former junior champion against a former senior champion going head-to-head in the semi-final later on tomorrow, that will be.
What's really remarkable, this really is the who's who of tennis. Looking back here, it's really Martina Hingis, one of my favourite all-time players. Just a few years later, she then lifted the title here at Wimbledon, wearing the iconic opal in the doing.
Swiatek, obviously, she got to Manic Monday, the last 16. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to her, but there's also 3 more guys who are still left in the draw, Radzi.
Canadian Denis Shapovalov, what a player he is there. Apelka, a man who's above him in every sense of the world. 6'11's worth of man, now specialises in doubles as well. We've got Monfils, one of my all-time favourite athletes when it comes to tennis as well. There really are so many names here, and like you said, these are players of the future.
And we're going to point to this chap here, 2010, the Hungarian Martine Fukovich. He actually had a bit of a break. He was actually formerly a #1 junior player in the world. Then he got to about 18, 19 years of age, and he actually dropped back down to about 600th in the world when he was playing futures, and decided he needed to reset, reevaluate, so actually took some time out of the game, and obviously has bounced back. We've seen him bounce back, and he's now into the quarter-finals here at Wimbledon. He's taking on Novak Djokovic, and they're first on court 1, so we can't wait for that one, Rads.
Well, that's all in the future, as is the case for Jack. However, for Isabel, we're keeping our fingers crossed, and if you don't mind, Rach, we're going to head that way and cheer her on right now.
Wimbledon is back.
And to help you make the most of it, IBM is introducing Power Rankings with Watson, a new way to assess who's hot and who's not throughout the tournament.
IBM Power Rankings with Watson uses advanced AI capabilities to analyse the most recent information about every player in the tournament, taking into account everything from the latest statistics to what the media is saying.
It's like an index of player momentum, updating every day to help fans focus on the most interesting matchups or potential upsets.
It's all part of the Wimbledon digital experience, powered by the AI of Watson, built on the hybrid cloud with IBM.
So check out the new IBM Power Rankings with Watson, either at the Wimbledon app or at wimbledon.com. Enjoy the championships.
IBM working alongside the Wimbledon Championships for many, many years, and we now have the power rankings. That was the explanation of how it all works. It's a little bit of a different system which takes into account what's happening at the moment in tennis and also what's being written, what's being said about the tennis players. Let's play the game. Adam Hunt alongside me. What do you think the power ranking might be for the players in the first match on centre court? Novak Djokovic.
Well, I think it's probably going to turn out to be closer than what I'm about to say, but I just can't see how Futchovich is going to win this match. I mean, he might get a set, like Jack Draper did in the first round, but I mean, I'd be going 90%, 10%,
oh, wow.
or even higher than that. I mean, I just think if they played 10 times, Djokovic would win 10 of them.
Yes, well, I think they've only played twice, haven't they? And Djokovic has won both of those.
Both of them.
Yeah,
so yeah, I mean, I'm going to say 90, 10%, but I'm going to be wrong.
I might be a bit nicer to Martine Fukovich than that, but I still don't think it's that much of a difference. So I'm going to go 75% Djokovic, 25% Martine Fukovich.
I love you really, Martin. Yeah, see, that's how close is that? 61%, 39%. So that's basically saying if they play 10 times, Futchovich is going to win 4 of them.
I think once you get to the quarterfinals, because if you look at the IBM Power Rankings there, it's 1 and 6. So I think presumably the amount that's being written about them once they hit the quarterfinal stage changes the power rankings quite a lot. So that's the power ranking, the likelihood to win the match. It still has Djokovic as the favourite, though, the world number 1, who has won 5 Wimbledon titles.
Yeah, and I suppose what you were saying, we've been discussing how it affects the power rankings, but it is the buzz in the media too. What's being said about them on social media, what's being said in newspaper articles, and Futchovich, I'm sure back home in Hungary as well, has created quite a stir getting to the quarterfinals at Wimbledon, because certainly for a nation like Hungary, that's not something that happens too often at all. So that's probably added into the calculation to make it slightly closer.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the scene on centre court. We are at 100% capacity now at Wimbledon. It's part of the government's research programme, which means that there are more fans able to come in for the last few days of Wimbledon. It's all being tested. Everyone's being looked after very safely to make sure that everything is done according to the rules. But other sports events are looking at this very, very carefully.
When I walked in this morning, the queue was starting to grow of people who had tickets for centre court, and there was a little kid there, he must have been, I don't know, 7 or 8. Looked like it was his first Wimbledon, and he was telling anyone who'd listen he was going to see Roger Federer. Even people who clearly had no idea who he was. I'm going to see Roger Federer today. I'm seeing Roger Federer today. I'm going to see Roger Federer today. And you could just sense the excitement in his voice. Yeah, because that's the thing. Coming to Wimbledon for the first time, and what we've been saying, haven't we, that it's a slightly different crowd this year. It's because you've been able to buy the tickets online. That's given the opportunity for people to come to Wimbledon that wouldn't maybe before have thought that they had a chance of getting tickets for centre court. And you could see the excitement on his face and hear the excitement in his voice of getting the chance to see Roger Federer. And who knows, I mean, are we going to be seeing Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer on an order of play at Wimbledon on centre court for too much longer? It's not going to be too many years left where we're going to be seeing that. So it's a chance to see some history made on centre court today.
It definitely is. I think people want to see the new stars that are up and coming, like the man in the picture now, Martine Fukovich. I suppose actually he's not that new and up and coming, is he? I think he's 29 now. But the players that are making their mark on the tour, as well as these players, Novak Djokovic, Roger Federer. We don't have Rafa Nadal here this year. We did have Andy Murray playing, and what a lot of drama he gave us in the first week of Wimbledon. So people do want to see these big names and also want to find out more about what's going to happen when they've gone and who will be the players that will be around in the next few years.
I think one of Djokovic's great skills as well is that he doesn't take opponents lightly. And that's why I think we've seen him come through Grand Slam so relatively easily in recent years, because he is just so good at preparing for these matches. And Ivanisovich was saying, one of his coaches was just saying he's so meticulous. It doesn't matter who he's playing. In the first round match against a guy who's ranked outside the top 300 in the world, he's just as meticulous in his preparation. He watches videos. His practice sessions beforehand are in exactly the same way. As we see Mohamed Layani, the umpire for this one of the great characters in terms of umpires on the Pro Tour. But he doesn't take anyone lightly, and he certainly won't be taking Martine Fukovich lightly at all today.
No, definitely not, and particularly having seen the way that Futchovich has come through the draw, and as we mentioned, the opponents that he has put out, including Andrei Rublev in the last round, and it potentially for Novak Djokovic is looking forward to this one against Futchovich rather than Andrei Rublev, who can be a very tricky character to play. It does mean, though, that I can't tell my Andrei Rublev Iron Maiden story, which I was planning on saying, but he's been knocked out of the tournament now, so I won't bother.
I'm sure we can find something about Novak Djokovic and Martine Fukovich's musical taste to discuss later. But also, I suppose, for Futchovich, this is such a special day, you know, not just for the 7-year-old kid I was seeing earlier outside, you know, getting ready to come on centre court to watch this match, but for him to play on centre court. I don't think he'll have had the opportunity to play on centre much at all during his career. I mean, I know for a fact that the junior singles finals have always been played on court number 1, so he will have played on court number 1 back in the day when he had his final there. But even for a player as relatively successful for him, I know the chance to walk out on centre court for a Wimbledon quarter-final with a packed house against Novak Djokovic, this will be a day that he remembers for the rest of his life.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also, as you mentioned, that history in Hungary as well is important. By getting to the quarter-finals here, he becomes only the 3rd Hungarian man in the Open era to reach a quarter-final at a Grand Slam, and that makes a lot of difference in your home country when you're doing these things, particularly when it's been such a long time since someone else did that. So for him, it will be a huge moment to step out onto centre court, not just to play Novak Djokovic. They've played each other before a couple of times, but it is the atmosphere. And so many of these players say that when they were growing up, it was Wimbledon that they looked at. It was Wimbledon they watched on TV, that they just always wanted to go and play at and be there. And be on this court, and particularly the difference with this one is you can see there the royal box just behind Novak Djokovic, and that's something that other players from other countries do find fascinating as well, just having the royal box and wondering who's in there and whether there is royalty watching you. It makes everything so special about being at Wimbledon.
Yeah, we had some celebrities out in force yesterday. They're always here at the championships. Benedict Cumberbatch, we saw him in the crowd yesterday in his rather natty light blue suit. Wonder who'll be here at Wimbledon today to enjoy the tennis on centre court. And for Djokovic, you know, he's chasing, as we've been saying, the 20th Grand Slam, and the debate will rage on, I think, long into the future about who of that big three perhaps is the best, and they could all make a case, couldn't they, in terms of their achievements to be looked at as one of the greatest players of all time. But Djokovic has got to be up there. When you compare him to Roger Federer and Rafa Nadal, and I think recently his consistency has just been incredible.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's something that the younger players or the lesser experienced players really look up to with those top 3 in particular, but Novak Djokovic especially, with the consistency that you've mentioned there. And at the Grand Slam level, we were saying, I think that 11 of the last 12 Grand Slams have been won by either Rafa Nadal or Novak Djokovic. Just that extra one, that Dominic Thiem that's won the extra one, which was the US Open. Mohamed Layani, as you mentioned, the chair umpire for this one, who is always fascinating to watch.
Quite a showman, isn't he?
Makes a little bit of a difference.
Very experienced, you know, he enjoys to have a bit of fun out there, sat in the chair, but he is, you know, one of the most experienced umpires out on tour, isn't he?
Lots of respect, yes, from both the players and from him towards the players.
So we're all set on centre court. The roof is off. We're ready for play, the first match of the day. Novak Djokovic, the top seed, the defending champion, against Martine Fukovich. And we can join the Wimbledon Channel radio team, Barry Cowan and Nick Lester in the commentary box there. And don't forget, you can also continue watching that match on Wimbledon's major broadcasters all around the world. So let's listen in.
Start well. I think it's going to be the hardest part for Futchovich. I see a couple of tight sets.
Yeah.
But I do see Djokovic winning in 3.
Yeah, I think that's a general feeling, isn't it? Goran Ivanisovich courtside. Lovely piece in the Times newspaper actually today with Goran. He described his charge as the Robin Hood of tennis, discussing with one of the journalists from the Times how misunderstood he is, what a perfectionist he is, as we all know, a man who strives for greatness every single thing he does. And what a historic moment it will be on Sunday if he were able to win this title. We would have 3 players, of course, sitting on 20 majors apiece. What a remarkable day that potentially could be on Sunday. So welcome to centre court here on the Wimbledon radio channel. Novak Djokovic, the world #1. He's won 4 of the last 6 Wimbledons. He comes in most definitely as a favourite. He's done nothing so far to suggest anything else. Today, the challenge, though, will definitely be a stiff one. Martine Fukovich, that win over Rublev, just the 2nd top 10 win of his career. A 5-set affair over on court #2. He's going to have to elevate his game to another level, you sense, in order to challenge the Serbian out here this afternoon. Men's quarterfinals here on centre court will be kicked off with the world #1, who serves down the centre. The backhand return is short. There's Djokovic on the forehand to the backhand of Futchovich. Forehand cross-court from Djokovic is long. What in particular is Futchovich going to have to do well today?
He's going to have to be incredibly consistent. He's going to have to return well. And he's going to have to try and win those longer rallies. That's the key today for the Hungarian. And start well.
Serve out wide. Backhand return from Futchovich is long.
Apart from that, it's a pretty easy afternoon for him. Well, that's what Djokovic does. He makes you play almost right to your limit. It's going to have to be his best ever match.
A decade on from when Futchovich won the junior title here back in 2011. Forehand back from Djokovic to the backhand of Futchovich, cross-court, slice backhand from Djokovic, backhand slice from Futchovich. We're going slice cross-courts right now. Here's the rolled backhand up the line from Djokovic, forehand from Futchovich, backhand cross-court into the net from the Serbian, so 15-30.
Yeah, it's nice tennis. Be willing to make your statement early on if you're Futchovich, which, to be honest, does come pretty comfortable for him. If he's physical and prepared to be out here for 4 or 5 hours, which we know he can. He's got a history of that in the majors.
Hasn't had a particularly impressive season, but so far, in fact, especially of late when you look through the results that he's had, he hasn't won back-to-back matches, in fact, prior to Wimbledon since Dubai back in early March. So the form's not been great as he returns cross-court. Here's a backhand slice from Futchovich going up the line. He's just cut underneath that a little too much and it's gone long.
Well, Andrei Rublev just kind of destroyed the early parts of the year because he was playing such good tennis. So it's ironic that it was Rublev who he beat in the previous round.
30 all. Djokovic serving. Underneath the raw box, serves down the centre. The backhand return comes with good length up the line. Here's a slice backhand from Futchovich to the forehand of the Serbian, who gets a good angle on that one, pushes Futchovich out of court. The Hungarian goes cross-court. Here's a backhand slice from Djokovic, the forehand cross-court. Futchovich with a forehand of his own cross-court to the Djokovic forehand up the line. Backhand slice short. Another slice from Djokovic, and again from Futchovich. Good depth from the Hungarian. Goes cross-court into the net. In the end, the Hungarian who's finally broken down.
Watching a rally like that develop, as was in the previous 2 encounters that they had against each other, they're very similar game styles. The wind picking up a bit.
It's windy out there today, isn't it? Without question. Watching some of the matches on the outside courts earlier on today, it's definitely playing its part. Serves out wide. The good serve right into the corner. The chip back short from Futchovich. But the Serbian able to mop up his forehand cross-court as he opens his account here in these quarterfinals.
Yeah, nice start from Djokovic. He just cleaned up that short forehand, hitting the ball really cleanly. Djokovic, mentally, I think the one doubt for me coming into the tournament was, had he recovered from his heroics at the French Open? And he beat Nadal, and he, of course, recovered from that 2-0 down against Tsitsipas. Truth be known, Nick, we still don't really know because he hasn't been pushed. But certainly
that is centre court at the moment, which is Novak Djokovic against Martine Fukovich, and you can continue watching that on Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world. This is court number 3, just a little way away from centre court, and it is Shuko Aoyama and Ina Shibahara, who have just won the title at Eastbourne a couple of weeks ago, and they are serving for the match against Bouzkova and Hradeka, who are the 16th seeds. Aoyama and Shibahara are the 5th seeds in this ladies' quarter-finals doubles match. Will join the commentary on court number 3.
Love 15.
Gee, 2 forehand returns missed. Really need to make your opponent play. I know it sounds really simple, but that serve just 84 miles an hour. Have to get that back into play.
Simply brilliant. Great timing of went across.
40-15.
Telling quality off the floor as well. So, after 2 hours and 10 minutes then, it's the Japanese 5th seeds with 2 match points. Oh, it's in. Right on the line. Can you believe it?
Line.
What a point.
A little bit of everything, didn't it?
Didn't it just?
Juice.
Standing. Such a perfectly weighted sort of semi-lob there from Maria Bouzkova.
It was just a stab, really, isn't it? I don't think she intended to hit the lob, and just that sinking feeling of knowing that it's going in. Tell you what, it's just too hard. It's too hard to win points off that second serve. That's 3 she's missed in the last 3 points. You know, 40-15, she missed the serve. At 40-30, she missed the serve. and then the next one.
So from 2 match points to break point for the Czechs. Well, she's almost pulled that game out of the fire, Maria Bushkova, with some incredible digs and gets. Great physicality. But still they fall just a little bit shy. This one meandering all over the place. Yeah, she was running so fast. It was so tough to put the brakes on. The momentum carried that one really long.
Advantage, Buskova.
Now then, second break back point for the Czechs. What a physical game this one's been.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
There's a let off for the server, wasn't it? Second serve just right in the middle of the square.
Advantage, Aoyama.
Well, is it going to be third time lucky then for the Japanese duo? It's gone. Just cannot put a lid on it.
Yes.
They're smiling, but it's born out of nerves at this stage. Need to take their time here.
They both had exactly the same reaction when they lost that point, the Japanese pair, as if just bending over, as if say, oh, no, another chance goes.
Unable to control it on the run again. Good play from the Czechs.
Shibahara, she went across, didn't she? But then, you know, once it became
a deflection,
the let cord dropped in, and then really Aoyama didn't have anywhere to go. Pushed it wide.
So break back point again for the two Czechs. Is it their third time lucky? Radechka was tracking the cross. It had to be perfect, and she found it.
Yes.
Nothing left in the bag on this forehand, was there, from Aoyama? Just absolutely rips it cross court. Terrific point.
3 match points have come and gone. 3 break points have come and gone. What else in this dramatic game?
She'd like that one back again, wouldn't she?
Fourth time?
You could almost feel that coming, couldn't you? She is furious with herself. Look at that. Body language tells you everything you need to know. She knows how important it is for the first serve to go in.
Clever serve. Had to go to the forehand of Radechka. I think it's marginally weaker. Now then, what about this side? It's a 5th match point for the Japanese.
There's no way, is there?
I don't believe that. It's as if it's written in the stars for these two.
Ladies and gentlemen,
won't
please remain quiet until the end of the point.
Well, it's hard to remain quiet till the end of the point. There's great tennis being played out here. Remember that other match point they had where that lob just sort of dropped in on the line?
Same thing.
Going back to the forehand side on the serve again.
Advantage, Aoyama.
Number 6, a half dozen match points now, surely. To a couple of Grand Slam quarterfinals already together. They'll share a maiden Wimbledon semi-final. A terrific win in a really closely contested ladies doubles. A match delighting strategists watching. 7-6, 7-5. The Japanese come through after 2 hours and 20 minutes. Shuko Aoyama and Ina Shibahara, the 5th seeds, got there in the end. But what a match that was, Liz.
Yeah. An excellent win then for Shuko Aoyama and Ina Shibahara, the 5th seeds into the semi-finals at Wimbledon. A 7-6, 7-5 win over the 16th seeds, Futchovich and Radechka, in the women's doubles. Lots of tennis going on around the outside courts here at Wimbledon. Which is nice because we had not very nice weather yesterday, which meant that a lot of those matches didn't happen. They had a few matches later on in the evening, actually. They got through quite a bit late on when the rain finally stopped. But there's plenty to see around Wimbledon on the outside courts here because there are girls and boys singles matches and also the doubles matches happening from the various draws. So there's plenty to see.
So many great matches everywhere you look, even if you haven't got a ticket for the show court, centre court and court number 1. Let's continue our look at the men's draw. Quarterfinals day here at the Championships, and delighted to say we're joined once again by Steph Brantz from all the way in Australia. Hello, Steph. I'm not going to say good morning, good afternoon, good night. I don't even know what it is.
Good day.
Good day. Hello.
Good day.
Good day. Let's have a look at Roger Federer. We haven't talked too much about him so far today. We've seen him at the practice courts. He's just arrived to get ready for his match against Hubert Hurkacz. And how wary do you think he'll be about facing Hubert Hurkacz? Because for him, you know, he's on a huge high after beating Daniil Medvedev, one of the biggest wins of his career, beating him at a Grand Slam. So much was expected of Medvedev. He's going to be a dangerous opponent for Roger today because it hasn't been plain sailing for Federer so far here at the Championships, has it?
No, it really hasn't. And while it's good to see Federer still in this and still running around and doing fabulously, he's lost at this stage at Wimbledon more than any of the other 4 defeats from his 13 in total at the All England Club. So it's a place where this is a rocky stage, perhaps, of the tournament for him. And perhaps Hurkacz could have a look at the matches that he played against, say, Milos Raonic and Kevin Anderson for a bit of, I don't know, inspiration on how they actually beat Federer. However, you would say that, if you're a betting person, your money would be on Fed. Hurkacz has had a great run. He's been in incredible form, 18th ranked, and he was the last one to book his place in these quarterfinals, coming from 2 sets down in that rain-interrupted match against Medvedev. But it shows what a fighter he is, and he hadn't been broken until that 4th round match. So his net play was fantastic. Can he try that approach against Federer? I'm not so sure. He came into Wimbledon on a 6-match losing streak, so his form is brilliant. But what do you say about Roger Federer? They've played once before. I think it was Indian Wells. And, straight sets for Roger Federer and chasing a 9th Wimbledon title. He's bidding to become the oldest man to make a Wimbledon semi-final in the Open era. Everything points to the fairy tale continuing for Federer, but I hope that Hurkacz puts up a fight because he's been wonderful to watch over the past week and a half.
Given the level we've seen from Federer, not just here, over the past week or so, but in the last couple of years, I wanted to get your take on the intimidation factor for other players who are playing Federer nowadays, like Hurkacz today. We saw it with Tiger Woods in golf. For a period, he'd beaten them before he even got out on the first tee, hadn't he? And then, with his injuries and other things that happened and his results, that, I suppose, veneer of invincibility slowly began to wear off and people didn't fear him in the same way. How do you think players now feel about playing Roger Federer, given the titles he's won and the level he achieved a few years ago compared to where he is now?
Adam, I can only imagine what it would be like to face Roger Federer centre court at Wimbledon, his favourite surface, and that's someone that only picks up a tennis racket for a social hit. I imagine that you're not only facing Federer, the legend, but for most of these guys, he's a hero and someone that they hold in the highest esteem and respect. And they've got to be careful that when they get on the other side of the net, they don't show too much respect. If I was going to face Federer at Wimbledon, I would have wanted to have him in the very early rounds. And we saw that he took a while to shake the rust off. Now he's hitting his groove and he's going to be a much more formidable opponent. He's not peak Federer, but I think the occasion and the opposition will certainly be playing in Hurkacz's head. I mean, the only thing on his side is that Federer said in press that he wasn't sure how much he's got left in the tank. Unfortunately for Hurkacz, the Federer tank is much larger than most people's.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? And we know that Hurkacz beat Daniil Medvedev, the 2nd seed, as you mentioned, in that long rain-interrupted match in the 4th round. How much confidence do you think he will take from that victory over Medvedev, who has been playing really well, who had just won a grass court title before Wimbledon, and who does like this surface, and Hurkacz managed to get through that 5th set 6-3 against him?
Well, he looks back to his best now, doesn't he? And when we talk about his title at the Miami Open, and he had such an awful run after that coming into this, but he looks like he's finally fulfilling his potential. And I really he's a really likeable player, and I love watching him play. The way that he came back in that Medvedev match gives me a lot of confidence about how much heart he plays with. It would have been exhausting, though, the fact it was played over a couple of days, and I wonder if that will hurt him, because in this particular match you want to be very fresh. However, the mental aspect and the momentum, perhaps that will count for a lot. He's got nothing to lose.
Steph is a big guy, as we can see here, big serve. What are the weapons that he's going to have firing on all cylinders today to try to trouble Roger Federer?
Oh, Adam, everything. It's a tricky one, isn't it? I thought that the way he came into the net against Medvedev was one of his strongest players. I think it was something upwards of about 70 times that he charged in. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that he can use that against a Federer, because he can read the play so well, and his court craft is second to none. Well, maybe only second to Djokovic at the moment. And he'll be able to read every play and predict what's going to happen. I also think with Federer, if you just play the long game and try and keep him back, he's not going to make the amount of unforced errors that you want him to try and get something back in that match. So I think for Hurkacz, it's a case of just staying in the game, perhaps taking it out as far as he can, and longevity and using fitness.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the match on centre court that I think tennis fans will be fascinated by. But we have been saying that court number one, which has some of the younger players contending against each other, will be also intriguing. And this is one that I'm really looking forward to, Steph. Felix Auger-Aliassime up against the 7th seed Matteo Berrettini. We can see Auger-Aliassime there in the picture, who came past the 4th seed. Again, I was talking to you about how much confidence Hurkacz can get from beating Medvedev. Auger-Aliassime, how much confidence do you think he has taken from that brilliant result against Alexander Zverev, the 4th seed, coming through that match?
Well, a lot of reports were calling that a real statement win, weren't they? And that 5-set win, it'll have him very, very composed. Of course, Auger-Aliassime beat Federer at Halle last month. He looks an even more settled player, looks more composed in his game. I think he'll need to keep Berrettini back and play a baseline game with him, because he's a hard guy to overpower. We've seen how strong he is. But FAA, as we like to abbreviate it to, has returned to Wimbledon a more powerful version of himself and an even better player. I think he's perhaps underproduced, and certainly when I've seen him play, we expect a lot and he doesn't quite deliver on that. But this should be a cracking match. I love the fact that they're really good friends. They're two great guys. Their respective girlfriends, of course, are cousins, so they hang out together and they know each other really well. So it should be an absolute belter of a match. I suspect that Berrettini will perhaps be too strong. I think that he's had, I think it's about 67 aces so far, and that first serve, for starters, is very difficult to deal with. So I think Auger-Aliassime is just going to have to not try and out-hit him, but outplay him.
I wanted to pick up on, you mentioned the friends there, you know, they spend a lot of time together. I think they both live in Monte Carlo for much of the year when they're practicing, so they practice together there as well. How do you think that might affect the match, I suppose, positively or negatively for either player?
Yeah, I've had a chat to a number of players over the years about playing your friend. They maintain that when you get on court, it doesn't matter. I'm not sure how much I believe that. I think it's more difficult when you know someone so well, because perhaps in your own mind, you do try and anticipate what they're going to do. If you've hit together, you know where they're likely to move. I don't think either of them would be particularly worried about beating the other one, because, hello, there's a semi-final spot at Wimbledon at stake. So that's wonderful bragging rights. Perhaps the women can fight it out later about who gets the real bragging rights. But I think playing a friend is always just a little bit more difficult, and we have seen that down the line in the past. Fortuitously for them, they're not compatriots, because that adds another layer of difficulty, and we saw that with Ash Barty and Ayla Tomljanovic, Berrettini's girlfriend, yesterday, how it's even more difficult, because obviously your country wants one of you to stay in, but that's not the case here. There are two Canadians in, which I think is fantastic. We're loving seeing Chapalof in this as well. But for Felix Auger-Aliassime, he probably won't care when he gets on court that he's got a mate on the other side of the net. It's time for him to have a breakthrough. Yeah, and given there's no Aussies, Steph, left in the men's draw, and I suppose you could say Matteo is, I suppose, a surrogate Aussie, given that he's going out with Ayla Tomljanovic. Does that mean that...
a little bit.
I'm reaching here, but does that mean that he's perhaps well supported down in Oz? Oh, perhaps. It means he stays in the paper here, I've got to say, because of that connection. But a lot of us are Canada. They're part of the Commonwealth. We do have a vague connection. And now I'm grasping at straws, I know. You're taking Felix. How impressed have you been with the way that Matteo Berrettini has come through to the quarterfinals? He's only dropped one set so far. That was in his first round match against Guido Pella. Since then, he's been able to come through in straight sets in all of his matches. I mean, against opponents that you would imagine he should be beating. But Berrettini, from the start of the Wimbledon Championships, has been a lot of people's outside bet, hasn't he? Because of that Queen's Club title that he won 2 weeks ago, and the manner in which he did it. How impressed have you been with the way he's been playing over the first 10 days of this tournament?
I just love watching Matteo Berrettini play. And I remember when he played the ATP Cup prior to the Australian Open, and he's just an awesome player to watch. That power, and I mentioned that service already. You said his record so far through this tournament, mentioned how good that is. He's dropped service, I think, just twice. That serve is not his only big weapon. I think these two are quite equal on forehand, but Berrettini's also developed his slice, and he has shown in that straightforward victory he had against Ivashka that he too is very composed. And he looks better than he did at this stage when he lost to Federer back in 2019. That, of course, was the same year that he beat Felix Auger-Aliassime in Stuttgart. So perhaps he can draw on some of the experience of 2 years ago. But certainly, I think he's even more than an outside favourite. I'm not sure if you two would agree, but I feel like that if anything were to befall Federer or Djokovic, he is a champion waiting to happen.
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really interesting, that match on court one. Steph, great stuff so far. Stay there. We'll be back with you in just a few seconds. But let's remind ourselves of some of the best shots that we saw here at the Championships yesterday.
Oh, what a pass! That beautiful single-handed backhand on display.
Such good court from Gulovic. They're taking a leaf out of Federer's book with that backhand cross-court pass.
Stop it! Caught the back of the baseline. Extraordinary return. Stepping almost outside the doubles court to play that. There you go.
That has a high degree of difficulty. You're taking a shot that has tremendous power from Sabalenka and diffusing it with accuracy and backspin.
Beautiful. Wow. On the run, full stretch, off the shoelaces, top spin forehand lob.
Well, right now, power is overcoming trickery and guile.
That's just ridiculously good. Again, I would stay away from that backhand. She flips defense into offense so well with that backhand. And it's all the right hand doing the work.
That is another, I mean, that is...
I mean, just watch this. At this moment here, what's he going to do? He's going to go down the line, isn't he?
I mean, I would have put all my... anything on that they were going to lose that point from that return.
Wow.
Here at Wimbledon, the weather is always a factor. As you can see behind me right now, play is certainly on court. But this year we have had a lot of rain, unlike other years. And the ground staff certainly have a little bit of help to decide how, in actual fact, they deal with the courts. Behind me, there is a number up in the very top of the clubhouse. There are about 3 or 4 of them scattered around centre court. At the moment, it is at 1, so that means that the ground staff are actually all courtside waiting because there could be a potential of rain. It does start at blank, which basically means that everything is hunky-dory on the courts. I actually got given one of these cards by the ground staff. Each of them carry it around with them. So at the moment it is at 1. If it goes up to 2, then at the chair umpire's discretion, they can stop or suspend play, but they don't cover the court. If it goes to 3, again at the chair umpire's discretion, they can suspend play and they can cover the court. 4, it then goes out of the umpire's hands. It is up to the ground staff to cover the court as soon as possible. Then 5 is not a good situation at all. You do inflate the covers. But then when it goes to 6, everything gets a little bit better. The covers are deflated. 7 they uncover, and 8 they dress the court in the impeccable fashion that they always do, ready for play to start again.
Fascinating bit of behind-the-scenes information for you from Jenny there. What also happens is that those numbers that she showed us at the very beginning, they get covered by the ivy, and then somebody has to cut them out when it comes to the Wimbledon fortnight.
Yeah, I had a friend who used to do court covering a few years ago, back when we were students, and they would call it the number in the sky. It was, as it would change, it would dictate how much work they had to do. They'd look up at the clouds and think that number's going to change soon.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see how these things work, and also where they are. You can see them from several courts, so the people on those courts know what's happening because they look up to the number in the sky and can tell what's going on around Wimbledon. It is great to see those little bits of how things work. Well, Steph Rance is still with us in Australia. And Steph, we had your match, we've mentioned it briefly, Ajla Tomljanovic against Ash Barty, the world #1 in the quarterfinals, with Ash Barty coming through that one in straight sets. What did you make of that match? And we've discussed Ash Barty's performances over the last 10 days, haven't we? What do you think of where she is now?
Well, given those 2 wobbles that she had to start off the tournament, and I thought I'd put the mockers on her every time we spoke about her, she's really come into her own. And I don't think anyone would deny that she was just a class above Ajla Tomljanovic yesterday. And that's not taking anything away from Tomljanovic. I thought she played really well, and she has been playing very well. Barty even helped her out. I think there were 4 double faults in the second set, but she just couldn't capitalise on that. And Barty was all class. We know how complex, if you like, her game is. She's got the answers to work her way out of many troubled areas, but she didn't have to yesterday. She was all over it, fully confident, enthusiastic. She seems to be loving it, and the grass game just suits her tactics so well. And most of the stories in the paper today were actually focusing on Barty moving ahead and moving into the finals. The Sydney Morning Herald, the local paper here, talked about the match that inspired her Wimbledon dream. And of course, she won the 2011 girls singles title at Wimbledon. But 9 years later, she's finally admitted that her dream is to win Wimbledon. Now, Ash Barty is not prone to making predictions. She hates even looking at the next match ahead. She gets Craig Tyser, her coach, and her team, as she calls it, to look at her opponents. But she has actually verbalised that she wants to win Wimbledon. So I hope she hasn't put the mock on herself, because she's now 2 matches away from realising that. But I sincerely hope this lives up to the blockbusters status that I think it deserves. Barty Kerber, you couldn't wish for anything better in a semi-final.
She might not want to look ahead, but we're going to, aren't we, Steph? So those 3 players left, Angelique Kerber, Karolina Pliskova and Aryna Sabalenka. Kerber, as you said, next in the semi-final. Who might be the one who could spoil the Barty party, as it's been known?
Well, I think Kerber certainly could, and she's been in fantastic form. I think she's back where she was. She's the Kerber of old. And I think that I heard, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I heard a few years ago rumours of her, perhaps because she'd gone off the boil, that there were sort of mumblings about would she retire. Well, no way, based on what we're seeing here. She's been absolutely unbelievable. And she kind of went off the boil. I think they haven't played since it was the Hopman Cup a couple of years ago. Kerber started to go down, and Barty started her climb to the #1 rankings. But this surface, as I said, suits both their games. Angie Kerber is in brilliant form. We've seen her at the back of the court and how she can get impossible shots and still work the angles and hit a strong shot. It's not just a return, but she'll make Barty work for the win if she can get it. Apart from that, I really fancy Aryna Sabalenka at this tournament. She's never been this deep. It's time for her to come into her own. She can be a little bit unpredictable, and I can't believe that she's had this many campaigns, and this is the first time that she's at this stage in a tournament. So maybe it is her time. I sincerely hope, with my green and gold and hat with corks on it, that Ash Barty will go through, but it won't be easy from here on in. She's got some stiff competition ahead of her.
Going full stereotype there, Steph. When it comes to Ash,
no, awful.
She always talks about her team, which you just mentioned there. Is that part of the mentality to take pressure off herself, or is that part of making sure that everybody gets some of the praise for where she is at world #1?
I think it's a little bit of both. Ash is a very gracious player and always has been. She was saying after the Tomljanovic match, she was very quick when asked about how Tomljanovic had played. She said all Aussies back home are proud of her. It was bloody nice to share the court with her today. So Ash Barty keeping it real. But then she looked ahead to Angie Kerber and talked about Angie's success here. She said, I love the matchup. She knows her way around the court. I know I need to play well to give myself a chance in that match. So she's very good at deflecting the attention. And I think that's what made her a very good doubles player. She likes that team environment. But I have long wondered whether it's been some of the mental coaching for her to talk about her team, for her to talk about Craig Tyser, or Tyes as she calls him, and really make it a group effort. And I think that really seems to suit her. And well, we all buy into just what a lovely person she is. So that just keeps increasing that picture, and we all love her all the more for it.
It seems like a bit of a deflection, as you mentioned there, sort of to talk about the team rather than talking about yourself. We've talked so much, haven't we, over the last few months now because of Naomi Osaka and what she mentioned about press conferences, saying how different things are. And it's different because of the circumstances that we're in with the pandemic, but it does seem that players have been more relaxed. I mentioned the on-court interviews when I was talking about Denis Shapovalov a little while ago. They seem to quite enjoy that because they've got the crowd around them, so they act a bit differently than when they are in a big press room with 200, 250 journalists facing them, which can be quite an interrogation. Do you know what Ash Barty is like when it comes to press conferences, whether she seems to enjoy that conversation with journalists, doesn't she?
She does. She's actually a lot better now than she used to be. She used to answer the question, be quite matter-of-fact and quite direct and not really engage too much. And she's really relaxed into her role, perhaps since she won the French. She's become very comfortable with answering questions. The only one I've seen her flat bat was when she was asked about the presence of her boyfriend at this tournament. And she said, oh, no, we're all here together. We're all, he's normally here in England at this time of year. So it's nothing out of the ordinary, and just moved on. So she's quite good, as we said, at deflecting things she doesn't want to answer. But equally, she now seems to enjoy engaging with the press. She was a little bit downcast at the Australian Open. I think there's always extra pressure on locals at their home tournament. So she was a bit shorter perhaps after that, but she's always up for a laugh and she's just a very happy character. I mean, it's in stark contrast to, as you mentioned, the likes of Naomi Osaka, who we hear will be back at the Olympics, and has said that she will do press there, which is going to be very interesting to see how she handles that, because she historically hasn't enjoyed it. And Ash will be there too, but they're chalk and cheese when you chat to them in front of a camera. Ash just exudes this warmth and authenticity, I think, is what you get with Ash. What you see is absolutely what you get.
Yeah, she certainly is such a fan favourite, isn't she, Steph? Let's focus on the other semi-final, Karolina Pliskova and Aryna Sabalenka. Pliskova has been to a Grand Slam final before, not here at Wimbledon, the US Open a few years ago. Sabalenka hasn't, and she hasn't won a Grand Slam title. So a huge opportunity for both of these players, isn't it?
It really is, and I've heard it mentioned several times over the last 9 days or so that Sabalenka is the best player on tour not to have won a slam. But she's finally putting the game that she plays outside of the slams on the court at a slam. Has she finally cracked it? I don't know. She'd never reached a quarter-final before, so she's timed her run, if this is what it is. Absolutely brilliant. Her intensity in her last match was great. Her return of the Jabeur serve was sublime. She was so focused. If she plays in that form, she might just rattle Pliskova. She might just have too much power. Because Karolina Pliskova is kind of the reverse. She's also a player who we keep expecting to do maybe better than she does, but she was ruthless against Golubic, who I thought played well, and I really like watching Golubic play, but she was dominated by Pliskova. Her footwork, and she's not a player that we think of moving quickly around the court, maybe because she's so long and lean, but she was brilliant. She hadn't won a match on grass this season but she's come into form. So I expect it to be a tight one. I do think Sabalenka's got the goods for mine.
Well, Karolina Pliskova, we can see there, the 8th seed. as you mentioned, with both of them, really, we've expected quite a lot of them. Pliskova has been to a Grand Slam final before at the US Open, but it was 5 years ago. Is there anything in particular that you think has changed in this tournament for Pliskova, which means that she does seem to be back on form with Sabalenka as potentially the mental side of her game? With Pliskova, is there anything that you can pinpoint there that's changed a little bit for her?
Kathy, I wonder whether it's because she's been on the lesser courts. She's made several comments about the fact that, oh, what do I have to do to get on court 1 or centre court? Well, she's finally on those show courts, and she's really responded to that. She was also, she mentioned in the main press room, finally, when she made the semi-finals. So maybe it's taking the focus off her. That has helped. But she said that she had to learn to move to get those balls that were out of reach. It wasn't something that came naturally to her. So if she's really worked on that, then it makes her game much more complete, and it makes her a much more dangerous opponent. So, yeah, as I said, she's also been starting work with Sasha Bayan, which may be helping her. Maybe he's a good hitting partner because he may be able to emulate the strength of Sabalenka in the lead up to this particular match. But I just think that she has been just more composed than we've seen her in recent times. And I've watched her a number of times here in Australia, and she just hasn't got quite to where I thought she would. She looks dangerous when she starts out, but it's keeping that intensity and that focus that sometimes has let her down.
Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it, Steph, that what's let her down in the past is, you know, Daniela Hantuchova, who's been on with us over the first week and a half here at the Championship, said that she just chucks in somewhere in the tournament an uncharacteristically poor performance where she just doesn't show up. And we haven't seen that yet at Wimbledon. She's been remarkably consistent. She's stuck to her gun, stuck to the weapons, you know, the big serve, the forehand that served her so well. And she hasn't yet looked, even in a set, to be off the boil.
Yeah, she's only been broken, I think, is it about 3 times this tournament. She's been playing unbelievably well, but it is keeping that focus. And we know that with the players, if you're going to have those bumps and those little hurdles in your game, you want them to be early in the tournament. This is not the stage to have it. She will not want to trip up against Aryna Sabalenka, and she needs to come in fully focused and ready to play it out for as long as it takes. Her serve has been fantastic. She needs to keep that radar really on point because I don't think Sabalenka's going to give an inch in this. She's finally reached the stage where she wants to be, and she looks very comfortable there. So Karolina Pliskova absolutely has her work cut out for her.
Yeah, well, let's get you to tell us where you think this final's going to go. Who do you think is going to come through the Ash Barty-Angelique Kerber semi-final, and who do you think they'll be playing out of the Karolina Pliskova-Aryna Sabalenka semi-final, Steph?
Okay, can I be horribly biased and tell you that Ash Barty will go through? I think it will be 3 sets. I'd actually be run out of town if I said anything else. Ash Barty will go through. I believe it will be in 3 sets because I think Kerber's playing just that well. And I wouldn't be surprised if Aryna Sabalenka wins in straight sets. So it'll be a Sabalenka-Barty final with Barty to finally lift the Wimbledon trophy.
No sign of bias at all from an Aussie there. We'd expect nothing less. And at least you made
I've completely... I've jinxed the result, Adam.
You'll have to put that cork hat on. Yeah. At least you made a prediction, because some of our pundits, and they remain nameless, just like to sit on the fence and say, oh, I wouldn't like to predict who's going to win that match. So thank you for that, Steph, it's been great to chat to you again here on the Wimbledon Channel. It'd be really interesting, those ladies' semi-finals tomorrow. Entertaining, you know, encounters, and so much to play for, particularly in that second match. Sabalenka, you know, so much has been expected of her, and Karolina Pliskova, who will be getting through to that Grand Slam final to play here on centre court at Wimbledon. Time for us to catch up with Jenny now, who's around the grounds.
Well, in and around the grounds, we find some wonderful fans every single year here at Wimbledon, and I have found Erica and her friends. Erica is from Toronto in Canada, but you're studying here in the UK, and I don't know if I need to ask you who you're supporting today.
Go Roger, yeah, definitely Roger.
How big a fan are you of him?
Very, very big. I started following him in about 2014, so that's where I first saw him play like live for the first time. And then I was a ball kid at Inuel's actually in 2017. That's where he won. So it's been a really great experience getting to know so many people, and watching Roger play. It's just unbelievable, really. And it's here on center court. It's such a privilege to be here. So.
Were you a ball kid when he was playing on the court?
Not here, but in Indian Wells. So in 2017.
What was that like?
It was very amazing. So yeah, a lot of people were able to recognize me because they're like, "Were you the one that was always smiling because of Roger?" And I was like, "Yes, that was me."
Die-hard fan, that's for sure. Now tell me about this poster. I mean, this looks quite incredible. This is a very high standard of art, but you don't actually study art.
No, I'm studying biology currently. I'm at Imperial College, and so the other day I was here watching his match, and he came really close to where I was sitting, and I took a great picture of him. And I was like, this is such a great photo. Maybe I should, try my hand at drawing it. And so I do some digital art, but just for fun, And so I was like, if I can get him as happy as he was in the picture, why not? And so I drew him. And a lot of my friends were like, you should print that. You should make a poster. So yesterday I went to print it, and
there we are. Well, my goodness me, it is absolutely wonderful. And Erica, I really hope you enjoy your time on centre court. Do we think Roger's going to win, everyone? They're going to be supporting loud, that's for sure.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
The second Tuesday, and it's a full house here on centre court today for the first time. I bet the sandwiches are still dry.
Wow, it's like a umbrella bunker. Did you get the ball back?
No, 15.
She got the ball back.
She got the ball back, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'll replay the point.
Yeah, it's changed it.
Kerber standing there as love 15. Yeah, she got the ball back. That was not a minute.
I'm not sure I've seen a shot at this year's Wimbledon hit with more nonchalance.
Oops, she's hit her partner there. Smiling about it.
Well, I think it's funny because the very last match, I think Katie had hit Coco in the back of the head.
Well, Sherlock Holmes enjoyed it.
That smarts.
And everybody's laughing.
It's
but
not
it's
funny.
Not funny.
Oh, that was.
And maybe they'll laugh about it tonight. But look at this.
Oh.
Boom.
Well, strawberries, 38,000 kilos of them. An umbrella, because play could be suspended like it has done quite a lot this championship. And 54,000 balls, that's a lot of tennis balls in action here at the championships in 2021. And these are just a few of the facts and figures you can learn about down here in the museum at Wimbledon. I'm joined by Adam Chadwick, now the head of heritage here at the Wimbledon Lawn Tennis Museum, which was opened in 2006. Adam, thanks for joining us. What does your role down here entail? And are you an encyclopedia knowledge of all things Wimbledon?
I'd love to say that I wasn't or did have encyclopedic knowledge. I don't. But the team here do. And we look after not only the museum, but we're also responsible for the engraving and distribution of the trophies throughout the championships and a number of other schemes that we have year-round.
Well, pressure there on engraving, isn't it? But the museum, I've been coming here for a while now. This is the first year, though, it's free for ticket holders, which is very exciting, I'm sure, for you, which means numbers down here must be rising every single day, and especially when the weather is a little bit bad. But you update the museum every year as well, don't you? And this is something which is new for 2021. Tell us about this amazing portrait here.
Yeah, well, sports museums have to be up with the times because, of course, their audiences expect that. And we've been very lucky to have this portrait of Sir Andy, painted by the artist Maggie Hambling, which arrived here just before the championships. Maggie is a big tennis fan, and she contacted Andy, I think, and they got together. They got on really well. very important for a portrait, because sports people aren't terribly good at sitting still. They had a great time in the sittings, and she produced this fantastic sort of multiple viewpoint picture, which the visitors to the museum this week have been saying really captures the elements of his play, the characteristics of his movement on court.
Yeah, absolutely. It's beautiful. I guess one of these images would have been from when he first won his title, to this day actually, which was obviously back in 2013. Obviously got a second title as well in 2016, and then he obviously got the Olympic medal as well. This is only lent though, isn't it? Get my words out. From the National Portrait Gallery. Does it mean it'll go back there after the fortnight?
Not after the fortnight.
Okay.
Happily, they've lent it to us until the end of the year. So those people who haven't been lucky enough to come to the championships will get to see it later on. The National Portrait Gallery, of course, is closed for refurbishment. So they have a special scheme returning pictures of particular people to places with whom they're closely associated. And what better place for Sir Andy's portrait to come than here at Wimbledon?
Do you know if Andy's been down here yet to get a picture next to it?
Absolutely he has. We wouldn't have let it be otherwise. So he popped down early on in the week and had his photo taken.
Oh, amazing. And what else is new in the museum for this fortnight?
Well, we've got lots of new exhibits that come in all the time. For us, one of the most important is the wheelchair tennis exhibit, which we had prepared just before lockdown, but of course we then had to close. So for us, it's fantastic. The Quad Championships only happened in 2019 here for the first time, so to have a special dedicated exhibit is really nice. And it was a collaborative effort, so the players donated items, we had a photographic artist who worked on it. It was a terrific effort.
Yeah, I mean, there's loads of great stuff down here. I've been coming here since 2015 now. I've been wandering around this kind of circle loads of times. But Radzi, my co-presenter, is here somewhere, Adam, so I think we should go and find him.
Walrach, where I'm at, is next to some clothes, some old clothes. Normally it wouldn't be a good thing, but it is in the case of seeing the actual outfit that Sir Andy Murray won in 2013 when he was crowned Wimbledon champion. The genuine ankle supports that he has there when he lifted that wonderful trophy all those years ago now. 8 years ago it was now. And speaking about the trophy, here it is. Not a replica, the actual trophy. This silver gilt Challenge Cup purchased in 1887 for 100 guineas, it says here. All the names and dates of all the winners from the first championship from 1877 onwards are inscribed here. It's such a logistical challenge, having spoken to Adam about the process of getting this and all the 50 trophies that have to get handed to the eventual winners. And what about in the women's game? Here is the ladies' singles trophy. What a beautiful dish it is. The challenge plate, sometimes called the Rosewater dish. Back in 1884 and 1885, it was added. As you may or may not know, in 2016, they ran out of room to add names to this. But whether or not your name is inscribed on this, or indeed lifting it, what an honour it is to say that you are a Wimbledon champion. And in fact, that's where they added the stand there. 2 years ago since we've seen a name, but the big question is, who will be crowned the 2021 Wimbledon champion?
Welcome to Wimbledon Lessons, brought to you by Sipsmith Gin. Now, this place has witnessed a fair share of drama over the years, none more so than in 2012, when a young Rufus the Hawk, the official pigeon scarer, was hawk-napped. The theft caused global outcry and many sleepless nights for those who knew him. I myself slept like a baby, but I didn't know him that well, just through friends, really. The story does, however, have a happy ending. Rufus was found 3 days later on Wimbledon Common, healthy, fit, with a slightly sore leg. So let's raise a glass of perfectly poured gin and tonic to Rufus. Quite right.
Wimbledon's most juicy moments. Is she playing Sleeping Lions? Bet that caused a racket. Somebody's had their Robinsons.
I've gone to see a lot of other sort of tennis, and Wimbledon's special because there's something very nice about day drinking. Wimbledon sort of defines British summertime. It's the sporting equivalent of Call the Midwife. It's everything cricket wants to be, but in a bite-sized chunk. Cricket's proper boring. Here's my top tips for an unmatched day at Wimbledon. Opening day is always amazing. If you've never been before, that's what you want to do. There could be very long queues, like to get in, to get out, so you've got to time it absolutely perfectly. You want to arrive as it starts. I would recommend comfy shoes, because there's quite a lot of racing round. You have to get up and down those stairs super quick. It's quite nice when you come and see something and you're not partisan. You don't really care who wins, and then within 30 seconds you've made a decision. I don't like his headband, we'll go for the other fella. It's basically a nice wedding, and sometimes there's a tennis match breaks out.
The feeling of the grass under your feet is almost like the most perfect carpet. The perfect foundation, play great tennis on. It's inevitable that a living surface is going to change because it's alive. That is such a challenge for the players because there's no other surface that will change so dramatically over a tournament. At the beginning of the grass court season, the ball is going to be skidding through a little bit more. It's going to bounce a little bit lower. As the courts dry out, they get harder. The ball's going to bounce higher. I think grass court tennis is more exciting because there are more variables. That's why I think you've seen some of the best matchups that we've ever seen in the game take place at Wimbledon. Wimbledon is the greatest challenge. Grass court tennis is what it's all about.
What are you doing here? You're not allowed on the grass.
No one will know. Anyway, Blade, you're allowed, so why aren't I?
I'm a piece of grass, Bounce. I can't keep off myself. Well, I suppose maybe if I jumped. No.
Oh, I've got an idea.
Anyway, enough of that. Boys and girls around the world are patiently waiting to learn all about our wonderful home.
Wimbledon!
Wimbledon, yes. But first, we need a swift change. Wait for me!
Wimbledon is the oldest tennis tournament in the entire universe. It's older than your granny. It may even be older than your granny's granny. It's aged 144.
And Centre Court is one of the most famous stadiums in the world. It has a sliding roof, which means we can play in all types of weather.
We'd need 7,500 umbrellas to protect Centre Court from the rain if we didn't have a roof, but that might get a little leaky.
I live here with my relatives, all 54 million of them. We all stand at 8 millimetres tall, and we have haircuts regularly. Let me introduce you. There's Fred, Virginia, Bjorn, Martina, Boris, Steffi, Pete, Venus,
Blade.
Hello, Roger, Serena,
Blade.
Andy, Simona, Novak.
You said we only had 3 minutes, not 10 years.
OK, your turn, Bounce.
I trained my whole life to be a ball at Wimbledon, and I love exploring the grounds as fast as I can.
Come back, you're making me dizzy! Yes, now where was I? Oh, yes. Wimbledon is a tennis tournament played in London, England, every summer. For 2 weeks, the world's best tennis players travel here, arriving from places like America, India, and Argentina. Overall, players from 90 different countries have competed here, fulfilling a dream they have had since they were little: to play on the grass courts of Wimbledon. Oh, although my family and I are a bit scared of players that slide around the court.
My favourite player is Serena Williams because she can make me go really, really, really fast. 130 miles an hour, in fact. Faster than a cheetah.
And my favourite player is Roger Federer, because he loves playing on grass and always treads delicately. He's won the singles trophy here 8 times.
Winning Wimbledon means you're the best of the best. In the ladies and gentlemen singles draw, you have to beat 7 of the players from a draw of 128. You may even get to meet royalty.
Well, the royal family is invited to sit in the royal box on centre court during the tournament, along with heads of government, people from the world of tennis, British Armed Forces, supporters of British tennis, and...
Celebrity!
Oh, don't even think about it, Bounce! 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 Bounce!
The wait is finally over. We're live at Wimbledon and it's looking like a glorious day.
Come on, you're missing it!
We are at Wimbledon and the grass is looking as immaculate as ever.
Just 15 years of age. Our very first Wimbledon.
Oh, hey, where's the strawberries?
We're out.
You cannot be serious.
With championship points.
And it's welcome back to SW19 for yet more first-class tennis action. And every day we brought you a little weather update. The good news is the weather is dry. It's positively warm at the moment, I'd go as far as to say. And the crowd, the 100% capacity crowd on the show courts, are absolutely loving the action so far. The picnics are out. People queued up with smiles on their faces, expecting a full day of tennis. And thus far, it's delivered just that. So much so that we're back in our original positions on the benches, not on the side of court one, being almost blown off from that stadium. But we are, however, the good news is, joined by Laura Robson. Laura, how are you today?
I'm good. I'm dry. I'm enjoying that it's mildly warm. I wouldn't go as far to say it's hot, but it's pleasant.
You obviously bought the outfit, but specifically the trainers. Can you talk through today's trainer option?
I don't know. I'm just mixing it up. I like to keep you guessing. It's sort of all a variation of the same white trainer, basically, though, so they're not too different from the other days. But, yeah, just mixing it up.
It's a good ensemble choice, Rach.
Yes, but I am disappointed, Laura. You're not wearing an England top.
You know what? I put one on and then I thought I can't get away with it 2 times in a row, because last time I went in the members' enclosure with it on, and yeah, I did have a blazer on top, but I got a few looks that were kind of like maybe not appropriate. So yeah, I thought I'd leave it at home today, but I will be putting it on later.
Is it a strict dress code then in the members' enclosure?
What
do you have to wear if you're lucky enough to go in there?
So no denim, straight off. No trainers.
Oof.
Oh, how do you cope?
I have to bring a pair of heels in my bag every day, and then it's sort of after that there's a bit of a grey area where as long as you look quite smart, then it's okay. But yeah, I had actually one of my friends turned away the other day because she wore a sandal, which they didn't think was appropriate, but. I should have been more specific with my instructions, to be fair. So yeah, you've just got to be prepared for kind of smart. I think that it's jacket and tie for guys, though, and then they say the ladies equivalent, which I think can kind of vary a lot. Yeah.
Right, should we talk about what we've finally seen today?
The tennis.
Laura's outfit, that took 5 minutes of our show. But let's talk about the juniors in action, Laura, because some of them actually were meant to start playing on Monday and actually had to wait until Wednesday to get out on court. And we saw one of the juniors in action earlier, Jack Pennington-Jones, who's one of the top juniors in the country. I think he's ranked 8th or 9th. I'll have to have a quick check there, but top 20, top 10 in the world. In 2019, he made his debut here in the boys singles, and he didn't get past round 1. He's already got further than that by getting to round 2 today. But more generally, talking about the juniors, like, they must just relish the opportunity to come here and play. But how does it work? How do they get the opportunity to come here?
So it kind of works in the same way as the seniors, where you have to build up your ranking, and you generally have to be about top 50 in the juniors to qualify for the main draw of a junior Grand Slam. And then there's also certain wildcards. There's the ITF Development Fund, where they take a couple of players from countries that perhaps don't have as much funding as a country like Great Britain, and then kind of push them through with funding, with paying for their sort of expenses at junior tournaments, and generally just helping them out a bit. But I think there's quite a few wildcards on the British side this year, and it's given more people an opportunity to play. But it's sort of like a mini Grand Slam in a way, but it's sometimes quite different because you're not really part of it, and they kind of separate you, obviously even more this year because of COVID, where everyone's in their own different bubble, but you're almost close to the main players. But yeah, you see them practice, that's about as close as you can get. And then I remember when I played juniors and Federer was coming off the practice court, and one of the other girls shook his hand and then in front of him said, "I'm never washing it again."
Now you would never get away with that in COVID, would you?
I know, but you're just so happy to be there and happy to see your absolute favourite players practicing, playing matches. You might be able to sneak onto a couple of the show courts as well with your badge, and it is just really exciting.
Raz, before this, can I just say Jack Pennington-Joe's 8th in the world, not 9th. I wanted just to get that out there. So he's doing super well. But Raz, we're going to go to this match, which is happening on court 15, a wild card here. British guy in action, ranked 204th in the world, Oliver Tarvert. And we're obviously in a tie-break at the moment in the third set.
Laura, the fact they're getting to use Hawkeye like that, just what will be going through their minds at this point here? Tie-break, one of the biggest matches of their lives at Wimbledon as a teenager.
Yeah, and it's just that you have ball kids, you have line judges, you have all these things that you don't regularly get, and it does take a bit of getting used to, where you go to collect your balls and then you remember, oh, actually I've got someone to do that for me this week. And same with challenges. I think the first time I played with Hawkeye, I totally forgot that it was available, and I just went the whole match without even challenging because you forget. You don't know it's there. And so, yeah, I think it would take a couple of matches to get used to, but the juniors absolutely love being at Wimbledon and playing on such traditional, fantastic grass courts.
Well, Rachel and I were watching Isabel Lacey, who had a fantastic performance earlier on today. She was doing that with her parents watching. We bumped into her dad and had a good conversation with him. He's very proud of Isabel. But what is it like playing with your parents? Because one comment that Rachel made to me is that I'd be fine with the crowd, but not with my parents. So what is that actually like?
Yeah, because I feel like they know me, and so they kind of would see the game face on, and they'd just be too nervous. I don't know. Yeah, they live every kind of nerve with me.
It's weird because in tennis, I feel like you've got one specific tennis parent who is the one that always takes you to training, to matches, and especially with juniors, you need someone to travel with for the majority of the weeks that you're away. So my mum was always my tennis parent, but watching matches, my dad, because he wasn't used to it, would get so superstitious to the point where he would have a water bottle in his backpack, and then if he took a sip from it and I won the point, then he'd have to keep taking sips from it, and then he would put it back in his bag, zip the whole thing up. It was like a whole routine. And I was watching one of my matches back once, and they kept panning to him doing this whole thing, and I was kind of like, what are you doing? Because parents just lose their minds. Sometimes they get so nervous. They want you to do well, and they want you to play well. So yeah, I think you get more nervous watching them playing most of the time.
Well, the Ukrainian number 9 there, if you were anywhere in the southwest of London, you will have heard the roar that came out of Vyacheslav Bielinskaya. What that means to him, look at him there, absolutely overcome with emotion. That was a fantastic way to end that, going to a final set and doing so in a tie-break, dragging it out, getting challenges on Hawkeye. Commiserations to Oliver. What are your memories of your time as a junior, Laura, playing here?
I loved it. I mean, obviously I won it, so
Just throw that in there.
Yeah, no, I did like it in particular that year, but I played it a couple of times after as well, and it's just so exciting to be part of Wimbledon. And even though you only start in the second week, there is a warm-up tournament also on the grass last week, which is just down the road in Roehampton, where they play Wimbledon qualifying for the seniors. So kind of you get a couple of weeks where you feel really part of the tour, and you see all your favourite players, and you get to play on pretty much all the outside courts, but if you get to quarterfinals, semi-finals, they will put you on a show court as well. So it's like something to look forward to if you get the results that you want, and you know, it's just so much great experience.
We did notice something actually, Radzi, didn't we, when we were on the roof of Court 1 yesterday, that all the juniors actually warm up together, because down at Arangi we get to see, I guess, the players, they kind of put a time down and they can go on a specific court with their hitting partner. We noticed that all the junior players were warming up together. Is that normal? And I guess how intimidating potentially is that you're seeing all your opponents in such close proximity? And
Do you mean four on a court?
No, I think they were all kind of just, must have been almost like penned in at the fact that the weather was kind of kept being rainy, so they kind of were kept in to warm up or kind of keep
sort of their stretching
in a position,
area.
Weren't they, really?
There probably just isn't enough space with COVID in their usual area to have everyone inside at the moment.
Would they get their own practice court to warm up on with their team like the seniors do?
Yeah, they kind of... Obviously, the seniors take priority, but the back courts of Arangi are all open to the juniors in the second week. And, you know, if it's raining, obviously, time is limited, so they probably try and pack you in because everyone's got to warm up for matches. But, no, I think, you know, juniors are used to that anyway. You don't care if your opponent's practicing at the same time or if you even have to hit with them sometimes. And I remember juniors, because you'd get to the end of the tournament, unless you were travelling with a coach who could hit really well, most of the time you would have to warm up for the match against your opponent. So, yeah, people are used to it.
Totally.
Well, just while we're speaking, it has to be said, we're going to be pinging around a lot of the juniors matches. This is one of the boys' doubles, and it's not often you get to say that Borg is playing on Wimbledon this afternoon. It is indeed the son of the legend Bjorn Borg, Leo Borg, and what a fashion icon he's fast turning into. So we have Dominko and Zenov, and they're playing Leo Borg and Le Chao.
I mean, what's interesting about Leo is that he's only 18 years of age and actually only started playing 4 years ago when he was 14. He's currently ranked 2090th in the world as well. But I'm sure, Laura, he must kind of get great experience or great kind of knowledge from his dad on what it takes to be a champion. Does that help?
Oh, I don't know. I feel like it must be so much pressure to be Borg's son, and I've heard some really good stories about them both travelling to the smallest senior tournaments in Egypt, in Tunisia, where it's 15k total prize money, which when you break it all down is not a lot, and Borg's there with his son, and everyone starts asking for his autograph, and then he's kind of got to say, look, I'm just here to be a tennis parent this week, and everyone's just overwhelmed with seeing him at such a small event. And yeah, I think it must be quite hard because obviously everyone's got quite high expectations of what your family history is and how they think that you should be able to play.
Also, it's not as though Fred Perry, if your surname is Perry, we sort of go, yeah, it could be somebody else. If it's Borg and you're on a tennis court, there's a lot of expectation there.
Yeah, do we know if his dad is here this week?
I would love it.
That'd be quite exciting.
He'd be the only parent that isn't nervous. He never gets nervous. And in case you are wondering, receiving serve, that is Leo himself with his cap forward in the Andy Roddick style, forcing a really acute angle on the curvature of the peak.
Are you talking about his cap?
Absolutely. Sometimes you've got to be slightly erudite when it comes to headwear.
Laura, are the juniors, are they in a bubble themselves? Probably not with the seniors. Do you know the deal there?
Not with the seniors, but they are in a bubble, and they were last week as well, so they've kind of just carried it on. But yeah, they'll be going through the same regular testing procedures, same protocols as the seniors, just not staying in the same hotel as far as I know. But yeah, I think it's funny because Borg is the only junior where I've seen proper, you know, tennis journalists, famous tennis journalists, follow his results and post them on Twitter. And in Paris a couple of weeks ago, they were getting excited because he won a few matches. And it's kind of like, oh, leave him alone. Probably a lot to cope with. But yeah, it's funny how, you know, people follow your results just because of who your parents are.
Just a general point, Noel, when we say the word junior, it kind of slightly diminishes the level of performance we're talking about because they hit the ball so hard and so fast. The standard really is sky high.
It is, and you see, especially on the women's side, a lot of the top juniors are able to transfer right onto the senior tour because they hit the ball so well, and so many of the juniors are really great athletes now, and are tall and are fast and all those things, and so much work goes into, you know, gym, strength, fitness, all those things when you're so young now that, yeah, it's not quite as big of a transition as it used to be. A little bit more on the guys in terms of best of 5 especially, and, you know, just that someone like Djokovic is otherworldly. So, yeah, tough to compare that. But, you know, there's some fantastic players, just like you see on the lower tours of the seniors as well, where in the challenger events you think they hit the ball just as well as pretty much anyone in the main draw here.
Because we've seen an example, haven't we, in the boys to men kind of format there. Martine Fukovich, I think he won the boys in 2010, and then kind of between the ages of 18 and 19, dropped down to 600th in the world from actually being ranked #1 as a Hungarian junior in the world, because he said he needed to reevaluate and reassess because it wasn't quite working out for him. The transition for him was pretty tough, but now he's back in the quarterfinals playing Djokovic. I think the latest score was that he wasn't doing quite as well as he had hoped, but we'll get an update.
I got nervous because he was 5-love down in the first set, and I was just praying he got on the scoreboard.
I'm about to confirm. So 6-3 in the first set, and he's currently 4-3 in the second. So actually doing pretty well in the centre.
But to fair play, I mean, Djokovic, that's 16 sets on the trot he's won in this year's championship. The only set he lost was his very first one, and that was against Jack Draper. He's on an unbelievable run, so to do that, incredible.
Well, also, how good for Jack Draper that he's the only one who can say that. And he was just playing juniors here a couple of years ago, had an absolute marathon, I remember, in the semi-finals, and ended up losing in the junior final. But yeah, just a couple of years later, he's here taking a set off Djokovic. So it's not a huge amount of time that it takes to get to the top.
No, absolutely. Well, wheelchair tennis starts tomorrow, which we're very excited for. And actually, quad wheelchair tennis started back in 2019. And there's an entire collection around that in the museum, which Radji and I checked out a little bit earlier. But Jenny's actually catching up with some of the contenders for this year's title, and she's speaking to Dylan Alcott.
I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by 13-time Grand Slam singles champion Dylan Alcott. Dylan, back at Wimbledon, it's been a couple of years. First of all, let's start with what it's like to be back here.
It's unbelievable. There's something special about Wimbledon, and, you know, you might think all tennis players say that, but it is. The senses that you get, like the smell of the grass, the air quality, like the crowd, the energy, everyone's drinking Pims and eating strawberries, and you just don't, I don't know, it's just special. And I'm so pumped to be back here and have an opportunity to defend my title, especially, you know, the UK's done it tough, and it's on the other side now, and you can actually feel how special that is for everyone. And I feel pretty privileged that I've been invited in to be able to play, you know what I mean? So stoked to be here.
When did you last play on a grass court?
I had a hit on grass back in Australia over summer, but then I actually came in here pretty much straight from Roland Garros, and then did my 5-day quarantine testing and passed, obviously, here. So and then been training on grass. So I hit at Surbiton, I hit at Hurlingham, I hit at Active Virgin Chiswick.
Silent W.
I'm a local now. I hit at the Harbour Club. I've been everywhere. So it's great to be here, and I'm feeling really good.
Can you just talk me through some of the challenges? Obviously, you've been quite vocal about them, which has been inspirational as well, like in terms of the tennis tour during the pandemic. Can you talk me through some of the challenges that you faced?
Well, it's been hard. Obviously, when the pandemic first happened, wheelchair tennis got left out of a few tournaments, and I advocated for us to get back in, and credit to the US Open. They said, yep, we stuffed up, welcome back, which was great. And you know, even just, I'm from Australia, where we have 2-week hotel quarantine with a police officer outside your door. If you don't have an open window, it's full gnarly. So I can't go home at the moment, but I'm not complaining, because I'm still lucky to be able to go away. And Australia's in lockdown at the moment, like still, and my heart goes out to everybody back home. And I'm just grateful for the opportunity. And when I am grateful, I just play better. I've got a smile on my face. I'm just doing the best that I can do. And, you know, but I can't travel with my girlfriend, can't come with me. My family's not here. You know, it's different.
Is that a first?
Yeah, for sure. They normally, I mean, they're devastated because, you know, I forgot how much they love me and want to support me, you know what I mean? It's a special moment for all of us. And my partner Chantel's at home in lockdown, you know, it's tough. So I'm missing her, but going home next week. So one more tournament to go, and then we get reunited.
You still got a couple of Aussies here who can give you some support, that's for sure. You also talk about the fact that, yes, you are a multi-Grand Slam champion. You've got 3 gold Olympic medals under your belt as well, but it's also equally important about the perception and getting, what disabled people can do in sport. Talk to me about how important that has been for you to speak about it, and also has that progressed over your career maybe?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, my purpose in life, people think, is to win Grand Slams and gold medals, but it's not. It's actually to change perception, so people with disabilities, people like me, can live the lives they deserve to live. And I'm not just talking about playing sport, that's part of it, but going on a date, getting a job, travelling, banking, going to a restaurant, going to a festival, going to a bar and getting drunk. Things people take for granted that we often don't get the opportunity to do because people think we can't do it, even though we can. So it's about that, I'm trying to use my platform to change those perceptions so people with disability can live the lives they deserve to live. And if I even doing that in a very, 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 very small way, well, then I'm doing what I'm meant here, being put here to do. And, playing Wimbledon gives me that platform. We're doing that right now. Things like this is special to me. So that's why I love getting out of bed every day and getting to live the life that I get to live.
Absolutely. And finally, of course, how much are you looking forward to being back in your Wimbledon whites on the court?
I think I look sexy in white.
Is it your colour brings out your eyes, yeah?
Well, in Melbourne, I exclusively wear black, to be honest. So now...
But why? It's so hot in Australia.
Yeah, because black's cool in Melbourne. And now, this is my one opportunity to go full whites. I got custom white, Jordans on. I reckon I'm looking fresh. So I'm very happy to be here and get the old children to pull it on.
Well, Dylan, it's such a delight to have you back, and we can't wait to see you play out there and defend your title.
Really appreciate it, and everyone at Wimbledon for supporting me. Thank you so much. Hopefully, can make everybody proud.
Thank you.
I tell you what, he makes everybody proud. He inspires so many people. What a champion on and off the court, Laura. And not to mention, he's also a fan of trainers just like you.
He's just such a great guy and such a big star in Australia now. You fly into Melbourne Airport and there's so many huge adverts with him on it, and he's on TV all the time. So yeah, he's just a massive force of nature, and is such a great advocate for the sport, and is doing so well to bring more awareness to wheelchair tennis as well. He was one of the guys who said that it was unacceptable that US Open didn't have wheelchair tennis initially, when they thought it was just going to be the main draw singles last year, and he basically had them added on, and just keeps pushing for more awareness, more coverage, and it's such a great thing, and he's a fantastic player as well.
He's got the personality for it as well, which obviously
he's
really...
a top Aussie bloke,
really helps. I remember speaking to him, I think it was must have been 2019, and that was the year he won the whole slam as well in the doubles. He took every single Grand Slam title going there. Obviously, he's the reigning champion from 2019, the last time it was played at Wimbledon as well. Current French Open champion. He literally, I know he just said there it's not all about winning and the medals, but he has ticked everything off, like Jenny just said. And like Radzi just said, they're really kind of changing people's perceptions of the sport. And someone else, Laura, who's doing that, who we'll see in action, hopefully at some point in the competition, Jordan Wiley, coming back now as a mother as well.
Yeah, and I've seen her around the National Centre, and all the wheelchair players work so hard, and they've got to work so hard on their upper body strength as well. You always see them in the gym, and I don't think people realise how much hard work goes into them just being out there. So Jordan's come back from having a baby, and it's just it's tough enough on the main tour, and I think it's just phenomenal that she's out there. And I think, has she qualified for the Paralympics already? I'm pretty sure she has. So, yeah, that's another massive achievement for her.
One of the things I most look forward to about Dylan is actually hearing his post-match interviews.
I know, he makes the best speeches, doesn't he? And in particular, the one at Australian Open this year, which I know you're a big fan of as well.
Yeah, it was just the fact that he was shining a light on the fact that they were on the Rod Laver, they were on the main court, they were getting proper coverage, proper exposure. And the first thing he said is, it wasn't, yes, I've won, it's thank you to all the organisers, because it wouldn't happen without them. And it's got to start somewhere, and it started at a slam. And so, for me, my granddad lost a leg in the Second World War. He was a disabled man. There just wasn't that kind of... Even the word disabled never got used. And people like Dylan are just at the forefront and a real advocate and icon for all of disability sport. And, I mean, 13 singles Grand Slam titles. That's off the charts.
It really is, yeah, and I'm sure he'll be looking to add a Paralympic medal onto that as well.
Yeah, totally. Well, that action, of course, in the wheelchair gets started tomorrow, so hopefully you'll be excited to see how Danuka and the rest of the competitors get on as well.
Now then, Rachel.
I was going to say, Radzi, we've got something slightly left field to chat about now, haven't we?
Yes, we do.
Batak.
Indeed.
Laura, tell us that you're a fan.
I didn't know what this was until about 10 minutes ago. So, yeah, I think you said it's a reaction wall. And did I work on my Batak? And I was like, I'm not quite sure, maybe. But, yeah, it's very important to have good reactions, especially in doubles. And you see the doubles guys in particular have balls fired at them in practice where the coach just tries to rip their heads off. So, show us what you've done.
So just to set the scene a little bit here, so Batak, in case you haven't seen it, imagine a wall filled with about maybe 10 buttons, possibly 12, all spread out. And so when one lights up, you've got to try and hit it. The key is to see the light or the button that's lit up, not my forte. So Rachel and I have gone head to head, but we genuinely don't know who's done best. So when Rachel kicked off, I didn't get to see it, and vice versa. Hope that explains a little bit about the next 2 minutes. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that Rachel was atrocious, so it's time to play in Rachel's effort.
I'm down here in the Tennis Museum at Wimbledon, and they have a Batak machine, and that's because reactions in tennis are pretty important, so I'm going to have a go at this game, which is going to test my reaction speeds, basically, and I'm going to challenge Radzi as well, because we're very competitive. We're sports people by nature, so we're going to see if I or Radzi can do better at this competition. I believe, actually, Carthy had a go in 2019, and she said it was pretty tough. So we're both going to go on adult setting, which is 60 seconds on the clock. And the time will start as soon as I press number 1 down here, and then a lot of these numbers, these yellow numbers, will light up at different times, and I have to hit them as quickly as I can when they light up. And here will show my score, so that should go up quite quickly. And this is the timer here, and that, I think, will count up as well to 60 seconds. So I'm going to put the microphone on the floor, and I'm going to see how many I get in 60 seconds. Wish me luck.
Go!
Oh my God, very good. Oh my gosh, this is hard. Don't distract me! This is really hard. Oh! Where is it? Is it stopped? Oh, it's there! Oh my days. That is really difficult. 60. Rad's over there. I don't want him to hear me. I'm so out of breath. Let's see if he can beat that. That is so tough. Whew.
If only you could have seen Rachel's reaction throughout that 60 seconds. She was basically repeating what she was doing against the Batak wall. It's hard work.
Did you see what I got?
No, what did you get?
60 in 60 seconds.
Okay.
Radzi, are you worried? You know what obviously you got.
I know what I got.
Actually, looking back on that, if I was to do it again, I reckon I could possibly get...
Is this an excuse coming out?
You know, I'm like, Rachel is down there. Laura,
I was loving the wide stance and how aggressive you were slapping the buttons.
I'm quite short over here, 5'3", so I have to really kind of give myself longer limbs to try, you know, Radzi's a bit taller.
OK, what I would say, that is true, but we're talking about a 3-hour marathon run at her best here. Rachel is as fit as a butcher's dog. Me, on the other hand, as you'll discover, I have respiratory problems, which you'll discover as I explain now. Enjoy. OK, it's my turn now. All I know is what I don't know, and that's Rachel's score. Let's get the excuses out of the way straight away. These chinos, these are really tight. I've got asthma, and I've just had a hot chocolate, so anything else, a few injuries, oh, so many. I've got a back. Okay, producer Chris telling me to get on with it. So I'm gonna get on with it. Apparently I press the number 1 button, then it's off to the races. 60 seconds before I'm gonna be out of breath and swimming in lactic acid, and very likely disappointed with myself. Mum, I'm sorry. Right, mic down. You go straight away? Okay. No. Where is it? Look. Where is it? I'm not very good at this game. Wait. Please stand back and look. That's the game. This is the hard one. This diary. Play some lift music in the edit. If we can get clearance on it, that is. Oh no! Okay. So that's the score. I'm that tired, I forgot the function of a microphone. So that's the score. I don't care what the number is, but I do care about being Rachel because she's super competitive and she'll be genuinely devastated if that's a bigger score than hers. So if 63 is better than she got, she will be absolutely gutted. So get ready for her potential award-winning. If I've beaten her, she's gutted. Rachel, hopefully it's enough.
I mean, I can hardly hear what you were whispering then, but...
It was good stuff, Rachel.
I know that you beat me by 3, which is absolutely gutting. I'm going to go and do it again. We'll replay it tomorrow. I'd love to see how Laura gets on, actually. Do you think you'd be any better than Razzie?
Yes, you will.
I don't know, though, because it's just how fast you see it, isn't it? I'd like to think that I'd be better.
You will do better. Well, okay, so I'm just going to say this. So after I knew my score of 63, and I thought Rachel will be somewhere close to that, maybe a little bit better, a little bit worse. Then producer Chris had a go, whilst wearing Rachel's sunglasses, got a casual 76.
Hang on.
So it just made us all feel really bad about our lives.
I don't think he wore the sunglasses. They were just... There he is.
They're
look.
actually...
He's super pleased with himself.
Also, the proud owner of an athletics podcast. Give it a listen whenever you've got a bit of spare time. But he walked it with your sunglasses were around his neck, to be precise. And he went, I'll give it a go and see how hard it is. And he was like... I thought, brilliant.
You know what I thought in that, when you were doing that? I thought you were having another go and you were cheating, because I could hear someone else having a go. I was like, he's cheating. He's doing a
Is that when you came out?
He's doing a second take. So I went round, I was like, have you finished yet, guys? Thinking Randy was cheating. Anyway, now I know
Not
the full
competitive
story.
at all, both of you.
You see how much fun we have, Laura, when we're out.
Well, I'm about to sprint to the museum and give it a go myself.
You know, it's free as well this year, so you don't have to pay to get in. First
Lovely.
time for that.
It's actually a brilliant museum. There's so much in there. And somebody who even loves sports, anecdotes, stories, history, you must go there. And if you have a ticket, like Rachel said, it's free. Get down there, especially if the weather happens to turn, which currently it's looking gorgeous, so we don't need to worry about that at all.
Should we give a little update on the scores as well on centre court? Djokovic is leading 2 sets at the moment, 6-3, 6-4, and we're now into the 3rd set, with Djokovic is currently still leading. That's 1 set to love at the moment over Martine Fukovich, of course. But let's go in centre court because we can catch up with the Wimbledon Channel commentators. Nick Lester and Barry Cowan are there for us.
And every single year, at every single major, somebody has an issue with scheduling, don't they?
Yeah.
Somebody, somewhere, brings it up and it becomes a deal. Forehand from Futchovich, backhand slice back from Djokovic. Of course, the big one this year was Emma Raducanu going on 3rd on court 1 the other day, which was for television purposes. They wanted Raducanu in the when everyone's back from finish from work. Got a bit of stick for that. Love 30 here. Djokovic serves down the middle into the net.
Djokovic, who so far yet to get broken for a while.
Backhand return, backhand up the line, forehand from
wow
to the net from Djokovic, and here we are at love 40.
Yeah, this is a surprise. Lost his focus. He was 5 up in the first set, lost his serve at 5-1, and it's sort of a familiar feel to this game as to that game at 5-1.
Serves out wide, and the return into the net from Futchovich. Coming into
Still 50-50, Nick, sorry. 50-50 still at love 40?
Yeah,
he holds?
I think so.
That feels about right.
Yeah, he's actually #1 in return games won this week, isn't he, Futchovich? Coming into the quarterfinals, 36% of return games won. But there's a backhand into the net, and his challenge to win this return game is getting a little harder.
It's probably now 70-30 in his favour.
30-40, still break point. Djokovic in a commanding position as he hits the backhand up the line. Forehand from Futchovich here. Djokovic with a backhand to the forehand of Futchovich down the centre. Backhand slice back from him. Backhand slice from Futchovich. Slice back from Djokovic, who now goes backhand cross to the backhand slice of Futchovich down the middle. Good depth, good width on the forehand from Djokovic, who's got control here. He goes with a drop shot. Futchovich will get there, but nets his forehand.
It's those patterns of play. Again, using the drop shot and it working for Djokovic. Sometimes it's a sequence of shots that allows him to get into that area of the court to be able to make it uncomfortable for Futchovich.
Deuce. Serve comes out wide from the Serbian. Into the net. Second serve to the forehand is long. That's a late call. Is it going to be a correct one, though?
Yeah, just the way he hit his backhand, Djokovic, that was the one of frustration that he knew the serve was out. Oh, it's not.
So it'll be a first serve, this time for the Serb. Gets two goes at it. Back to Deuce. Serve comes out wide. Forehand back down the centre. Djokovic in the open stance, backhand cross court. Now he hits a forehand long. Does the Serb. Pulled out of that one a little too early.
Just a little scrappy in this game, Djokovic.
He's made a little bit of a mess of this game. He hasn't quite been as clinical in terms of trying to back up this hold. Serves to the forehand side. Short reply. Backhand up the line. Forehand from Futchovich is missed as he looked to come in, and the Hungarian's frustrated.
Well, Djokovic was not going to be beaten down the line there. And he said to Futchovich, well, you're going to have to beat me cross-court. So even if he had made the pass, Djokovic would have had, I think, a fairly easy volley for his standard.
Serves out wide, good width. That was perfectly played. Lovely angle to the serve. Moved away from Futchovich.
And this is a huge blow if Futchovich doesn't break here. I'd love 40, 4 break points in all. If Djokovic holds, there's the possibility this just might run away for him very quickly.
Serves to the forehand of Futchovich. Good return back down the centre, and Djokovic has gone with the slice, but hasn't quite hit it as aggressively as he needed to, and it's not cleared the first hurdle. Watched on by his coach, Goran Ivanisovich, who was a champion here 20 years ago. that famous People's Monday. And Goran beat Pat Rafter. What an occasion that was.
That's one of the stories of all stories. He had no form coming into Wimbledon that year.
There's a challenge, not for the first time in this game, and Djokovic's serve is going to be confirmed long by Hawkeye. Djokovic down to 2 challenges. Back to deuce here in this lengthy second game of this third set. The wind again forcing Djokovic just to hold up. Big serve out to the forehand. Good depth on the return from Futchovich. Backhand cross to the slice backhand of Djokovic. Backhand cross from Futchovich. Slice back from Djokovic cross court. Backhand again. We're just going cross court backhands, trading. Both players looking for an opening here as the slice comes back down the line from Djokovic now. Forehand of his own, a little short. Futchovich with a forehand cross court. Forehand from the Hungarian is netted to put a seal on the point.
He just knows those really big points to just dig deep. Djokovic, he gets in that locked-in mode. A game that's now into its 8th minute.
Yeah, 15-shot rally. Djokovic still just edging the longer exchanges as the good serve down the centre. Good stretch from Futchovich. Picks it up, and there's a forehand from Djokovic. He's inside the baseline. He's trying to get his man on the move. Backhand from Futchovich. Djokovic with another forehand. Futchovich ups the ante on his forehand cross court. Backhand cross from Futchovich. Here's the Djokovic forehand up the line, and it's a good strike from Futchovich. Picked up from Djokovic into the space. Now the one cross court. Backhand cross from Futchovich as he hits a backhand slice this time. Djokovic with the slice of his own up the line. Forehand from Futchovich is wide. A roar from the world #1, who has escaped in that game and has built on his lead here in the third set.
Thank you to Nick and Barry. Really interesting watching the process of the commentary. I'll tell you what, it's quite voyeuristic, Rach, watching the Gogglebox effect of commentary.
Well, possibly for the first 10 seconds. I didn't quite know we'd gone to them live, but they've got obviously the best seats in the house there, sitting on centre court, right in the gods. I've been there. It's such a great vantage point to call those quarter-final matchups between Djokovic and Fukovich right now on centre court. But we'll come back up to the hill, overlooking court 18, and we thought we're going to have a little bit of a social media update of what's going on, what the tennis stars have been tweeting out. And Emma Raducanu, she actually gave her phone to her osteopath for the last week so she wasn't distracted. Clearly, she's got it back now, though, because she's been responding to so many people who messaged her throughout her magnificent run in the championships. And this, Radzi, is just one of the people that messaged her. Dina Asher-Smith. They went to school together, didn't they?
Unbelievable. The same school they attended, which is truly incredible. To say they may have a future Olympic champion and Wimbledon champion in their midst is off the charts. And what this tweet essentially says, or Instagram post rather, is that there's total unity amongst the two, and talking about don't apologise. I'm glad that you did what was best for you, and it's really wonderful to see different sports coming together and showing support for each other.
Yeah, totally. I think that's great that Dina Asher-Smith got in touch as well. She went to the same school, but moving on, someone else who I think is great and is doing great things in the community. He's obviously been helping to feed school children during the pandemic, and now he's tweeting to Emma Raducanu as well, saying actually a similar incident happened to me when I was 16 playing for England against Wales, and you know, it doesn't matter, the country is proud of you, Radzi.
And the interesting thing is he says in under 16s.
Yeah, so very young.
Of a similar age, but we didn't get to see that because that wasn't necessarily televised. But at the time, obviously, that was something that that we saw when it did come to Emma Raducanu.
Yeah, Marcus Rashford, MBE, of course, tweeting that one out, which, yeah, absolutely great. And they're obviously playing as well this evening. So the fact that he can have time to tweet, to watch Wimbledon during the Euros is phenomenal in itself. So let's move on as well, because there's so many different pictures, stories doing the rounds on social media this fortnight. This, Radzi, was pretty interesting. So I'm not sure if you can see who's in the picture. Aliyah Tomjanovic here. In the middle, Felix Auger-Aliassime, and then we have Matteo Berrettini.
So, Rach, she's currently being the spare wheel at that
Why
point.
are they all linked, Radzi? Tell us, do you know?
So this is going to surprise you. So 1, 2 and 3, they all play tennis.
They do,
Yep.
but also Aliassime's cousin is dating Felix, and they all live in Monte Carlo, which is where they have tagged this picture. So they're playing together.
We're talking about 3 world-class athletes, and you think Nina, Felix's girlfriend, might be the odd one out, but that isn't the case.
No, she's an equestrian rider as well, Croatian equestrian rider, because Alia's background, she's obviously from Croatia as well, transferred only about 3 years ago to play for Australia, and obviously on court 1 later, those two will go head-to-head for a place in the semi-finals. That's tricky, Radzi, when you're friends and you're kind of family as well, I'm going to say.
Right.
And then you've got to go and be
Girlfriends,
rivals.
divided loyalties. And then,
Rivals.
are you allowed to audibly cheer? Is that allowed when the opponent misses, when it's your family's partner? It's tough politics.
Well, one of them's going through, so they're still allowed to come back, I'm going to say, and watch someone succeed, hopefully. Fingers crossed for them.
And the final thing to add is there was an interview that Jenny did between Matteo and Tomljanovic talking about the stress they both experience when the other one is playing. So take a look into the crowds to see this lady here getting a little bit nervous when these two go head-to-head.
Absolutely. Right, what is next? Novak Djokovic being Spider-Man. So I think his fans got a little bit creative after they saw him doing some acrobatics on centre court earlier on in the week. Some of his fans then decided to create some little memes about Djokovic being very acrobatic on different locations. You can see, what, the Shard? No. Oh, it's London down there.
That's Big Ben, and we've got the Gherkin building as well.
Is that a bus? No,
two
trucks.
Now, you see, this is niche stuff. If it's what I think it is,
Go on,
now this is a Jean-Claude Van Damme commercial where he starts with his feet together, and then these two stunt drivers progressively move the lorries further and further apart until he's performing a perfect split. The bottle of that man in his mid-50s to be at 180 degrees, he must have adductors forged in Mordor to do that, and so they've been inspired by that stuff, and that's me providing some golden nuggets of television for you here, Rachel.
I love that Djokovic really gets involved as well, retweeting, going, I love these, keep them coming. OK, next one. History was made on this day. I'm sure lots of tennis fans, British tennis fans, will remember this, of course. 2013, Andy Murray winning his first Wimbledon title. They're 77 years that ended Britain's wait for a men's champion there. Very exciting.
You know you're old when you start saying, how can that be 8 years ago already? 8 years ago. It feels like a couple of years tops.
Andy Murray looks very young in that picture as well. The LTA tweeted that one. This one, he's no longer here at the championship. Nick Kyrgios, he said he was off to the Bahamas. Well, I'm very thankful to say he's made it in one piece, safe and sound. It looks like he's having...
Safe and sand.
I love that. Safe and sound. Looks like he's having a nice time. Actually, the picture he tweeted out before that was of him doing his rehab. So, guys, tennis fans, I am going to say he is working hard, but also having a little bit of a rest. I think he needs that as well.
And we could do some of the Bahamas weather to come over here. That would be lovely. It hasn't been great thus far, but, yeah, lucky for Nick being out there and doing what he needs to do to get back on the courts.
And my final picture... Oh!
It's the legend that is Mrs. Stringer.
That's my mum. She's here today on centre court, and she's very excited. She came for the first time a couple of years ago, managed to get her tickets to see the ladies' quarter-finals. This time they're getting to see the men's quarter-finals. My mum and dad are on centre court, currently watching Djokovic. They're very excited. They're sending pictures all around the WhatsApp groups. It's super embarrassing. Anyway, I'm going to go
Djokovic,
back. Go back
Murray,
there.
Nick, your mum. She's the real champion here. But has she sat on Henman Hill yet?
Yes, she did, with some scones earlier on.
Nice. Is it scone or is it scone? It's the big question. But in terms of Henman Hill, not many people every year get to say that they sit on Henman Hill, Rach, but there is an alternative way of doing just that.
Yes, so this year they've got the virtual hill experience. Basically, it gives, like Radzi said, a chance for those of you who aren't lucky enough to get tickets to try and experience the virtual hill or experience Henman Hill. So all you have to do is go onto the Wimbledon app or on Wimbledon Online and check it out. So Danny Jameson did just that for us. So check this out.
Well, it's a very different Wimbledon this year, isn't it? And if you haven't been able to get a ticket to come down yourself to SW19, it's probably one thing that you miss more than any other, and that's the experience of being on the hill. But luckily this year for Wimbledon 2021, we have a brand new experience to take the hill to you at home. We're going to take a look at it right now. All you got to do, head to hill.wimbledon.com, put in your email address, and then you get to this screen here. We have a little play around. You'll notice you get to grab your spot on the virtual hill. You know it's exactly the same as the actual hill next to the #1 court here at Wimbledon, even down to, look, the little water feature at the back of the terrace as well. So let's grab this nice central blanket right here. And then look at this, now we get to make an avatar. This one maybe doesn't look exactly like me. Let's have a play around. You can change the hair colour, dark brown. Wonder which one looks a bit like me. What about that? Big not sure about the cheers there, not sure about the cornrows. Headband, I like the headband. Let's have the headband. You can change your t-shirt as well. All sorts of different customization. Oh, I like the hat. I like the strawberries and cream. That's very me. How about that? So once you're happy, there we go, some tennis whites as well with a headband and some lovely strawberries and cream. Click finished, and then look at this. Lovely round of applause, of course, from the other people on the hill. And you can literally take your seat as if you were here at SW19. It's brilliant, right? So let's take a little quick video tour then, shall we, of exactly what's on the hill. You can drag yourself around, you can see on the screen here. You can tilt your device as well. If you're on your phone maybe, you can go landscape or portrait. You can swivel around, look at the lovely sky and the trees, and really get a feel of exactly what it is like, even if you've never been down here. It is fantastic. You can even, look at this, tap on your avatar, you can send emojis, messages, and also, look at that one, see on the big screen right in front of you. Usually when you're down here, you can watch whatever matches on centre or #1 or around the grounds, but here you can have a few games on there as well. Look at that. Already, you can unlock things. I've got a lovely 80s style outfit. I think I'll strap that on right away. If you click on the trophy room, look at this, you can win things just for logging in, really. I've already got that nice retro outfit. I might put that on a little bit later on. But look at this, everybody else around the world that's gone onto the virtual hill is here. You can throw out your little messages to the rest of the people. Let's give Matteo Berrettini a bit of a shout out from me here, and as well, you look on the screen who are you supporting in this match. You can tap your avatar, you can select which ones you fancy is going to win today. Even send out some lovely emojis. Look at this, nice strawberry, goes over the strawberries and cream that we've got on the right hand side there. You can join in wherever you are in the world and be with lots of tennis fans from all corners of the continent, as if you were right here with us at SW19.
Welcome to Wimbledon Lessons, brought to you by Sipsmith Gin. Now, this place has witnessed a fair share of drama over the years, none more so than in 2012, when a young Rufus the Hawk, the official pigeon scarer, was hawk-napped. The theft caused global outcry and many sleepless nights for those who knew him. I myself slept like a baby, but I didn't know him that well, just through friends, really. The story does, however, have a happy ending. Rufus was found 3 days later on Wimbledon Common, healthy, fit, with a slightly sore leg. So let's raise a glass of perfectly poured gin and tonic to Rufus. Quite right.
Wimbledon's most juicy moments. Wave goodbye to those points. What a juicy trick! More like trickster. Should have offered her a Robinson's. Definitely.
It's incredible because you get to experience it in a completely unique view. It's the best seat in the house. You get such an incredible view of the match.
It was back in 2018. We were on centre court. The doubles game was going on.
They gave me the racket first. I don't know what to do with it because I've never played tennis before. You can see in the clip, like, I'm looking around like, should I be standing here? And then the world's most competitive ball boy scored the point to end the match.
But I still feel bad for Morgan a bit about how short I cut the time on court. So it was pretty special to then hear the whole crowd.
Yeah, the whole crowd
get up and go crazy.
Yeah. So you hear a lot of cheers as a ball kid, but that none of them are ever really for you unless you like catch a ball. The reaction it got online was immense. How many views did it have?
6 million.
6 million views on social media.
Best seats in the house, pretty much. Yeah, best seats in the house.
Wimbledon is a traditional championships, but there's so much technology hidden behind the scenes. There are around 120 broadcast cameras around Wimbledon's grounds, broadcasting to a global audience of around 1 billion. The movement of the players and the ball is tracked around the court by 10 different cameras, tracking 50 frames a second. There's the sensors in the roof that track the humidity, the sensor on the net cord, the LED displays showing the score and the speed of serve. There's the data entry system capturing stats from all the matches. There are 110 miles of television cable running around the grounds. But we hide as much of the technology as we can. It's about being able to stay true to our original ideal, tennis in an English garden.
It's Wimbledon, my favourite 2 weeks of the year.
Maybe for you, but there's people everywhere. Careful around the grass. Excuse me. Hello, please don't run. Don't run.
It's okay, Blade. We've trained for this.
Wimbledon is the only Grand Slam tennis event played on grass courts. So my family and I get taken care of all year round by a team of ground staff to make sure we're the perfect size, shape and condition when the players arrive.
It's not all about the grass, though. Let's explore the grounds and check out some more of Wimbledon's unique traditions. Keep up! Where else to start than here? The gates to the grounds on one side and the home of the famous queue. Every day, we welcome 42,000 people into Wimbledon, and some of those have queued for hours to get in on the day. People even camp overnight with their families and friends to get the best tickets. The queue has become a part of the championship's history. It's been going since 1920. That's about as long as we've been waiting for Blade to catch up.
What did I miss?
Not much yet. Off we go! Whee! Ever noticed how everyone at Wimbledon wears white? That's not a coincidence, it's a rule. Right, Blade?
I, for one, love rules.
It gets very hot and sticky out here on centre court, so a long, long time ago, white clothing was introduced to hide players' sweat.
Not off-white, not cream, white. It's just another thing that makes Wimbledon so unique. And around here, we enforce the rules pretty strictly, you know.
Even I used to wear white. I only started wearing yellow in the 1980s, so people could see me better on TV. Here on centre court, our players are presented with the trophies. They're as old as the tournament itself, so they're an important part of Wimbledon's history.
The trophies have been around since the 1880s. The gentleman's singles trophy is made of gold, and the ladies' is silver. Both the trophies are engraved with the names of lots and lots of champions down the years, and the men's trophy even has a pineapple on the top.
Where should we go next?
I know. Let's check out The Hill. One of my favourite spots at Wimbledon. Thousands of people pack out this spot to watch the big matches if they don't have tickets for centre or number one court. It has lots of different names, but me and my family call it our living room. We get to stay here all year round.
It can get pretty crazy out here. Some of the best matches in history have been watched here. Next stop. It's a long day at Wimbledon, so it's important to enjoy the local cuisine, and ours is particularly delicious. Strawberries and cream are my favourite. People have been enjoying them around these parts since before they even started playing tennis. The fruit is hand-picked each morning, and a typical tournament can see us go through nearly 200,000 portions. That's a lot of strawberry. You hungry, Blade?
Well, I only eat soil.
We don't serve that.
I'll just get a glass of water for now, please, if that's okay.
I hope you've enjoyed our tour around the grounds. As you can see, we love Wimbledon's traditions. Hopefully we can see you here in person someday soon. Say goodbye, Blade.
Goodbye, Blade. Goodbye.
The wait is finally over. We're live at Wimbledon and it's looking like a glorious day.
Come on, you're missing it!
Here we are at Wimbledon, and the grass is looking as immaculate as ever.
Just 15 years of age. Her very first Wimbledon.
Oh, hey, where are the strawberries?
We're out.
You cannot be serious.
With championship point.
You are watching the Wimbledon Channel. Let's pop down to court 2, see some doubles action. This is a men's doubles quarter-final between Robert Farah and Juan Sebastian Cabal there, the defending champions from Colombia, against Rajiv Ram and Joe Salisbury, the British-American partnership, the number 6 seeds. And a bit of an upset on the cards. There are 2 sets to love up, and here they are at the start of the tie-break in the 3rd set.
1-0, Ram Salisbury. Right.
Come on, Joe.
That was a very good second serve. Only 87 miles an hour, but the kick on that serve and how far wide. Look at this kick. Look how far he has to. He's at full stretch outside the tram lines and he can't direct it cross court from that position. Excellent second serve. Tremendous. The first shot was difficult enough and the second was even better.
0.
I mean, this is quick hands. This one is a very difficult shot to get down that line, and look at the way he keeps his balance low, just shortens the swing up and just smothers the ball over. Beautiful. Now all they're thinking here, the Britain American, 1 out of these next 2 service points and we'll be happy. 2, they'd be ecstatic.
So Juan Sebastian Cabal.
Oh, not the time for that.
Ram Salisbury.
No, they've got the 1 out of the 2, so they're happy. Salisbury's got the chance to make them ecstatic.
Yes, they already have a double mini break of serve.
Yeah.
Let first service.
Well, it was a very fortunate return of serve there from Salisbury. That was a mishit, and it ended up to be a pretty good shot. But again, still the forehand. I mean, right now, the team in the picture are in the zone. That's an area where you just feel like you can't miss the ball. Certainly in this tiebreaker, they've been magnificent. Job's not done yet, but in very good shape right now. Somehow got that point too. Tremendous play by the Colombians. How they got that point, I'll never know.
5-1. Ram Salisbury.
Well, that's one of the 3 mini breaks retrieved.
Yeah, that was that point. If they'd lost that one, it was all over, basically.
Juan Sebastian Cabal and Robert Farah desperately trying to hang on to the title that they won here 2 years ago, the defending champions. Being pushed right to the edge here by the former Australian Open champions Rajiv Ram and Joe Salisbury.
In the court on the right baseline.
Thought that was going to drop
The
in
ball
there.
was pulled out.
And they looked pretty confident it was out.
Yeah. 6-1. Ram Salisbury. Cabal Farah, 3 challenges remaining.
With Robert Farah about to serve. 5 match points for a place in the semi-finals.
(6-2). Ram Salisbury. Ram Salisbury. 3-0.
Excellent win there for Rajiv Ram and Joe Salisbury, the 6th seeds, knocking out Juan Sebastian Cabal and Robert Farah 6-3, 6-4, and in that tiebreak they are through to the semi-finals. And that match was on court 2. The view you are seeing now is just coming across the All England Club. Hopefully it will come and find us in a moment. We are at the top of court 18, almost on the roof of the All England Club.
These are amazing, these shots, aren't they? We were on, remember yesterday when we were stood in the rain there on court number 1.
And
you might be able to see us on the wire cam now. There we are, waving in the distance. Hello there. Lovely to see you. It really is brilliant to see all of the different camera angles that we can get here at the Championships.
I like the fact that after the Zoom world, we all wave at everything, don't we? Hello, Mark.
Mark Woodford's here with us. Joined us once again here at the Wimbledon Channel. Mark, we've been entertained so far by what we're seeing in the men's quarter-finals. I suppose we'll start with Novak Djokovic. He's looking in absolutely imperious, unstoppable form on centre court, isn't he?
He certainly is. He's taken control of that, and now with a healthy 2-0 lead, and trying to pick up that service break as well and finish off in straight sets. But he is, it's his tournament to lose. I feel very comfortable in saying that, and I think he's moving along very comfortably as well.
Has he struggled at all in this match, Martine Fukovich, one of the younger players that potentially has power and a big serve, but somebody like Djokovic obviously knows how to play these guys, but have there been any signs of any weakness at all in Djokovic's match?
I haven't really noticed too many weaknesses. I mean, we're talking about the best player in the world who seems to be in such superior form right now. There's that belief in his game. He's been able to adapt from the clay over to the grass, seemingly with ease. I think the draw has been a little kind to him. And, you know, all those ingredients are setting up nicely for him to continue on and potentially win this title come the weekend.
Mark, before Roland Garros this year, we saw Rafa Nadal being so dominant on the clay in Paris. Are we seeing a similar sort of dominance, do you think, from Djokovic here at Wimbledon?
Well, yeah, at the moment, yes. You know, it's rare for players to actually enter a Grand Slam without having played a lead-up tournament. We're obviously aware that Djokovic ended up competing in doubles in Mallorca, and that was valuable match practice. Not only did it provide him an opportunity to spend time with his family before coming into the bubble atmosphere that he's had to live through here at Wimbledon, but it gave him that cherished experience on grass. And, you know, I think that he's aware of how the grass plays these days. His game can adapt to, obviously, all of the surfaces that the slams are playing on, and reminds me of a few different occasions where he has just gone on these threads of victories, tournament, match after match, tournament after tournament. And I think that quest to actually end up heading into the US Open with Grand Slam number 20 is still on the cards.
Yeah, Marco, I wasn't really expecting you to say that there were any weaknesses in Djokovic's game at the moment, but what you mentioned there about that consistency and the momentum, even with the top players, a world number one with 19 Grand Slam titles already, there isn't, that does help, doesn't it? Just that confidence of constantly winning all the time, which is something that he is doing at the moment.
Well, when you enter that arena on centre court, he's played there numerous times, having been victorious, half a dozen times so far at Wimbledon. And it's something very new for Martine Fukovich to walk out there. He's a player that I certainly rate, and I think in time, hopefully Martine will recognise that he actually does have quite a lethal game. But it's about experience and reps, I believe, especially walking on to that grand stage centre court at Wimbledon. So it might have just taken a little bit of edge off of Martine Fukovich. He does have a game that I think could bother Djokovic, but on this particular occasion, quarterfinals, it's a wonderful result for Fukovich to have survived the 5-set match before, but he probably today just hasn't been able to find that little extra edge that is needed when you're taking on the best player in the world.
Mark, just sort of comparing the eras when you were back playing on the tour, if you were to sort of take a snapshot of the perfect grass court player, and Pete Sampras, I suppose, would have jumped to mind, someone with a big serve and volley. They come to the net on first and second serve pretty much all the time. We clearly don't see that these days, the way that the grass and the balls have slowed down. So is Djokovic's game at the moment, I suppose, the textbook grass court tennis for this era?
Well, don't forget, there's Roger Federer that's still alive in the tournament. And I think we could possibly put Roger Federer as arguably the greatest grass court player. I think without a doubt, we've got Rafa being the greatest clay courter, and Novak is the greatest hard court player. And that's what is so odd, that they're all in this same generation. I think for Novak, though, he certainly has you know, the idea of how grass used to play and how grass is today. And I think he's been able to adapt similar to how Roger Federer has done with his amazing record here on the grass. I still think there is value of serve and volleying. I think the value of a backhand slice. And for me, it stood brightly on the eve of the tournament. I happened to go past Djokovic practicing with Matteo Berrettini out on court 8, and they were actually playing a healthy set of tennis against each other. And I don't think I've seen both players hit as many backhand slices, but they were just trying to test to see what that result, how that backhand slice would play on the grass, even though it was on one of the back match courts. But certainly they were trying out, experimenting the backhand slice. They did throw in a serve and volley, but it was all about practicing. And I think for Novak, they're the attributes, they're the tools that he has in his game, that if he needs to start serve and volleying for a game or two, then he has that at his disposal.
He's so adaptable, isn't he, Djokovic? But how much has his game changed over the years? He's 34 years old now. There have been a few tweaks, haven't there, compared to obviously 10 years ago, although he's still absolutely the top of his game. But what do you think has changed? What has he worked on over the last few years specifically?
Well, I think there's been some incarnations with his serve. The serve is certainly one of the weapons in men's tennis. And if you are able to polish that part of your game up, then you do have an advantage on a lot of the surfaces. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to serve and volley, but it's loaded with a bit of power. I think he's tested or he's experimented with his technique several times over. I also think, if you think off court, the way that he has perhaps prepared himself as an overall athlete, his diet has changed. And I think it's all in a way to allow him to be at his best, to be able to peak 4 times a year, focused around the Grand Slams.
Well, it's certainly working. Mark, stay there. We'll head inside centre court because it's been plain sailing for Novak Djokovic, the #1 seed, the defending champion so far. 6-3, 6-4. He got the first 2 sets, and here he is serving for the match at 5-4 in the third.
Mr. Djokovic and the call.
And that backhand seems to be long.
He's called out.
Oh. Good challenge.
$15 love. $30 love.
Well, Futchovich by no means throwing in the towel.
30-15.
And so, after 2¼ hours,
40-15. game. Set the match.
Well, he may be the least appreciated great tennis player in history, but he's just taken one more step towards potentially being the greatest, pure and simple. Another semi-final, just the 41 in Grand Slam history. Extraordinary, unique Novak Djokovic.
And we've seen his victorious celebrations after matches. Thanks to man above and everybody else in the stadium.
Ten games to his opponent, but 3 sets to Djokovic. And from the word go, really, he had 5-love at the start, and it looked like the whole thing could be done and dusted in an hour and 10 minutes, but maybe he took the foot off the pedal just a bit and allowed Futchovich back in. But it's going to be a day that he will never forget in his tennis career, and if it is to be his only quarter-final appearance in any Grand Slam, there will be moments that he will savour, that spectacular drop shot and a wonderful cross-court winner at the end of a very long rally. And he will always have that towel to remind him of the day that he played Novak Djokovic on centre court. I bet you he will, actually. I bet you he keeps that towel.
He will, and he should, and it's just a memory that's very unique.
Well, the 5 times champion, what does he think about that?
Novak, congratulations. After the first 5 games, things looked like they were going very straightforward for you, but then you had to work a lot harder. How would you describe this victory today?
You guys are putting pressure on my answers here. I think it was a solid performance. I started off extremely well. Didn't make too many things wrong in my game in the first, 6 games of the match. Managed to close it out in 5-3. I guess one break of serve in the second and third set was enough to clinch the victory today. Credit to Martin for fighting, for hanging in there, and he had a great tournament, so well done to him.
Every time you play, the statistics go through the roof. I'm going to try and remember some of them for today. 315 Grand Slam singles wins, 41st Grand Slam semi-final you're through, 10th here at Wimbledon. What do those figures mean to you?
Do you want to travel with me as my statistic man? Or maybe a psychologist, because you are complimenting my career right now. You're
it's a great
influencing my confidence. Thank you very much for that. I'm aware of certain stats, and obviously I love this sport with all my heart and body and soul. I've been devoted to this sport since I was 4, and sometimes things do look surreal for me, but I try to live in the moment, don't take anything for granted, be grateful for every opportunity that I have on the court, and obviously going for history is a huge inspiration to me, and let's keep it going.
You're always ever so professional. I just want to know, and I maybe should whisper this, but your potential opponent for your semi-final, currently involved in a 5th set at the moment. But thoughts on what you would have to do, whether it's Chapalof or Khachanov?
I have to win. Regardless. I think when I won my last match, I said, I think my Futchovich and Rublev went into a 5th, and I was calling for the rain. So, but court 1 has roof this year, so it's they're going to finish anyway today. Look, they're both great quality players. Shapovalov made some big wins this tournament. He's looking great. Khachanov is looking great. we are all looking great. That's why we're in Final Four. Only looking.
And the final thing, Novak, first time in 2 years we've got a near full capacity crowd anywhere here on centre court.
That's wonderful, yeah. This is, yeah, I think the first time that we had a full stadium since the season restarted, actually, for almost a year. So I'm grateful to see you guys, and thank you for coming out today. Thank you very much.
Novak, many congratulations. Well done today. Good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, they're really great, these on-court interviews, new for the championships this year. We're used to seeing the players on centre and court number one doing those interviews afterwards inside that little box room, but it means that when they're out on the court with the reaction from the crowd, the cheers and the laughs, they are just so much more relaxed and seem to be enjoying themselves, and it's similar to some of the other Grand Slams. So comfortable work for Novak Djokovic on centre court, straight sets win over Martine Fukovich. He is through to the semi-finals. Now tomorrow we've got to look forward to watching this every year at the championships. The wheelchair doubles commences tomorrow, and Jenny has been speaking to some of the contenders.
Well, here joining me now on the media balcony, the defending singles and doubles champion, Nick van Kuyt. And Nick, can we just rewind? I want to take a little trip down memory lane as to how special 2 years ago was for you here.
That was indeed very phenomenal. I still have such fond memories of it. We were having lunch this afternoon and we were looking over court number 3 where I played the final against Dida, and I got goosebumps instantly. It was, yeah.
But that match in particular, though, she was the favourite on paper, and you played for well over 2 hours. It was such a battle. Can you talk me through the moment that you actually won the title?
I couldn't quite believe it, but then the words came out, game, set, match, and I was like, okay, maybe it is in my favour, it is for me. But I felt really good actually throughout the whole match, and I was already quite pleased that I was playing a third set against Dida. But then, yet again, I also felt I'm so close. I really want it, and I really need to keep playing well.
And then you played doubles with her and won the doubles title too. How was that?
It was such great fun. Just in general, playing with Dida is always a pleasure. I always really enjoy playing with her. And that Sunday, I think everything clicked together as well. It was a really nice match.
Definitely very fond memories. Well, now that we've rewound to 2 years ago, let's come back to the present, to 2021 Wimbledon Championships. How happy are you to be back and for Wimbledon to be going ahead this year?
It's quite special because last year, you know what, the first 2 weeks of the whole COVID drama, I was like, oh, I finally get a little holiday for 2 weeks maybe, and then this got cancelled, that got cancelled, Roland Garros got postponed, Wimbledon got cancelled, the games, and I was like, this is never ending, this is my world crashing down, what's happening? So for everything to slowly starting again this year, it means the world to me, and especially to be here again as well. Obviously, everyone asked me, oh, you're the favorite, you are the defender of the title. I'm like, you know what, I'm just happy to be here. I think that's pretty good as well.
So what did you actually do during lockdown then?
In the beginning, not too much.
Like us all.
Online shopping, like everyone, I think. But then I did a lot of mental training as well. I got myself a very nasty injury, unfortunately.
Are you recovered now?
Yeah, pretty much. I got back up and I'm starting to appreciate the whole game again as well.
Has the mental coaching helped you now in terms of your tennis?
I see things a bit clearer in some way. Like I see that it is very special to be on these grounds. It is very unique to be able to play, to be able to surround yourself in a bubble. It's not a given for everyone. So that's why I'm quite appreciative. Yeah.
And in terms of your tennis level, how are you feeling on the court right now? Obviously, you haven't really played much on grass, but a bit of practice under the belt now.
Yeah, played a tournament in Birmingham as well, which was very nice. Came really well. I had 4 match points in the final. It still hurt.
Use it as motivation.
Yes. But of course, tomorrow I'm playing the favourite, Jordan Wiley. Yeah, but I'm feeling confident, and I hope I play well, and I hope that I enjoy it.
Certainly, and obviously this is a Paralympic year as well. Yeah. Obviously the mind is fully engrossed in Wimbledon right now, but how exciting is it to have that coming up too? Is that the right word maybe to describe it?
It's not a lead up, because I think Wimbledon is nearly just as important. Of course, Paralympics is something you work to for 4 years, but Wimbledon, to have your name upstairs on the board, it's forever, and I'm very excited about that as well. So I think I need to. Both tournaments are equally as important to me, actually.
When you saw your name up on the board when you came back, what came into your head?
No, it was seriously like that. And last year, I remember in an article with the ITF, they asked me, what's the thing about, if we say Wimbledon, what comes to your mind? I'm like, oh, well, my photo and my name will be on the board for just 1 more year longer this year.
Exactly.
So I was really excited about that, actually. And when I just came in today into the building and I saw my photo, I was like, oh my God. It made me smile, because it just, in general, I've never been on something like that, so it's pretty good.
Well, it will be on the board forever and ever as a Wimbledon champion.
Yeah.
Welcome back, and we can't wait to see you play.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, Roger, after 2 years away from this place, it's genuinely quite exciting, isn't it, to be back?
Oh, it definitely is. Look, that's what I also worked very hard for in my rehab. Thinking about Wimbledon, now that it's back on, it's nice, obviously, under some stricter rules and protocols and all that stuff. I'm happy the championships is back on, and I feel like once the fans are back and the tournament's up and running, I think it's going to be quite nice again.
It's been such an unusual couple of years, of course. What have you learned the most, would you say, over these couple of years?
Well, look, for us, it was nice to be, as a family, all together in one place after 20 years on tour. I don't feel like I needed kids or a pandemic to remind myself what's really important in life. You know, I've always been a big family man, and checking on one another, maybe even more so than in the past, and getting out of that tunnel sometimes that we're always all in and multitasking. It's nice to sometimes take a step back a little bit and think of the others, so I definitely did a little bit more of that. When you look at the grounds, and it could be now or while the tournament is playing, as now it's just practice, but you hear this it's very peaceful, you know, and then what you will hear is these little cheers, you know, from the different courts. The fans here at Wimbledon really know their tennis, you know, and it's very quick in applauding and then screaming, and then it goes silent again. And I think that anyway is the beauty of tennis, but it's amplified here at Wimbledon.
Roger Federer speaking there, the 8-time Wimbledon champion. He will be on centre court shortly against Hubert Hurkacz, who is the 14th seed here. He was done very well to get through to the quarterfinals. Can he go one step further and get past Federer into the semi-finals? Well, this is what the IBM Power Rankings say about that. The likelihood of Roger Federer going through this quarterfinal, it says, is 60%. And the likelihood of Hurkacz is 40%. It's a mixture of looking at the last year, looking at the last month and the match results, but also looking at what journalists have been saying in terms of positive and negative interactions on social media and from journalists for the players. So that's where you get to those results from. Mark Woodford is still with us. Do you think that 60% for Roger Federer to win is a pretty likely result for this match, Mark?
Look, I think it's a reasonable weight in favour of Roger Federer. It is going to be fraught with some danger, though. Depends how Hubert Hurkacz comes out. He's a very dangerous player. He has the qualities, the assets, the strengths in his game that really could, if he fires up and just settles in quickly, it could spell some trouble for Roger Federer. But again, it's Roger Federer. We know that Hubert Hurkacz says that it's one of his idols, and so it might take a little bit of an adjustment time. And then if you allow Roger Federer to get a lead, boy, he is one heck of a player to have to overcome.
Absolutely, Mark. How much confidence do you think Hubert Hurkacz will have drawn from his win in the last round against Daniil Medvedev, coming through in 5 sets? He had to deal with the fact that it was carried over, from one day to another. It was a brilliant win for him, and I'm sure he'll have been really fired up by that.
Without a doubt, and I think it shows the awareness of Hubert Hurkacz and the association that he has with his coach Craig Boynton. That he was behind 2-1 when they resumed play, and he just made a couple of tweaks. And I'd like to believe, I did see most of that 5th set, that he actually was willing to roll the dice, force the issue, and come to net and ask a few questions of Danny Medvedev, which he didn't come and answer. So I think there's the awareness of this young man from Poland. You can see those happy smiles on his faces. That is he prepared to be here at the back end of the tournament? We know Roger Federer, that was his mindset at the beginning of the fortnight. Was it Hubert Hurkacz's? I think the result will give us some idea.
Yeah, it will be an interesting one, as you say. And I think there's also the factor that Roger Federer hasn't played that much over the last 15 months or so.
Yeah.
We know, 19 months actually, isn't it, now that for Federer, how long he hasn't played. For everyone else is 15 months with the pandemic, but he had an injury on top of that as well. So there's just the factor of playing in a 2-week Grand Slam tournament, being now midway through the 2nd week of that. And we're not sure, and I'm guessing from what he has been saying in his post-match press conferences, that he's also not sure how much his body can take over this week.
Right, it was at this juncture, more or less at Roland Garros, where his body had told him that was enough. I've got the match reps under my belt, and might in fear of perhaps hurting himself, which would have taken him out of the equation here. So this is certainly unknown territory for Roger Federer. I know that you guys asked me earlier about Novak Djokovic and how he adapts to grass. For Roger Federer, really, the serve is super key for his performances on this surface. If he's serving well, I think he generally adapts well for it. Everything else is synchronized, where Novak Djokovic, if he's not having a great service day, there is a bit more depth to his game. He's a bit more steady from the baseline and can throw in a few extra shots in there, where Roger Federer, I think on this surface for me, is a bit more focused on the serve, really operating well. And it's going to have to be finding its range today against his opponent, because he is lethal, not only with the serve, but he is very, very solid off of forehand and backhand.
Mark, another interesting dynamic to this match is the full crowds being back here at Wimbledon on centre court on court 1, which we haven't had, earlier on in the tournament when it was reduced capacity. Does that help the big guns, Roger Federer, Novak Djokovic, those guys who are used to playing on centre court, Rod Laver Arena, Arthur Ashe, when they're absolutely packed?
It's a great question, and you're spot on. In particular, when Roger Federer is playing in front of full capacity crowds. He is so well loved in any arena. And I think that the idea that he is nearer the end of his career than what we all are perhaps ready to accept. The aging process is taking effect. But no, I haven't come anywhere near a stadium where if Federer is in trouble, that they don't throw 100% support behind him. So that's what Hubert Hurkacz is faced with, not only having to play the 20-time Grand Slam champion, not only is he a 9-time Wimbledon champion, but Hubert Hurkacz also will have to play against the crowd if he gets close to actually defeating the great man.
You know what it's like to play on this centre court, Mark. Just how daunting is it for somebody like Hurkacz, who has played in many matches in his time, and in finals even, but not in an arena like this one. Centre court, was, as we've said, it probably will be full.
I'm hoping that he has coveted to be in this position today. The whole idea of being one of the marquee players in the world is that you have no fear of walking out and playing on these great stages. It really is, you have to embrace it. If there is any fear, unfortunately, you probably might have to wait for a second or third time before you experience what it's like to win out here on this particular court. There have been many players that when they step out onto the court, they may be feeling absolutely confident. They're feeling at the top of their physicality. But as soon as they step onto this court, it has a way of finding your vulnerable areas, your Achilles heel, and sometimes, you don't play your very best. But look, I think this is an opportunity for Hurkacz. I think he's going to come out here and put a good performance on the board. And it really will depend on how he manages those junctures, which will arrive in this match. And that first one is whether he can clinch the first set and really set a tone and show Roger Federer that he's out here to win today.
Yeah, and he already is enjoying his best performance at a Grand Slam, as we saw from his record there. If Hurkacz is to engineer what would be, given Federer's record, no matter where his ranking or his game is at the moment, an upset on centre court, what's he got to do and what's he got to get absolutely right today?
I think serving is really key. I think there's a bit of an out for Hurkacz, serving to Roger Federer's backhand. And it's not consistently serving in that area, but we know that Roger just can chip the ball back on the grass, sometimes out wide to the forehand. Federer on the return of serve will chip it back. I don't expect Hurkacz to be serve and volleying, but if it's not a healthy return by Roger Federer against the serve of Hurkacz, Hubert has this, the Pole has this, as I said, the forehand and backhand. He has that ability to strike winners. He's got to move very well. He's got to make sure that, I think taking care of business first, and really is just taking care of his service games. Get involved in a couple of service games, return games, when Roger is stepping up as well. And you can see there with some of those stats how well his serve has been putting him ahead of the opponent so far in this tournament.
Yeah, can't wait for this one, Mark Woodford. Always good to chat to you. We'll see you very soon. Thank you very much.
All set.
Thanks. Good talking to you.
All set and ready to go. Thanks very much, Mark, there on centre court. Roger Federer, the number 6 seed for the championships this year, against Hubert Hurkacz, the number 14 seed in that quarter-final, the second one of the day on centre. Don't forget, you can continue watch the action on Wimbledon's major broadcasters around the world. And it's time for us to join the commentators Barry Milnes and Jill Craybas on the Wimbledon radio channel.
Previous encounter was on a hard court in Indian Wells 2 years ago. It was a quarter-final. It was Federer who prevailed 6-4, 6-4. And of course, it'll feel like a home court to him today. It may not have done totally when he took on Cam Norrie on Saturday here, but he got through Norrie in 4 sets, and then Lorenzo Sonego he beat in the round of 16. As for Hurkacz, he saw off Bublik in the 3rd round and then Medvedev in 5 sets. He's actually spent less time on the court than Federer, and he will start from the far end towards the Royal Box end. Big serve down the centre, replied right onto the baseline. Federer straight away with quality on the return, but not so good on that backhand into the high part of the net.
And Hurkacz as well has been serving exceptionally well. Another part of his game that he's improved so much.
Tall pole with his right-handed serve coming in behind that, looking to get forward, but it was fault on the serve out wide. Second serve now is too far. A double fault.
He does tend to go for a big second serve there. He was trying to go into Federer's body a little bit more because Federer likes to take that return so early. So it's a good play trying to go for that body serve pretty often against Federer.
Hurkacz wearing a white tennis cap. Another error on the serve. This one to the backhand. Chip back by Federer to the slice backhand cross from the pole. Run around from Federer on the forehand. And a forehand wide and long from Hubert Hurkacz. Federer having elected to receive, straight away trying to create some pressure. And got himself in a position to do that. A little breeze billowing the shirt of the server as he strikes now down the centre. That hits the mark at pace, 129 mile per hour ace.
It's something I think helps Hurkacz's serve as well, is he's been following it forward into the net quite a bit, and that can really be a learning experience to help your serve, helps you follow through.
Good serves shaped out wide, and Federer, although he made a reply with the forehand, that was only as far as the net, and he just ambles across, tucks back the hair under that white bandana, now sets himself in his return position, twiddling that white-handled black frame racket, makes a forehand reply to the big forehand of Hurkacz, wound up but driven into the high part of the net, and a little edginess in that shot. Understandably so, this grand occasion, this first Grand Slam quarter-final for the Pole. And Federer in his 58th. At deuce, the serve down the centre, reply on the stretch, mid-court it's hit too, but nicely cleaned up by the drive-through forehand from Hubert Hurkacz.
Hurkacz doing a good job of just holding that forehand, waiting for Federer to make a move, and didn't try and overplay that approach shot, just nice spin into the open court.
Advantage to Hurkacz. The serve heavy into the net. Ballboy darts out to collect that. Runs across to the far side towards the side of the umpire's chair. Federer steps up. Backhand chip again. Taking pace off. Driven back into his backhand corner. Slices that back. Hurkacz working with his forehand again, runs round, doesn't hit that as clean, and then Federer can open up a big attack with the forehand, but it comes to his backhand side. Then the drive up the line is sweet from Hurkacz on the two-hander, and Federer rushed into error. So despite some pressure there, he's handled it well, borne it strongly, and it is Hurkacz with the first game.
And Hurkacz disguised that last shot extremely well. I mean, he doesn't accelerate through the ball until the last second with his hands and goes through the ball so quickly with his hands, so it makes it a little bit difficult to read when he's going to put extra pace on the ball, and that's exactly what happened in that last point.
Federer, as we know, has been coached for the last few years by...
Well, I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by political broadcaster Andrew Marr. Here, he's been at the Royal Box this afternoon, and I believe it's your very first time, a first for Andrew Marr.
The very first time, and very exciting as well. We've come to Wimbledon quite a lot, but the first time in the Royal Box, and all the sort of grandeur and the famous people there and the wonderful view. It's been a delight.
Well, I've interviewed a few people who have been at the Royal Box throughout the championships, and every single person has basically told me how great the food is up there. Would you concur with that?
The food is pretty special. It's not huge portions. I'm not kind of feeling overfed, but it's just delicious. And the wine is even better.
Well, that's crucial. Have you had any Pims?
I've not had Pims. I don't really like Pims. It's too sweet. And you either have fruit salad or you have a drink. But to mix the two together has never seemed to me to be a good idea.
Stick to the wine then, absolutely. But Andrew, you've just seen the world #1 play out there. What was that like?
Well, it was a really, really great game. About half an hour in, we thought it was going to be a complete walkover and that Futchovich was not going to be able to take on Djokovic in any serious way. And then something changed. Either Djokovic slightly lost concentration for a while, or the sheer raw power and strength of the younger guy started to play in, and there was some very, very exciting tennis, some wonderful rallies, and some good play right up against the net, which we always enjoy.
Well, you said that you've been here to Wimbledon a few times. Who have you enjoyed watching over the years, even, dating back, 10 years or so ago?
Gosh, I have to say, going back a very, very long way, then it would be Federer, because he's been here for so long. But I have enjoyed and suffered with Andy Murray year after year after year. He always puts us through it. He's now probably coming towards the end of his life as a top player at this level, but I've really, really enjoyed him. I like the kind of shouts, I like the angst, I like the emotion. I like Judy Murray sitting there really giving him what for from the side. I think that's probably been my highlight.
Absolutely. And now, normally you're the one asking all the questions and you're on the other side of it. What is it like being on the other side?
Much easier.
Really? Well, how do you actually go about asking all those tough questions?
Well, we spend a lot of time, trying to work out who's on the show. I don't know yet who's on the show on Sunday. I know who I'd like to have on. I'd like to have Sajid Javid as the new health secretary. I'd really like to have Rishi Sunak because some big economic questions. So I'm thinking all the time, who's coming on? If so-and-so comes on, what's the interview plan? And I'm talking to the team, and they're talking to me all week about what our interview plan might be. If we're going to have Genric on, how are we going to do the cladding issue and so forth? And then we just go through lists and lists of questions and gameplay endlessly, as do the politicians on the other side, and see what happens on Sunday morning.
How much do you enjoy it? Because obviously it must be such a thrill and a challenge at the same time.
I love it in the moment, but particularly with a clever politician who is thinking and playing games with me and coming back with long answers and short answers. And then it is a bit like tennis, you know, it's verbal tennis. You're trying to get through, you're trying to get the ball over the net again and again and again. You're trying not to go wide, you know, all of that stuff. And so the politicians who are sharpest, and at the moment I'd single out somebody like Michael Gove, is great fun to interview because he's quite difficult to interview. I ask a long, really carefully thought through question designed to trap him, and he goes, yes. Or no.
I'm glad you didn't give me a one-word answer.
I know, it's very difficult. Yeah.
Well, Andrew, thank you so much for spending some time with the Wimbledon Channel. We'll let you get back onto centre court.
I'll head off for a strawberry.
Oh, indeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. Bye-bye.
Having a lovely time in the Royal Box, the British political journalist Andrew Marr there alongside Jenny. That is the scene at Wimbledon, at the All England Club. People wandering around a little bit on the outside. Plenty of people watching the tennis, though. Match action on the outside courts and on centre court and court number 1 and, of course, on Henman Hill. No umbrellas today. People enjoying their picnics and the tennis on the big screen there. Now, I think I'm a bit of a maths geek, but nothing compared to our next guest, Mike James, who is a tennis analyst. Lovely to see you there, Mike. Welcome to the Wimbledon Channel. I know that you have been involved in this for a very long time. Can you just explain when you started and how much things have changed in the data analyst, the strategy world since you started?
Well, thanks for having me, guys. It's great to be here. Yeah, so I was actually a tour coach for several years, but moved into data and technology because for me, that was always my passion. And also for me, I could see the game was going down that route. In tennis, we've always been behind with data and strategy and numbers compared to team sports. So I really do think we're on the wave now of using data, technology and video with professional players.
Mike, is this one of the things that players now, you know, just in the same way that they would have a coach and a physical trainer and a doctor or something like that in their backroom team, is this become an essential part of a tennis player's arsenal?
Well, it's great that I'm being compared to a doctor, so I like that one. Absolutely. I think if you look at the top 100 now, you've got at least 50% of the top 100 who are using data and analytics. Now, obviously, that varies depending on the player's budget and how they value where they see having that information. So for me, I've been fortunate enough since November 2020 to be working fully with Piotr Szczepatowski and Iga Świątek's team. And I've got to say, it's been a great journey so far. And the way they're using me is for me the best way. And this is how tennis will go in the future for sure.
Can you explain what that is? What with Iga Świątek, and we know that she has lots of different people with her. She's talked about the psychologist side of her backroom staff that help her with, I think, particularly looking at if you win something, not just if you lose something, which is a much more positive way of looking at these things than I think some people do. For your side, what information does Iga Świątek, a French Open champion, what does she need from you?
Great question. So really there's two areas that I'm working in. Opponent scouting, so trying to find the weaknesses where you can exploit. And that is obviously, you know, with Grand Slams, with the money in the game, the prestige on the line, scouting is very, very important. But actually with the Iga's team, the vision for Piotr was actually to look at her game development and actually use my data and analytics to work on the practice court after tournaments and for the off season. So if you think about Iga, she's born 2001, which makes me feel very old. So she's just 20 years old. Her peak will not be for 3 or 4 years yet. So they're using a lot of my analytics. In fact, I've got a meeting with Piotr this evening to go over the Wimbledon review before they go into the Olympics.
And Mike, how are these statistics and the the analysis, how is it delivered to the player? Is it sort of a printed package that you send before a match that they will look through and then, know what to do, perhaps in the match, where to serve or where the opponent's strengths and weaknesses are? Or are you giving it to the coach who then condenses it down and delivers it to the player?
Absolutely. I think for me, the best way to work is through the coach, because the coach is traveling with the player 24/7. They know the player better than anyone else. And actually, with the information I'm presenting, it's quite sensitive because it shows the positives of the player, but also the weaknesses. So if I don't know the player or the character, I could actually be quite destructive in that situation. So I work through the coaches. I'm currently working with Pat Cash and his player Wang. I'm working with the Kazakhstan Federation, but it's always through the coaches, and that's the key part of it.
I'm going to test you a little bit here, Mike, because sometimes in sport we hear, the cliche, keep it simple, don't think about it too much, don't overcomplicate it. Is this potentially, in some players' minds, overcomplicating it? You said about 50% of the players are doing this, but some of them clearly aren't and enjoying success too. Is this something that doesn't necessarily always work for everyone?
Again, these are great questions, and I think basically it does depend on the player. So actually, when if I got my big break with my first big player 3 years ago, it was with Stan Wawrinka, but it was through Magnus Norman. So Magnus Norman hired me. He was interested in how I worked and how I delivered things. Stan wasn't interested in data sheets and dashboards, but what he was interested in was the video. So I would prepare maybe between 1 minute and 3 minute of video highlights that effectively would show up what the data is showing. And I think that's actually really, really important to tailor make my role with the character. But like you say, it's not everyone's got a sports psychologist either.
Can I ask you a bit more specifically, kind of to what Adam was just asking about? If you're telling a player this person serves 80% of the time at 15-40 to this corner of the box, how much information can they take in and how much do they remember during a match? Because those are the crucial points when actually your mind might go a bit blank and you're just going with natural instinct, aren't you?
Absolutely, you're totally right. And I think for me, what I tend to find out when I'm scouting players is players, when they're most uncomfortable, go to what they're most comfortable doing. So that's where we see patterns and trends. So using that information, telling my player base that I'm working with, the important thing is, like I say to the coaches, look, this is the information, it's fairly heavy. They're not going to remember everything like you said. So give 2 or 3 key messages that you feel will be the difference today between winning and losing this match.
Yeah. It must be tremendously satisfying when you've given a player the advice, the coach has analysed what you've said, given it to the player, and then you watch the match and they're doing all of the things you've suggested that they should do and it works and they're winning.
And the opponent's doing exactly what you told them they would do.
It's almost like they're walking into a trap, I'm sure. What's it like when you watch the matches afterwards? You've almost given the players the secret to win.
Well, it's exactly that. It's a great feeling. Often it's mainly on the TV like every other fan, so it's not that exciting, but I do like to be at the events. I've been at Wimbledon during this period, not in the bubble, but receiving guest tickets from players. But absolutely right, it's the biggest feeling, and obviously I'm then happy that I keep my job for a little bit longer, knowing that the things are happening on the court that I said that were happening.
Do they react to you and say that you have helped them win a match and they keep that information in their heads and it helps them during a match? What kind of response do you get from the players? I know you've worked with people like Stan Wawrinka as well as Iga Świątek.
Absolutely. I mean, with Stan, I did a decent amount of scouting in 2019, scouted Tsitsipas, Dimitrov, Djokovic, Rafa. I think Rafa was the only match that we didn't get that I was scouting, but Rafa's Rafa, okay? So, Stan's matchup against him is always going to be tough. So, yeah, I think like I say, I think what's interesting with analytics is that the next generation of players, you look at the quarterfinalists in the men's game at the moment, you've got Aliassime, born 92, I think, maybe. Chapalof 99. So the next generation of players have grew up with social media, have grew up with technology. So I think it's only going to become more and more, you know, in the player's mindset to utilize this technology.
And if you're, I presume you're freelance, what happens if you have Goran Ivanisovich and Denis Shapovalov's teams both coming to you and asking you for advice when they're playing each other? What do you do then?
Yeah, so this has happened in the past, and if I'm honest, I mean, it tends to get out on the tour that who I'm working with. So the reality is we present to both teams and say, look, we can either give you, you know, none of the information, or we can give you both of the information. What we definitely don't do is give one person the information and then we don't give it to the other person. That wouldn't be fair, would it? So it really is up to them. It's only happened once so far. I won't tell you who it was, but and we gave the information to both teams and prepared as normal. And obviously the trust comes in that we're going to do the best job for both teams.
I really want to know what happened in that one.
You've got some trade secrets, haven't you, Mike? And you didn't say we send it out to the highest bidder. Whoever gives the most money gets the tips. Mike, it's been really, really interesting to talk to you. Good luck for the rest of the tournament and the rest of the year, really, on tour. Really, really interesting to speak to you. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you for having me.
The Wimbledon Channel. Let's head inside court one. It's been an entertaining, gripping match, this one, between Denis Shapovalov and Karen Khachanov. And they went, I love it how he does that, knocking the ball through his legs. It's so cool and calm. It's gone to a fifth set, and here is Shapovalov serving for the match and a spot in the semi-finals at 5-4.
Love.
Well, they're not unknown.
15 all.
That wasn't just a double fault, that was a mishit.
Yeah.
That you don't see very often. That's nerves.
10th double. He just ripped it.
That backhand was outstanding because he got it close to the sideline, stretching Khachanov, and ripped that forehand as well. Could have been a nervy point.
Please.
Nailed it. So this is it after 3 hours and 25 minutes.
40-15.
And it'll take some while before he can soak it up, what he's just done.
A huge moment in the 22-year-old's life.
Well, you dream about this. I'm sorry.
Perfect.
You know, you dream about this. Of course, now he gets to play Novak Djokovic, but he's not thinking about that. This is the biggest win of his career. He played phenomenal last 2 sets because he played a very good third set as well. But what got him through this match more than anything is his belief and his attitude. He just kept going, lost the disappointing third set, and he dominated these last 2 sets. And rightfully gets his chance for a shot at the title, playing Novak Djokovic in the semifinals. Well done, Denis Shapovalov.
And his physio can't believe it either. He knew he had it in him.
His physio has kinesiology tape on him. And Karen Khachanov takes the bow here. Well done. Players always thank the crowd when they win the match. He's thanking the crowd after he lost.
Yeah.
He fought a valiant battle, but I think he just ran out of gas. Try to stay in it. Yeah, live it up. You deserve it. We'll be back. Good experience for him as well. But I think he just had too many 5-setters. 2 5-set matches in 3 days. That's a lot to take in. But again, full marks to Denis Shapovalov, who kept his head about him when he had to. Never wavered the last 2 sets.
Khachanov may have wilted a little bit physically, but not mentally.
No, not at all. He stayed with it. He kept believing. The legs just didn't have it. But Denis was the better player.
So 5 sets it was. 3 hours and 26 minutes. Shapovalov through to the last 4. And here he is with Lee Mackenzie.
I love you too.
Well, Denis, to get to this stage, you played some exquisite tennis, but you took it up another level today, and you have reached your first Wimbledon semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, I have to thank you guys. I mean, there were so many times today in the match where I thought Karen's just playing too good and he's going to roll away with the match, but you guys kept me going, you guys kept me fighting, so thank you so much.
And Denis, big momentum shifts throughout that entire match. You really stepped it up, particularly the third set. So close there, and then the fourth and the fifth. How do you keep your belief throughout when it is like a roller coaster out here?
Yeah, well, it was definitely super tough, especially in the fifth set, you know, having love 40 and not converting there, and then having the craziest game, I think, of my life over there. You know, being able to win that was massive, but I was in a similar position in US Open last year in the quarterfinals, and I felt like I started the fifth set a little bit slow, so I told myself just literally play every single point as hard as you can today in the fifth set. And, you know, surely enough, I mean, luck was a little bit on my side, but, you know, it's also a great week from Karen. I mean, we both really deserved it today.
And Denis, at this stage of a Grand Slam, it's big game hunting. And next up, you've got Novak Djokovic. I think the crowd are saying it all. But from your point of view, how do you approach a game like that?
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously he's the best player in the world, but you know, I think. But I think anything is possible, and when you look at the scoreboard, you know, for first thing on whatever it is, Friday, it's going to be 0-0, you know, so that's it. So nothing else matters, you know. It's a tennis match, and it could go either way, and I have full belief in me and my team, you know, and. We're all putting in the work, so you know for sure. I think anything is possible.
Well, richly deserved. Congratulations for them.
Well, as if the centre court crowd didn't love Denis Shapovalov enough after his win over Andy Murray, and the way he looked after Andy Murray at the end of that match and said he was a hero. Well, the court #1 crowd now totally in love with Denis Shapovalov. I think partly having seen him come through that 5-set match, really fighting for his place in the semi-final, coming past Karen Khachanov, the 25th seed, in 5 sets, 6-4. In the final set, and the crowd really enjoyed that and really enjoyed him, didn't they, Adam?
Yeah, he speaks so well, doesn't he? You know, he's not the oldest player, is he? He's not hugely experienced, I suppose. He's been out on tour for a long time because he enjoyed success at such a young age, but still fairly young. And to be able to speak with that confidence and, you know, to have a laugh and a joke with the crowd and with the interviewer there, Lee McKenzie, it's really nice to see. And he's become almost a lot of fans' second favourite here at Wimbledon, isn't he? You know, they support Andy Murray if they're British fans, or Roger Federer, for example. They might not have known too much about Denis Shapovalov before, but he's got a really tricky one against Novak Djokovic. I was just looking at the head-to-head. 6-0 for Djokovic. They have played as recently as this year, earlier on at the ATP Cup in Australia. Djokovic winning that one 7-5, 7-5. And in all the times that they faced each other, Shapovalov has only won 2 sets. So you'd look at the head-to-head there, the way that Djokovic is playing, he's going to be up against it, I'm sure, on centre court for that match. It's going to be a really, really difficult one for him. But he has, as we've been saying throughout, he's refound some belief, and he's playing some of the best tennis we've seen in his career so far here at Wimbledon this year. Time for us to catch up with Jenny again out and about around the grounds.
I've now been joined by someone else who's been in the Royal Box today, Sebastian Fox, a very famous writer indeed. Now, Sebastian, it's great to have you here. Are you enjoying your day in the Royal Box?
Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's pretty comfortable up there. It's pretty comfortable up there, you know. And, you know, you don't have to queue, and they give you wine and food. No, it's absolutely fantastic. Fantastic.
Well, I believe you're a big tennis fan. Can you put into context how big a tennis fan you are?
Well, I've been coming to Wimbledon. I think one of the first times I came here was when Virginia Wade won in 1977. I didn't actually have a ticket, but a friend and I sneaked into the centre court, and when a commissioner was looking the other way, we ducked under his arm and we sat on a step, which is very naughty. So that's a long time ago. But I've come off and on since then, you know, whenever I could get a ticket, really.
Absolute rebel, but I love your enthusiasm at the same time. Do you play yourself?
I play a lot, yes. I belong to a local tennis club, and this year I'm chairman of the committee, which is pretty interesting because, you know, the last year there was no tennis anyway. But it's, you know, I play doubles. I'm too sort of old and, you know, immobile to play singles much. But, yeah, it's great fun.
How's your serve and volley game?
So that's pretty good. Volley's okay. It's the chasing back that's my weakness, really. You know, getting around the court. Court mobility is not what it should be.
It's for your partner to do, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I always, when I was captain of a team there, I always used to pick my, you know, very good person to play with. That's the secret to successful doubles. A swift partner.
A swift partner, indeed. Now, you've just seen the world #1 Novak Djokovic play. What do you make of the incredible athlete that he is?
He is extraordinary. He's so sort of lean and agile, isn't he? And he played slightly within himself, I thought, some of the time. But, you know, when he had to up it, he did. And he's going to be extremely hard to beat, isn't he?
He is indeed. And obviously we didn't have Wimbledon last year because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
How much are you enjoying the 2021 championships and it all being back in action?
Oh, it's just fantastic. I mean, I'm just ashamed that Muguruza, who's my favourite female player, is no longer around because I love watching her. But my life's ambition, one day maybe I'll meet her on here in Centre Court.
Fantastic. Yes, of course, she won here before, which was incredible. But then moving on to what you're doing professionally, tell me, how was it in lockdown for you?
Lockdown was fine. It was sort of business as usual, really. I worked from home most of the time, and I was writing a book when it started, and I just carried on, and the book is coming out in September. It's called Snow Country. It's a novel set in Austria.
Was that, being an author, being a writer, was that almost really rewarding, being able to just sit at home and continue what you were originally doing?
It wasn't really a problem for me. My wife works in a local bookshop, and she was running it basically as a sort of business, a kind of postal business. So she was going out to work all the time, and I was stuck at home. But that's fine.
Fine indeed. Well, thank you so much for coming to join us. We'll let you get back in because there's lots more tennis to go on. Thank you.
Thank you.
The wait is finally over. We're live at Wimbledon, and it's looking like a glorious day.
Come on, you're missing it!
We are at Wimbledon.
Wimbledon, and the grass is looking as immaculate as ever.
Just 15 years of age, her very first Wimbledon.
Get that! Oh, hey, where's the strawberries?
We're out.
Cannot be serious.
With championship points.
Let's see some more doubles action. Mixed doubles down on court 2. Rohan Bopanna and Sania Mirza still going on tour against Jean-Julien Roger, Andrea Klepac, the number 14 seeds. And it was Roger and Klepac who took the first set 6-3. Bopanna and Mirza took the second 6-3, and they're in a tie-break in the third, and we can join it for that.
15 left. Bopanna, Ms. Mirza challenging the call and then cancel the challenge.
Mirza wanting to challenge initially, then deciding against it.
30 love.
It's just what you want, isn't it? All the pressure and the drama of the previous game. Just wonder whether there will be a hangover effect, but Roger has just come out, made some first serves, and it looks like it'll be a comfortable hold.
That gentleman certainly didn't look comfortable.
Game, Roger.
Just what the doctor ordered. Very, very quick service hold for Roger, so the pressure goes straight back over on the other side of the net. And it'll be Bopanna to serve to stay in the match in a few moments' time. It's the last match of the day on court 2. Unless there's one that's scheduled to move on late on, which we have seen a lot of in this year's championships.
Welcome to Wimbledon Lessons, brought to you by Sipsmith Gin. Now, this place has witnessed a fair share of drama over the years, none more so than in 2012, when a young Rufus the Hawk, the official pigeon scarer, was hawk-napped. The theft caused global outcry and many sleepless nights for those who knew him. I myself slept like a baby, but I didn't know him that well, just through friends, really. The story does, however, have a happy ending. Rufus was found 3 days later on Wimbledon Common, healthy, fit, with a slightly sore leg. So let's raise a glass of perfectly poured gin and tonic to Rufus. Quite right.
I remember every paper had that image of me speaking to the Chelsea pensioner on the front cover, and I remember going to Waitrose to do a shop, and I'm like, oh my God, this is so weird. just remember coming off court, and I remember these two gentlemen there, they were just asking for a photo. So I was like, okay, you know, and then I think I took maybe the selfie. Oh, I can't remember. They were just there and they were super lovely. And I think probably because I saw the red outfit, probably I didn't even recognize that they were Chelsea pensioners, that I was more like, ooh, I can see them, they're bright, I know where to go. But they were lovely. Going into my quarterfinal against Simone, I just remember it being an incredibly high-level match. What was very unique is that was the first time I played on centre with the roof closed, and so the acoustics were very different. It was a lot more energetic, it was a lot louder. It was definitely one of the more memorable matches I've had on centre court.
There is this enormous sense of responsibility to deliver. It's been so successful the 142 years prior to me arriving. You just don't want anything to go wrong on your shift. 4 weeks out from the tournament, I probably have 2 hours sleep. As soon as I wake up, my mind is completely racing. I used to think that as a negative, but if I'm not waking up, thinking about the championships, wanting it to be perfect, then it's time for me to move on. Grass is a living organism. By the time we get around to the championships, it comes under so much stress. It's on the threshold of living or dying, and that's the balancing act that we do. I see myself as more of a custodian of the court, and it's almost like a snapshot of time. You're given a period of the championships to manage and then pass on. There's nothing else out there that compares to a tennis court at the All England Club. We always think we can do better. As long as we keep thinking that, then I think we'll keep on improving.
Great match. I agree, Bounce. Blade! I didn't see you down there. Why don't you pull up a chair and join me? Now that play is over for the day, what should we watch next?
Oh, well, there's an interesting documentary on soil patterns.
How about a film of the funniest moments in Wimbledon history?
Are you sure? This documentary is supposed to be really interesting.
Yeah, Blade, I think this is more our kind of movie. Here, trust me, you'll enjoy it.
Okay. Oh, it's my cousins.
Shh, Blade, the movie's about to start. You know how lucky we are to get so close to the matches here at Wimbledon? Sometimes, if the fans are really, really lucky, they can get as close as us. Like this spectator. He got so close, he had to save Serena Williams.
Just don't step on the grass.
And David Beckham got to meet me. Can you keep a secret, Blade?
Well, as long as it doesn't get me in trouble.
Sometimes, if you're really lucky, you might even get invited onto the court. This was back in 2017 in the Ladies' Invitational Doubles, and one of the fans caught Kim Clijster's attention and, well, just watch this.
He shouldn't be on the court. He's not wearing white clothes. This is in violation of so many rules. Bounce! There's something wrong with the TV. This is in slow motion.
They can't play without me. Ah, there I am.
Where in the rule book is that?
At Wimbledon, you have to have your wits about you 100% of the time. Not even our roofs could keep that out.
He got hit by his own teammate.
Wait for it.
Twice! And that's why I like to stay on the ground. So, documentary? Goody. So, the first thing you need to know about the soil at Wimbledon is the softness. It's like sort of mulch and it's brown, but it also goes...
now popped up to the media balcony for a wee chat, and I can use the word we because it's with fellow Glaswegian and two-time Grand Slam champion Gordon Reid. Gordon, can you just tell me how special it is to be back here at Wimbledon?
Yeah, I mean, it's always special to be here, but this year more than most because not being here last year, missing out, and really missing the tournament and missing the atmosphere, and just to be here on site today and see the fans milling about and hear some atmosphere, it's really good to be back.
Well, you obviously won the singles event in 2016, and I remember because I was courtside watching you at the time. Just how incredible was that? It feels like a lifetime ago now. A long time has passed since.
Yeah, a long time's passed, but I can still remember it pretty well. I've got obviously amazing memories that I'll keep forever from that weekend. But no, I mean, you know, I've come a long way since then. The sport's come a long way since then, and yeah, I mean, I'd just love to try and create a few more memories like that this week.
Absolutely. Well, let's come back into the present, of course, and it's been a pretty good year for you so far, particularly in the doubles, 2 Grand Slams under your belt. How do you feel your level has been?
Yeah, I feel like it's been pretty good. I felt like I was building some nice momentum at the start of last year before the pandemic hit and everything kind of got stalled. But I feel like I've started to build that momentum up again this year. I've had some good results at the tournaments at the start of the year, coming out of Australia and Rotterdam. I had a little injury after that, which kind of set me back a few weeks, but I've been feeling good the last few weeks, preparing on the grass, enjoying being back on the green stuff, and yeah, I'm ready to go this week, feeling good.
How's it been back on the grass? Because obviously a couple of years since Wimbledon, there really hasn't been much match play on grass.
Yeah, it obviously takes a bit of getting used to, but I have a lot more fun out there than I do in the clay, so I was pretty glad to get back on it as soon as possible.
Absolutely, and tell me just a little bit about how lockdown was for you and the particular challenges that you faced, maybe not being able to train and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was the same for me as it was for a lot of people. I think it was challenging. You had to be a little bit creative sometimes with how you got around the obstacles and how you got the training done, but you know, I think you have to put things into perspective, and it could have been a lot worse for us. You know, it wasn't too long that we were away from the tennis courts, and physically we could still do exercise and keep in good shape, you know, ready to get back on court as soon as we could. So for me, it was just a bit of an extended break, I'd say.
Absolutely, and of course everyone's talking about the football, but I'm not going to talk about the Euros. I'm going to ask about Rangers, how happy you were.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really talk about Rangers enough at the moment, to be honest. It's been a good year for a Rangers fan at the moment, and yeah, I mean, it's been a long summer not being able to watch them, and yeah, we had our first pre-season friendly, a nice 1-0 win, so yeah, looking forward to this year and seeing how we can build on it.
You're looking pleased as punch, and you're definitely allowed to be. Gordon, good luck in the next few days. It's great to be back.
Thanks.
Well, all the wheelchair action, of course, gets underway tomorrow. We're very excited about that. Great to have Jenny out and about, doing all the interviews for us, getting all the gossip here at SW19. What an afternoon we're being treated to, though. Of course, it is men's quarter-finals day, and we already know our first men's semi-final, which will take place in a couple of days' time. Novak Djokovic, of course, going head-to-head with the young Canadian, 22 years of age, Denis Chapalof. They have just made it through. We'll chat about that a little bit later, but first up, let's introduce our guest. Claire Curran is back with us, looking very summery in her little yellow top there. Claire, you look lovely. How are you doing? How's your day been so far today?
Well, my day's been hopeful, but I'm still also hopeful that a bit of sun might break through and brighten me up a little bit more. No, it's been a wonderful day. I've been able to watch the Djokovic quarterfinal as well, get a little bit of a watch of Chapalof, and that's an exciting match. We're obviously going to talk about that, but just walking around the grounds today, there's so many juniors playing. That's always really exciting. I remember myself as a junior, it was quite a long time ago, but you know, you're a junior, you're over in Orangi Park, you're getting ready, you're mingling with all of the top players, you're kind of pinching yourself as well, but when you take the walk onto the court, and so many of these juniors would never have been here before at the club, everything that they're experiencing and they're looking at, they would have seen that through the eyes of the television, so it makes it all the more difficult to compete, because you're really putting yourself in that moment in something that you've just been watching for years and years and years. So whilst it's a wonderful experience for so many of these players, it's also quite challenging to deal with.
Well, you've played here as a junior, you've played here as a senior. What does Wimbledon actually mean to you?
Oh, well, it's everything. It's a good question, actually, because whenever I started to play tennis at a very young age in Belfast, Northern Ireland, where there's not a lot of tennis players, I would have just sat and watched Wimbledon on the screen, and the idea of continuing to play tennis, the dream of playing tennis was always about playing at Wimbledon. It wasn't for me about the US Open or the French Open. It was just seeing those beautiful pictures of Wimbledon and centre court and thinking one day I'd like to be there. And as a youngster, when you're growing up and you're trying to play tennis, there's tough moments. There's a lot of sacrifices that you have to go through to get even to here. But it's always the dream of being here that certainly kept me going, and I'm sure I wouldn't be alone in that.
What did you prefer playing, though, Claire? Singles, or did you love it when you could have a bit more fun and team up with the doubles?
Well, Rachel, in the end, I became a doubles player, but I don't think anybody starts off playing tennis to be a professional doubles player. It was difficult because I had an injury later on in my career after I finished university in the States, so naturally you go to doubles. But I always played doubles, and I think that's one of the things that's really important now for juniors that are developing. And I'm highly involved in this in the UK. We need to get our juniors playing a lot of doubles as much as singles, because you're developing so many skills, but also it's a lot of fun playing doubles. And I love the fact that at these Grand Slams, especially the women, so many of them are playing in the doubles. The best singles players are also some of the top doubles players. And I think it gives them a nice break as well in between days, and just to get out there and improve their skills and have fun with other people.
Well, you can also say that you played against Venus and Serena at the very same time in the form of the women's doubles. But in terms of the mixed doubles, we can head over to court number 3 now, as we have Moore and Ferry, who are taking on Skupski and Crouchka.
Ball, please. Thank you.
Nice volley again from Arthur Ferry. He has been a cool customer out here so far. Certainly the least experience in this Grand Slam action. Just snapped at that one a little bit, Tara Moore. Good pick up by Desiree Kravchuk. Does a good job of just placing this one back through the middle of the court. Desiree spends a lot of time in Australia, in fact, comes down there to train. She's partner to Andrew Harris, an Australian tennis player.
3-1.
It's not that easy to coming in and out of Australia. So if you come down, you want to stay for a while. So it's a good time to come if you can, right before the Australian Open. Then you can avoid that quarantine, which so many of the players didn't enjoy. Of course, no one really enjoys, but I'd be coming down early. I'd come down in December. Oh, just long. So we've added an extra layer to this match now. We've built different layers because we have talked about tennis, aeroplanes, and relationships really in this, haven't we?
Yes.
Getting to know the players.
There you go.
Yeah.
Would you recommend flying to Australia in a Fokker friendship? I'm trying to broaden my Fokker friendship knowledge.
It's about a 22-seater, I guess. I'm not.
So the answer's no.
We'd have to have quite a few fuel stops, I should imagine, even though we have limited numbers coming into Australia. You only probably get on a flight, a 747, you might only have 16 people on the flight as well. So there's a lot of empty seats, as we just see here. Young Ferry just having a wonderful day at the net.
Still a little mini breakdown here. The two Britons, Arthur Ferry and Tara Moore, against another Briton, Neil Skupski, and the American Grand Slam champion, Desiree Kravchuk. Did she pick that
up? Great energy, isn't it, from Tara Moore here? Energy right here after the weight moving sideways into the court. Somehow just slides this one down the line. Great work. Well, just taking care of business again. Desiree really good through the middle of the court.
To draw up 3 set points.
Hanging in.
6-4, Skupski, Kravchuk.
Well, some nice sunshine just now coming over court 3 here. Beautiful time in the afternoon. Having a little comeback. So this is the combination that you would most want under pressure if your opponents are serving, which is Kravchuk serve into Ferry. This is still a 50-50 proposition here to break and to even things up here.
Oh, but there is the first set. To the 7 seeds, Neil Skupski and Desiree Kravchuk. Winning it on a tiebreak, winning it 7-6.
Well, that's going to be a really tight match then between our British pair and then the British-American pair on the other side of the net. Unfortunately, that one going in the favour of the British-American pair there. 7-5 in the end in that tie break. But they have Sun out there playing mixed doubles, which we haven't seen much of this fortnight so far, and the hill is bursting there with lots of fans enjoying a very different afternoon to what they saw yesterday. It was brollies at the ready. I think even some people had those, you know, those inflatable bean bags which you kind of run around and trying to get the air in them.
Yeah, the air bags.
They were very prepped yesterday, even though it was a pretty wet and drizzly day out there on the hill. Well, let's go back to chatting about what's happened earlier on today, which of course was the men's quarter-finals. We've had 2 already completed, one on centre court, one on court, one behind us, just in case there was rain. Obviously the show courts, they have the covers and the best courts in the house here. Novak Djokovic, though, Claire, going through pretty comfortably in the end over Martine Fukovich. 6-3, 6-4, 6-4. At one point, we looked like Fukovich wasn't actually going to get a game. In the end, he did get quite a few. Obviously, he was a former junior champion as well, Futchovich. I think back in 2010, Rads, we did a little story about that yesterday.
You know your stuff, Rach.
He had a bit of a blip in performance and has kind of come back a little bit stronger. Not as strong today, but it was always going to be so tough over Djokovic. Was it ever in doubt that he was going to sail through like he did, Claire?
You know, I think looking at the start of that match, he obviously went 5-love up Djokovic very quickly, but the first couple of games were, it was almost like watching a clay court match, and Djokovic is so comfortable just playing deep through the court, moving the ball around, and as long as Djokovic is moving as well as he is and controlling the play, it's so difficult for a player like Fukovich to actually hit through him. I think Djokovic had a little bit of a wobble towards the end of that first set. He lost 3 games in a row, and he almost let Fukovich back into it. But you never feel that Djokovic is going to be in any trouble. He may have dropped a set, but he didn't even do that. And in these championships, he has looked pretty good so far, and he isn't expending any energy either. It just looks like he could almost do it in his sleep at this time. He's been here so many times.
Fukovich was the only unseeded player left in either the men's or women's draw so far. With that in mind, the comfort in which he won, if you were to speak to Fukovich before that match, what would you have said to him? What can you do from a strategy standpoint to try and potentially find weaknesses, if indeed there are any?
Yeah, I think the first thing for Fukovich is you've got to just say to him, look, you're going on centre court, you've got to enjoy this. It's an incredible achievement to begin with, so that he's feeling quite free and not feeling inhibited when he walks on there against Djokovic. But the problem for Fukovich against Djokovic is he doesn't have a big shot that's going to hurt him, and so much of his game is based on the fact that he has this iron will, and he's exceptionally fit, and he's a really hard worker. But, you know, he had to find ways to get through Djokovic, find gaps in him, use a little bit more width with his ground strokes to try to at least get a little bit more space to come forward. But it is so difficult to do that against Djokovic, and in some ways it's difficult to get a game plan to beat him, especially on these courts. He's so consistent. If anything, you're hoping you can really enjoy it, you can get the crowd behind you, and almost you can get underneath Djokovic's skin, but that wasn't the case today.
Do you think that is the problem, though, that all these players go up against Djokovic knowing they are going to lose? Because we heard from him earlier on in the week, he talks about his wolf mentality, that desire to win, it's in his genes. Is a player only going to be able to beat him if they truly believe they can? Because surely at this level, they all have something in their locker that can beat someone at some point, but it comes down to the mental strength of these players.
Yeah, and your conviction on the really big points, and that's when it really comes down to it. When you have a little bit of an opportunity against Djokovic, do you have the conviction to step up and be aggressive? And obviously in his semi-final coming up against Chapalof, I think Chapalof has the weapons that he could take his game to Djokovic, and he's also got a little bit of variety. He can play that drop shot as well. He's got a big serve, so he can disrupt the rhythm of Djokovic in that match.
Do you think as well Chapalof will have the fans on his side after unfortunately taking out Andy Murray? I think even though he did that, the fans warmed to him because he said, Murray's my hero, and he was so gracious at defeating our fans' favourite here. So I think, you know, Djokovic, we always talk about, he doesn't always get all the fans on his side, but possibly Dennis will do.
I think Dennis has got an amazing personality, and the way that he dealt with the Murray match and the respect that he had for Murray went a long way. He obviously had a couple of years ago, he had an unfortunate incident whenever he was playing the Davis Cup and he hit the line judge and or the umpire of the match, and you could tell a lot on his character, the way in which he responded from that. He straight away made his apologies, and he seems like a really, really nice guy. And I think the way even in which he won today, he's very humble. But at the same time, he has a quiet confidence. And remember, he won the juniors here as well. And he's a player that so many people have been talking about for years. He has this big game. And I think he'll back himself against Djokovic, and he'll go for it. It'll be his first semi-final. He's at Wimbledon. He's got nothing to lose, so he's just got to go for it.
So with that in mind, it's the furthest he's gone at Wimbledon. What does that do to you mentally? Does it build you with confidence, or is there a sense of, oh my goodness, this is uncharted territory for me now, and thus you don't play as freely as you kind of spoke that you want a coach to make you feel?
I think the fact that he's playing Djokovic in the semi-finals, he's a complete underdog. I mean, and he knows that, but he also knows that he's got the game to hurt him. And again, I think he's just going to think about the positives, and he won't walk on that court feeling in any way that this is a match he'll feel tight about, and that's because Djokovic is such a big favourite.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think we can have a look at the highlights from that matchup between Novak Djokovic and Martine Fukovich, which we saw earlier. Obviously, Djokovic there going through nicely in 3 sets, 6-3, 6-4, 6-4. Let's check them out right now.
Means that here are 2 early break points. Another mistake. He just wears you down in the end.
Even though he lost the point, what an amazing sliding technique of Djokovic. So 99% of other players will already slip on that one. And he recovered, and he got this one again, pretending this is a clay court.
Djokovic doesn't do cheap points, but he'll take them very happily. And quarter of an hour, 4-love.
And I'm watching here up the stands, and did anybody tell you yet, it's full capacity from today on for the first time in Great Britain in any sporting venue.
That was very loose from the 5-times champion. And he's missed it. And for resilience and hanging on in there. Round of applause for Martine Fukovich. That's more like it.
backhand, yeah.
Well played. And wrong footing Djokovic, who's gone down at the far end.
Okay. Hopefully he's okay. Nice rallies now. I like it.
And one will do. Oh. Well, it was a great twist and turn by Futchovich, but in the end, after 42 minutes, the man who's been at this stage of Wimbledon 12 times leads the man who's here for the first time by a set to love. Well, he saw Djokovic stealthily coming in, but there was not much he could do about it. Trying to dip that ball at the oncoming feet, but Novak was there so swiftly. Oh, he had a chance there. He really did have a chance. Vintage Djokovic. Some great tennis being played here now. Just very, very sweetly struck on both sides of the net.
Game with Djokovic. Game and second set. Djokovic.
Well, Futchovich won his last match here at Wimbledon in 5 sets, and if he's going to win this one, he's going to have to do it that way again. Meanwhile, Novak is 2/3 of the way towards his 41st Grand Slam semi-final. Oh. Well, Futchovich was like, he was transfixed by that. He didn't move. If you watch here, he just sort of stayed there, and Novak just caught that so perfectly in the middle of the racket. That's a very, very straightforward, very, very swift, and potentially very, very damaging break of serve at the start of the third set. beautifully played. And warmly applauded by his opponent as well. Well played. Well, that was agonisingly close to the baseline. Just long. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Just.
I'll tell you what, Martine Fukovich may be the fittest player on tour.
Game, set the match.
Well, he may be the least appreciated great tennis player in history, but he's just taken one more step towards potentially being the greatest, pure and simple. Another semi-final, just the 41 in Grand Slam history. Extraordinary. Unique. Novak Djokovic.
Hi, Novak. Congratulations.
Thank
I
you.
didn't necessarily mean this to be the first question because it's not about today's match or even the next one. It's more of an overview. What's it been like to be something of the bad guy chasing after Roger and Rafa all these years?
I don't consider myself a bad guy, but I mean, it's your opinion. But I'm not chasing anybody. I'm making my own path and my own journey and, you know, my own history. So I'm privileged to be part of the history of this sport that I love. And as I said on the court, I know about a lot of stats. I don't know about all of them, but they do motivate me even more, you know, to play my best tennis at the events that count the most in our sport.
Mike Dixon.
Thank you.
Hi, Novak. I noticed that beneath where we were sitting, which is kind of opposite the royal box end, around the sort of end of the first set, you were kind of flexing your shoulders a bit, and I was wondering if that was any discomfort or if it was just the wind, because the wind seemed to be sort of more difficult down that end of the court.
Yeah, no discomfort, physical discomfort. I feel great. Obviously, a few times that I slipped, and today, and yeah, obviously, anything is possible on the court when it comes to, hurting or not hurting yourself. Thankfully, I didn't hurt myself to the extent where I would cause a hindrance to my game and my performance. But it was very windy. One of the most, I think, one of the windiest days that I feel like I ever had here personally in Wimbledon. I don't recall it being so windy, particularly the last couple of days. It hasn't calmed down, the wind. So, but you have to adapt to it. It's same for both players.
Ben Rothenberg.
I don't think you're a bad guy either. I'm just curious what you think of the next match against Denis Shapovalov and his development into being a solid sort of top 10 player after his making a big impact early in his career with his more sort of flashiness. What do you think of him? What do you think he's done to solidify himself into being a more consistent threat at this level?
Well, I think he's going to answer that question better. You know, what kind of affected positively his game and his performance, so he goes very deep in the tournament. He has been consistent with the success on the tour in the last couple of years, top 20, top 15 in the world, although people do expected him to probably go into top 10 or maybe top 5 and be one of the leaders of the next gen, and which he is, but maybe big matches, he was not winning those big matches in the last couple of years, and it seems like he's maturing, which is also something that is normal, it's logical, you would expect that from a player like him that has really an all-round game. Huge serve, lefty, which is always tricky, you know, to play someone who is left-handed on the quick surfaces. He's comfortable coming into a net, and I think his movement has improved, and you know, he's due to better movement, probably making less errors, which, you know, it was probably the part of his game that was always troubling him. And we played a tight two sets this year in ATP Cup, which was the first opening official match for both him and I of the season. And the courts at the Australian Open were pretty quick this year, so I could get a little bit of a you know, an understanding of how well he's serving. If he's serving well, you know, how difficult it is to play against him. And you know, you don't get too many opportunities on his service game. So especially here on grass, I've seen him play against Murray. He's really feeling great. I mean, it's impressive the way he's been playing. Probably the ball gets to him on grass. It doesn't bounce as much, so he can swing through the ball. I think backhand was also working really well, what I saw today, in some important moments. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that that's going to be the biggest test I will have so far in the tournament, and which is also expected. It's semifinals. You know, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a battle, and I need to be at my best.
Well, that first semi-final matchup, we already know, of course, Djokovic taking on Chapalof, but the second two quarterfinals, which are underway at the moment, drama everywhere, I believe. Court number 1, Berrettini taking on Aliassime. 6-3, Berrettini took the first set. That's kind of going to plan at the moment. Berrettini 7th seed, of course, and Aliassime 16th seed. But on centre court, not really going to plan according to the form book. We've obviously got Roger Federer taking on Hurkacz there. Hurkacz has taken the first set 6-3. We're now on a tie-break in the second. Hurkacz currently leading 4-3 in that tie-break. And we're actually kind of keeping up to date, getting in our ear, watching what's going on. Claire, we're kind of not really realising what we're seeing out there.
Well, we're having a bit of a problem focusing because I've got that match right behind you, Rachel, right now, and Roger Federer slipped on a big point in the tiebreaker. Could have put away a volley and slipped on that, and it's all happening on centre court right now.
And to put this into context, so between Djokovic and Federer, 30 quarter-finals contested here at Wimbledon. The other 6 players, not a single one. That man, so much experience. Is this, were he to go on and lose this, is this a changing of the guard? I kind of mentioned off-air, like that sort of Sampras-Federer moment.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, who was it? It was Federer that took Sampras out. Now, will Hugo Hurkacz have the career that Roger Federer has had? That's the big question for it. But that match has got a long way to go. And, you know, Federer does go on and lose that second set. He's still going to know in the back of his mind that Hurkacz has not been in this situation before. And he's got to stay calm and use that 20 years of experience that he's amassed to try to see, can he find a way through that match?
But Hurkacz, though, he got to play, didn't he, on centre court yesterday? Federer was saying, you know, he didn't get a rest day because of rain on Monday. So, and Hurkacz kind of continued saying, well, I love that I got to play on centre court. I am now not phased of the experience of going out there. I know exactly what to expect. And he kind of said, you know, I'm ready for it. And he seems absolutely ready for it today. Maybe that little bit of experience over Medvedev yesterday, kind of finishing off that round of 16 really has helped him.
Well, beating Medvedev, the #2 player in the world, and getting the opportunity to play on centre court before you're going out there against Roger in a quarter-final would have been huge for him. But also, he's won the title in Miami, which essentially is the biggest tournament outside the Grand Slams and the ATP Championships at the end of the year. So he has amassed a huge amount of confidence himself this year. And he's got a game. I mean, he's coming to the net so many times, and he can shorten the points out when he's nervous, and there will be moments that he's going to get nervous against Roger. He's got to keep coming forward and keep backing himself.
And just a quick update, Hurkacz has taken that 7-6, meaning that unbelievably, the great Roger Federer is now 2 sets down. 3 in a row is what is required. But if anyone can do it, Roger can do it. Another thing we've got to talk about is the crowd. 100% crowd in there. It's like hearing a Brit. We almost don't need to know the score because we hear it every time Roger hits. So not only is Hurkacz having to go against the form book, he's also going against a very strong crowd in there who are far from partisan.
Yes, but at the moment, what he's got to keep an eye on is the time. And will that crowd stay in there whenever the England football team play in quite a few hours' time? I'm sure they'll have the loyalty to Roger Federer, but that's going to be important for Roger if this match goes to a 5th set. I don't think they'll move if it goes to 5 sets, but that's a difficult decision, isn't it?
I think we'll see a lot of people looking at clap, 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 phone, clap, and then all of a sudden, yes, or oh no. It can be great.
We've got 2 hours. We're OK. At the moment, time is on our side. OK, so we're still waiting to see who goes through to the second semi-final in the men's side. But we do have our ladies' side confirmed for tomorrow, the semi-finals. And Claire, because we know how much you loved the compendium quiz I threw at you, I think on Saturday, it might have been, Radzi and I have devised your very own women's semi-final quiz, all things ladies who have made it through to the semis.
Well, I did hear that on the grapevine, and I got myself up here. I've been waiting. I've been prepping myself for this all day long.
OK, well, the question's obviously relating to the 4 left in the competition. So the first one relates to Ashley Barty. OK, so the question is, which cricket team did Ashley Barty play for during her tennis hiatus?
Ooh.
Warriors.
No, there was 2 options.
Oh, let's go with options. Go options first. Go with the options. You were just waiting for the options. You were saying it's a warrior of a question.
It was a question.
I mean, there was 2 teams she played for. And Warriors was not one of them.
This is not good because I thought I should get the Ashley Barty one right.
I thought you would get this. Brisbane Heat, or you could have had Queensland Fire.
Oof.
OK, you got 3 more questions coming your way. Next one,
Could still be a first-class degree score, 75%.
She's obviously playing Angelique Kerber. OK, so Kerber beat Serena Williams to the title in 2018. Name the other 3 women who have beaten Serena Williams in the final at Wimbledon. There's 3 of them.
Simona Halep.
Correct.
Boom. Can we get any
Maria Sharapova.
Correct.
Oh, yes.
One more.
Oh, I've got another one. Oh, the other 3.
3.
How recent, Rach?
You should. This is the one that when I asked you, you were like, "Of course, you should get it." Close to home is the clue.
Venus.
Correct.
Boom.
Okay, you got that one.
Thank you for
Close
that.
to home.
I'm under time pressure. I feel like I don't have a phone a friend, which is a.
No, you don't. Radzi here is to help if you need him. Okay, next one. Arina Sabalenka. What animal does Arina have tattooed on her arm?
It's not the beast, a tiger, a.
You called it.
A tiger.
Boom.
It's a tiger.
She calls herself the tiger.
Yeah, the tiger.
Okay.
And not Tim Henman.
2 out of 3. This is great. Finally, she will play Karolina Pliskova. So Karolina has now reached all Grand Slam semi-finals. Wimbledon, of course, was the last one that she had to tick off. But in her only Grand Slam final, who did she lose to?
And before you say this is for a first-class degree percentage, we fell at the first hurdle, but we're going to get up, unlike Gail Devers in '96, and we're going to overcome.
Well, it was the US Open final to start with, and she lost in the US Open final. It wasn't Angelique Kerber, that was 2016, so it would have come after 2016. Or maybe it was 2016. Let's go with Kerber, 2016.
It was the correct answer. Because we like that as well, because that possibly could be the final. It could be a repeat of the 2016 US Open, which would be a great matchup?
It's a great question. Do I get a prize for this?
You should.
Well, no, because you didn't get 100%. Radzi was trying to be nice, and you've now got 100% after the first one. Radzi,
Yeah,
come on.
essentially. But you know what I will say? Talking about the women's draw, producer Chris found out a little stat which is really nice. So over the last 12 months, we have 16 places available in all of the semi-finals. All 16 of those places have been occupied by different players, just speaking to the openness of the women's game.
It's brilliant. It's a stat that I didn't know, but it almost doesn't surprise me because we've had so many different winners of Grand Slams, young winners in the last couple of years, but also tournaments on the tour, the WTA Tour. There's been different winners throughout the whole year. The tour is so open, and I said at the start of last week, whichever players are in the second week of this tournament, they've all got to feel that they've got a chance to win the title. And maybe back to the point earlier on, how many people really do believe in themselves. And I certainly would feel like a player like Angelique Kerber, who's been here, she's had so much experience as well. She must be up there with somebody, one out of all four, that really does have that level of belief. She knows how it's done.
Is that what you think it's down to? The fact that one person's done it, and everyone thinks, oh, if that lady's done it in her first time of asking, for example, if Ash Barty does it here, you know, first time she's got past the quarter-final and she could possibly go on to win, that just instills that belief. Obviously, she came back from her cricket and her golfing to go and win Roland Garros back in 2019, not having played a load of 10. I think she had 3 WTA titles under her belt.
Yeah, look, I think if Ash Barty was to go on and win this title, that would be quite an achievement. And actually, she's a player that, although she won the juniors here, Rachel, in 2011.
10 years ago.
Yes, although she won the juniors, so many people have been talking about her. And she has herself as this is the tournament that she really wants to win, that her game is tailor-made for it. But actually, I think that she's had to make some big adaptations in her game in this championships if she is going to win, particularly. You can see she's being more aggressive behind that second serve. She is double faulting more often, but when she comes up against the really big strikers, that second serve can't be vulnerable. And I also think she's doing a much better job out of the backhand corner in particular, where a lot of players in the past have attacked that. But look, I think that Angelique, I think that she's a real example to everybody, not just of having them believing that they can win a Grand Slam, but also her approach to the game and the way that she looks at tennis. And I think it's remarkably positive. Everything that she does, she turns around to a positive. And if she wins it, she'll be pretty happy. And if she doesn't, it'll just be another game of tennis.
And keeping with the whole things positive, do you prefer having a draw that's wide open like that? Or would you prefer the sort of the men's situation where there are a tiny select few that could really go and win?
I think it's probably one of the most exciting times in the game for the women's game in particular, because it's so wide open. And this is something, I guess, for the men, there needs to be a bit of a changing of the guard. And I think there is a changing of the guard with Zverev and Team having won. Team obviously having won the US Open. Zverev has been remarkably consistent as well. Tsitsipas is doing brilliantly. But yes, for the women's game, I think anybody who wants to go out there and watch any of these players right now, they could be a Grand Slam champion, whether it's in Wimbledon or the US Open in a couple of months. It's just, you know, the depth and the strength and the belief that they all have is remarkably high.
Well, there were two particular players possibly missing from that list that would love to be considered greats in the future. That's Karen Khachanov and Denis Shapovalov. They competed earlier on. Let's remind ourselves of that action.
Some forehand from Khachanov.
Yeah, he really cocks his wrist on the backswing, but he's keeping the backswing lower. On other surfaces, he really brings it way up high.
Oh, yes. What a shot at love 40.
He got there a little late, bought himself some time,
15-40.
letting the ball bounce low, and then whips it cross-court like that, because initial move was to his right. Recovered beautifully. That's beautiful. It's really solid hitting. Again, great footwork. That ball had nothing on it. Shapovalov had to create all the space, wait for it, time it just right.
2 challenges remaining.
But again, great footwork. You see, he could have hit this ball anywhere.
Super backhand. And he does hold, despite the 3 doubles and the 4 break points. He's back level.
It's a great touch there from the big hitter. He can take the pace off as well.
Slip might have proved crucial there because it was pretty straight, or did he make it straight because he saw him slip? Super. No wonder the roar. First strike goes to Shapovalov, and he will serve for this opening set. Mighty solid, and he really does look the real deal now. First set to the Canadian in 38 minutes.
Oh, what a get!
Some move from the giant Khachanov.
I thought Shapovalov hit a winner on the first shot after the serve. Khachanov somehow covers it. This is not a bad shot from where Shapovalov was, but great coverage from the 6'6" guy.
Khachanov gets what he wants. At the 6th attempt, he does get the breakthrough. Oh, yes. He's playing mighty well now. Magnificent play from Goran Khachanov. He does break for the 2nd time, and he's turned this match on its head. Expect nothing less from Shapovalov, a response like that.
15-40.
Beautiful shot.
I'm speechless. That was to hit a forehand drop shot off a slice that's so low. It was kind of a line drive drop shot, but beautifully done. Great racket work from Shapovalov.
Terrific response after dropping the opening set from Khachanov, and it is 1 set all.
That's better. Get Khachanov on the run and close in.
He's got it. A mighty blow from Khachanov, but Shapovalov got enough to it. This is tasty now. It's an awesome sight.
Beautiful.
Really took the pace off well, didn't he?
That's good cover. Came in down the line, so now the ball is in front of him, and he can cover either the line or cross court. He just moves forward to the ball, reacts to the ball, did not guess, just followed the flight of the ball. Nice touch there. Solid hold at the end.
Another yell of acclamation, and he's 4-3. Ferocious.
Yeah. Oof, that's a bullet. It could be like 90 miles an hour. So much pace out of nothing. Hitting those forehands with conviction now. Shapovalov. Again, the danger of coming in cross court. It's really hard to cover the line.
Gone. And with it, probably the set. Khachanov does it. 3 games in a row to take the set. And from a set down, he's 2 sets to 1 to the good. What a get. How on earth did he stay in that rally?
I tell you, Khachanov moves amazingly well for as big a frame as he has to get to this ball. And then Dennis hits a fabulous little flick, half volley. You know this is going to be in betweener. And Khachanov still almost gets this ball. That would have been the shot of the match. Anything you can do, I can do better.
This is some game, huh? Yep. Second serve being bitten there. And it's Shapovalov who strikes. And goes a break up in this 4th set.
Shapovalov leads by 3 games.
Great serve. What a way to take the set. And after 2 hours and 40 minutes, it'll be a decider.
Going Shapovalov's way right now.
Bingo. still looks so fresh, doesn't he, Shapovalov? Just enough angle. Khachanov edges in front again. 4-3.
The 3 final sets.
Another bomb on the forehand from Shapovalov.
Well, Shapovalov's lost 3 points on his serve in 4 service games, and 2 of them were double faults.
Oh, beautiful shot. Took it on the half volley, really.
15 love.
Finally. He just ripped it.
That backhand was outstanding because he got it close to the sideline, stretching Khachanov.
And it'll take some while before he can soak it up, what he's just done.
Well, here to chat everything regarding Denis Shapovalov are 2 Wimbledon Radio Channel commentators, former British #1 Chris Wilkinson and lead commentator Richard Connolly, who were just sitting talking about his match for the past few hours. Now, Richard, first of all, what an incredible win for Denis Shapovalov into his first Grand Slam semi-final, defeating Goran Khachanov in 5 sets.
Yeah, it was huge for him. I mean, enormous pressure of being in a match of that magnitude. He'd been there before at the US Open, but this is Wimbledon, it's up another level. He certainly learned the lessons, I think, as he said after the match of that US Open match against Carreño Busta. It was a match that built as it went along, and the crowd really began to get in it when Shapovalov started battling back from being 2-1 down at the start of the 4th. The backhand in particular was flowing, and he hit through that harder and harder as the match went on. Served hard in the 5th set as well. And it was great to see. He's so popular with the crowds around the world, and they love him here too. And it's going to be wonderful to see him in the semi-final. I thought it was a really good performance when it counted.
Absolutely. And Chris, what did you make of his level? Because it really wasn't a simple match at all, and a really big one at that.
Well, he upped his level when he needed to. That was the key. The first 3 sets were a little bit, a lot of mistakes from both players, and it took a bit of time for them to get going. But when it mattered most, the Canadian was unbelievable. He played the big points so well. And in set 4 and 5, he seemed to go to a new level. And then in set 5, he had a lot of break point opportunities, wasn't able to convert, but he still sort of kept his head together, and just, in the end, he played some really breathtaking tennis.
Do you feel that he's grown as a player in terms of specifically his decision-making on the court? Has it improved as he's gained more and more experience?
It looked to me like at the key times it had. There's still a lot of unforced errors in there. He goes through a few games where he's not getting too many in court. But it's difficult to play against because you're an opponent and you're not getting any rhythm, because he plays some unbelievable winners, and then he'll play some games where actually he's not getting too many in the court. So he is very awkward to play against, but a hell of a talent. His shot making is one of the best.
Absolutely. And Richard, what's it like to commentate on such a flamboyant player with a beautiful single-hander? It's just so aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah, it's wonderful. I mean, it's a real thrill because he can bring the crowd to life at any moment. And that is, it tests you as a commentator, because you have to be ready to suddenly bring forth the big adjectives when he does hit that backhand. I thought he was a little bit more reserved today. We didn't see too many of the jumping hitch kick backhands that sometimes we've hit. He's learning how to turn his immense talent into becoming a winning player. And it's not going to be long before he wins one of these huge tournaments. And, you never know. it could be in a few days' time.
Absolutely. Well, it's certainly not just the adjectives that are sometimes difficult to say on the radio. The Shapovalov name can throw up its own challenges in itself. But if we fast forward to the next big match rather than staying on the Shapovalov name, Shapovalov plays Novak Djokovic, world number 1, in the semi-finals. Chris, my goodness, what an opportunity this is for him.
Well, it's a big opportunity because it's semi-finals of a Grand Slam and it'd be on centre court at Wimbledon. I mean, what an occasion. Unfortunately for the Canadian, he is 0-6 in the head-to-head. So that doesn't look good. But on his day, I think that he can, he's capable of winning a set at least. And if he wins a set, then who knows? Maybe he can go on and win more sets. But he has the game that actually could hurt Novak because I think he has like 8 top 10 wins. He's beaten Rafa twice. So he knows what it's like to beat the best players in the world, but up against the number 1, it's going to be tough, but he has a game.
Absolutely. And Richard, what do you think Novak's approach is going to be against Denis Shapovalov? I mean, he's clearly the favourite.
Ruthless.
Consistent.
Typically consistent, yeah. I mean, showing no mercy, making it as difficult as possible for Shapovalov to get the crowd on his side. They'll be on his side from the start. But, yeah, I mean, you've got to make Novak a huge favourite. I mean, we all had him, I think, as our favourites at the start, and nothing's really changed. We might be even more secure in that after the way he's played during the course of the first 10 days. So, an enormous task for Shapovalov, but this is Wimbledon. You can't win the title unless you beat the best guys. And the way he played under pressure in the 5th set today will give him huge confidence that he can bring some of his best tennis to centre court, and that should make for a brilliant spectacle. Yeah, absolutely. We're definitely looking forward to what is set to be a wonderful semi-final. Chris, Richard, thank you so much for joining me on the Wimbledon Channel to get your expertise and insight into that match. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We are heading over to court number 2. It is a 3rd round mixed doubles match, and Joe Salisbury is alongside Harriet Dart. Joe Salisbury is already through to the semi-finals in the men's doubles. Here he is alongside Harriet Dart in the first set of their 3rd round match against Olivia Marach. And Ludmila Kitchenov will join the commentary.
15 there, love.
The British, they played very well here. They beat Compton and Watson in their opening match, 6-1, 7-6. Yes. Former champions, and then they've just taken out Korhoff and Schurz, the 3rd seed. This is an unseeded meeting for a place in the last 8. Doesn't need Joe out there, does she, really?
Tidy volleys.
It's going nicely.
I know. I thought for a second he was going to call mine, and she was like, excuse me, that's mine.
Well, she is an Arsenal supporter.
Didn't again. I love it when they do that shot, but there are times, and that one, he could have lobbed that one. I mean, it's a 1 in 10 shot when they do that, and it's fine if you're up 4-love, okay, but. Oh, no catch because there's no people there. Unfortunately.
It is a little sparse, isn't it?
It is.
I wonder if there's something happening this evening that's made everyone head for home. But ground's fairly full today, but it's a set point here for Salisbury and Dart.
Great
and that will do very nicely. Just the one break, that was all that was required. And in exactly half an hour, Salisbury and Dart take the first set, and they win it by 6-3.
So the first set in that mixed doubles third round match. Joe Salisbury and Harriet Dart taking it 6-3. And that is the action down there on court number 2. British interest for the home fans there. So they are looking good to head through to the quarterfinals. Let's pop inside centre court where we're on the verge of what would be a huge upset. Hubert Hurkacz, the number 14 seed, has produced some brilliant tennis against the great Roger Federer on centre court. He won the first 2 sets, 6-3, 7-6, and here he is, 1 game away from a spot in his first ever Grand Slam semi-final at 5-love in the third.
15.
Easy to think that Federer hasn't played well, but Hurkacz certainly has. Superb.
Please. Has he ever lost a set 6-love at Wimbledon?
No. And that's fantastic too. No, he has never lost a 6-love set. And if it's the last set he plays at Wimbledon, I don't want to wish that. It would be a shame.
It sure looks like it's about to happen. Come on, get on the ball, Roger.
$15.30. Please. Please. Thank you. Thank you.
Magnificent demolition of a great champion. Hubert Hurkacz disposes of Federer in straights. It is his moment. He's never been anywhere near this stage in a Grand Slam championship. He's breaking new ground for himself, and we congratulate him. But this is the story. And we just don't know whether it's a final farewell. He's certainly upset, of course. And he's not about to hang about and discuss it. And if that is the last time we've seen Roger Federer, probably the most aesthetically pleasing and graceful athlete to ever play the game, if we've seen him for the last time on centre court, Isn't it extraordinary that after everything that he's produced, Federer-Nadal final of 2008 comes to mind. If he's lost this last set, John, 6-love. There's just a bitter irony about it.
I can't even believe that just happened as quickly as it did. But it did. He's human. He appreciates all the other great things he does, and give your kudos to this guy. We might be seeing him around quite a bit.
Sure.
That would be nice to back it up. Well done, Hubert Hurkacz.
Well, he certainly deserves his place in his first Grand Slam semi-final. Hurkacz, 6-3, 7-6, 6-love, and talking to Rishi.
Hubert, congratulations. Your face looks a picture here. Can you tell us what you're feeling at this moment?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. It's, I mean, it's super special for me. I mean, playing on this special court against Roger. I mean, it's always when you're a kid, it's like dream come true to play him. So.
Could you possibly have imagined defeating a player of the stature of Roger Federer in a style like this on centre court in such an important match?
Yeah, I mean, probably not. Yeah, I mean, playing here in front of you guys, and I mean, the special things that he has done here, so throughout his whole career, so it's, I mean, it's dream come true, and I really thank you so much, guys, for coming here and cheering. So.
You're through to your first Grand Slam final. You're only the second male player from Poland to make it through to a Grand Slam semi-final. How proud are you of those achievements already?
Yeah, I mean, super proud and super happy to be here, and especially that the people are here and playing here on grass. It's super special, and so happy, and yeah, can't wait for the next one.
Hubert Hurkacz, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Super happy and super proud, as you would expect. A fantastic victory there over Roger Federer. I think a little bit surprised as well that the result has gone his way, particularly with that 6-love third set. It's fascinating to see how the crowd react as well when you've got an 8-time champion who has lost. But the crowd being, I think, as we've been saying all the way through this tournament, a little bit different. I think slightly more a tennis-y crowd compared to usual. So it is lovely to see Hubert Hurkacz coming through that match. And Roger Federer, well, whether we've seen him for the last time, we don't know yet. But it was a very interesting match, wasn't it, Adam? It was, and a brilliant performance. I think it's the stuff of dreams, isn't it? Given the age difference between the two players, I'm sure when Hubert Hurkacz was growing up, you know, picking up the game and wanting to be a pro tennis player, everyone does it, don't they? They dream of playing at Wimbledon, and you imagine, you know, playing in the garden or the tennis courts where you're at the club where you're a member, thinking, oh, I'm going to be playing Roger Federer on centre court or these great arenas all around the world. And now he's actually done it, and he's gone and beaten him in straight sets. It was a brilliant performance, and he spoke really well, didn't he, after that match as well in the interview. Daniela Hantuchova has joined us to recap what we've seen here on men's quarter-finals day here at Wimbledon. Can't believe it, can you? You can't believe it. You're shaking your head. What did you make of that performance? Because I suppose in some ways quite sad to see Roger Federer lose a set 6-love, you know, and lose in straight sets on centre court. But we have to tip our hat to Hubert Hurkacz. It was a brilliant performance.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And he managed to make Roger look like he's 39. I think today was the first day that we could really feel and see it. And that also he's human, that it is possible to lose even set 6-love, no matter how many titles you have won on that very special court. But like you said, Adam, nothing to take away from the way Hurkacz played today. He respects, obviously, Roger big time. He was his hero. But as soon as he stepped on the court, he was better in every single department. So pretty much the simple thing, I think, to say is that he just outplayed Roger, which to be able to do that at Wimbledon center court, going for his first semi-final. It just shows how much mentally stronger he is ever since that Miami win. And yes, Roger made some unforced errors, but at the end of the day, it was really all on Hurkacz's racket because he was the more aggressive one, more solid, served incredibly well. And to me, with Roger, I just felt like he was overthinking things out there. And that's what happens when you are away because of injury for a long time. And then also when you get older, you kind of, it's harder to forgive yourself for mistakes because, you know, you've been around for so long and you know what you shouldn't be doing and yet you are doing it. So it was a combination, a lot of things that, you know, led to that 6-love set in the third set.
Yeah, as you say, Daniela, there are so many different factors in this. How much do you think it was that Hurkacz's confidence grew when he came through the first set, then came through that tie-break? And to have, as you said, a 6-love set in the third is obviously a surprise.
I think the confidence levels grew big time with Hurkacz when Roger missed those easy mistakes, especially the drive volley and then that super easy volley. Well, easy. I mean, it's windy and it's a big occasion, but those two mistakes, I think that's where Hurkacz really started to thought, right, okay, if I just keep being solid, if I don't get tired, I really, you know, have this match. And that's where he just raised his game. And really in the third set, there was no turning back and didn't really give Roger a chance. I mean, it's not easy to be able to keep that level when you're 2-0 up. We saw what happened to Stefanos Tsitsipas against Novak in Roland Garros, that, you know, he couldn't keep up with the level. But I think Roger has lost a little bit because of the injury. What Serena is losing as well, you know, the aura, the locker room respect. And the more they lose, the more players will start to believe that they have a chance against them.
Danny, let's look at the match stats from today's encounter. And I suppose that the number that really jumps out there is the unforced errors for Federer, a number that we're not used to seeing, really, 31 compared to 12.
Yeah, I mean, to do only 12, I would look at that positive from Hubert. It's unbelievable, given the occasion and given that he's playing against Roger. And yes, that number with Roger, I would say it's understandable because he was away for such a long time. When you're coming back, it's not easy. Yes, we thought he was much calmer in the second week and all of that. But I guess just that lack of match play kicked in big time. And also in the third set, I feel like he was rushing a little bit too much in between the points and just not really putting not that he didn't fight towards the end, but, you know, maybe trying different things, and he just kept playing the same in the third set.
How much is it, even though he's got 20 years experience, Roger Federer, how much is it just in the occasion, in these big matches? It's very difficult to compose yourself, even though he's got 8 Wimbledon titles and he's played on centre court so many times.
Well, that's the beauty of, I think, sports in general. No matter what you've done in the past, you know, today is a new day and tomorrow it's going to be a new challenge for everyone, even for Roger Federer that has won on that court how many times before. So, you know, that's where it's so challenging on the athletes that at no point during the career you can relax and say, right, now I've got it, now I'm unbeatable. Because the moment you want to feel like that, that's when things will really go badly. And yeah, I think it's obviously unfortunate for Roger, but a great example that, you know, it happens to everyone, even to the greatest that we ever had in the game. And it's just a little bit sad, you know, after everything he's done on that court, to see him lose a set like that. But having said that, Hubert just played an unbelievable match.
Well, as the commentators and we were wondering, you know, everyone's thinking, is this the final time we're going to see Roger Federer on centre court at Wimbledon? We've got no suggestion that it is, you know, just looking at perhaps the way he played and where his game and his body is at the moment. As someone who, you know, you retired from the game, I'm sure you had to come to that difficult decision at some point. What went into it and what made you think, OK, this is the right time for me to step away?
Well, it's very personal. So, you know, there are so many, again, factors to consider. I think it's about, you know, whether you're still enjoying it at the end of the day, because that's what Roger does it for. If he didn't love the game and if he didn't like every second of it out there, he wouldn't be doing it. So, you know, it's more about not what other people say and when other players retire. It's more how you feel, what your priorities in life are. To me, it was the traveling part and just being away from my friends and family that that to me became more important than winning tennis matches. And then slowly but surely I kind of made the decision, but it's something that doesn't definitely happen overnight. At least not in my case. It took me good couple of weeks to kind of see how I was feeling about it, and then it's another thing to actually share it with public. It took me another good 2 months again. So, I can't even imagine what it will be for Roger when that day arrives. But I'm hoping personally that it's nowhere near, and that we're gonna see him back on the center court next year, because you just don't want to end up things on losing a set 6 love. So even if he doesn't play for the rest of the season, I want him to be back on that center court, and even if he loses the match, but in a different way.
It is such a personal decision, as you said, and there's also the fact that he might say something in the press conference after this match, which he doesn't think in a couple of weeks' time. We saw with Andy Murray, his immediate reaction to going out at Wimbledon to Denis Shapovalov was to say, I don't know if I want to lose matches like this and be out on centre court with this kind of defeat, because the victories have been so fantastic in the last few days. And it's probably the same for Roger Federer, isn't it? He's had such adulation from the centre court crowd. He's had such a great Wimbledon up to this point that I suppose there's just so much disappointment at the moment, isn't there?
Yeah, I think that's where I think most of the players, we like to take as much time as possible before doing the press and not saying something stupid. But it still sometimes happens because the emotions just, become bigger and we can't control it, and then you regret what you've said. But definitely it's something that, he will be not deciding at this moment, no matter how he feels. I think this is where it's so important, the team around him, to give things in perspective. He made it to the second week after having a surgery, after being almost 2 years away from the game. So even if it's disappointing today, there are still, I think, a lot of positives he can take from this, even though we all expected him to at least go to the finals to have that matchup against Novak. But I think, that was just our outside kind of thinking, and the pressure maybe we were putting on him, where, realistically, we don't know how much he was able to practice and all of that. So, I think first for Roger it's important to see how his body is feeling, then how he's mentally, whether he's still enjoying it, being out there traveling. That's one thing I always admire with these guys, Novak, Roger and Rafa, after everything they've done to make that sacrifice, to get your bags, get to the airport, be almost every week in a different place. Doesn't matter if you're flying private jets and staying in 8-star hotels. At the end of the day, you are always on the road, and that, to me personally, that was such a difficult thing to do. And one of the reasons why it made my decision to retire much easier. And whenever that time comes for Roger, I just hope that he's gonna have the same feeling like I had, that there are no regrets. It was absolutely the right time, and then you can just go on and enjoy the second chapter of the life, which can be just as beautiful.
Danny, I just wanted to ask you something we spoke to Steph Brantz about earlier on, that eventually in a player's career, the aura of invincibility that surrounds some of these top players, we've seen it with Serena Williams, eventually starts to wear off because they lose to players they earlier on in their careers they would never have lost to. Is that starting to happen now with Roger Federer? Because we saw him, he looked vulnerable in a few of the sets in earlier on in the tournament here, and Hurkacz has managed to step on that today, because sometimes Federer would win matches before he'd even got out on court because of the intimidation factor of, I'm playing Roger Federer on centre court, and you just don't bring your best tennis and lose in straight sets. But now, because he's had some of these difficult losses, and also here at Wimbledon, he doesn't quite have that aura mentally that he had before.
Yeah, you're so right, Adam, about that. And it's so huge when you have it, because it's almost like you're winning 2 points a game just because of that, because everyone respects you big time. I felt like that playing against Serena back in the days when she was almost untouchable. And before Wimbledon, if you ask me that, I would say no. He's coming back after injury and he just needs time. Even today, if he would have lost maybe in 5 sets, I would have said no. But just the way he lost, and especially the third set, I say yes, that he's definitely losing it a little bit, which is understandable with the age. Everyone's going to get to that point, and that's where, things I think now will be a little bit tougher for him, just because of players respecting him a little bit less, and also lacking the match play. And we always know how it works. You need the confidence to win matches, but you need to win matches to get the confidence. So it's not going to be easy, I think, for him. And I think this is where he needs to make smart decisions as far as scheduling and what he wants to do next. And like I've said, you know, it's on his terms. He doesn't need to be doing this anymore. It's purely because he enjoys it. And we just got to hope that he enjoys it as much as possible so that we can still enjoy his beautiful tennis.
Yeah, that's what Andy Murray has also said. He plays tennis because he loves it. Daniela, stay there. We are going to see the highlights from the quarter-final match between Hubert Hurkacz and Roger Federer. And these are the highlights.
No future there. If Hurkacz gets opportunities, he can't just throw one into the middle of the court and say, what do you think?
Nicely done.
Very happy up at the net, and it was the awkward approach, like on Jabeur in the women's singles. Happy to.
Game and first set.
Very well played. Two big first serves. And a Federer error. And it's first set in this quarterfinal to Hurkacz. Oh yes, fabulous. Look at where the second, third and fourth bounce were. There was no fifth. Wow. It's a break of serve.
Momentum killer. The double fault.
Beautiful.
He's got some nice touch, though. Shot selection has been good. Movement improving, you can feel it now. It's some momentum. That's quite the point. Gotta love that from Hurkacz and Federer. Knows a thing or two about serving and volley.
Game over. New ball space.
Oh, wow. Beautiful, beautiful. You saw Federer about to swing at that volley. Sense it was going to go cross court. What a shot to come up with in that first point of this tiebreak.
Thank you. Players are ready.
There was a big scream as he came into the net. That was not what put him off. It was the slip, the back foot, and he had the whole court open. The point was over, and it would have been 3-all. Instead, it's 2-4. Here it is. It was on the line, actually.
Took a slight chance, but the second serve went bigger on it. It paid off.
Futchovich. Game, second set, Futchovich.
Magnificent match play. A man playing his first Grand Slam quarterfinal plays 2 points like that to close out from 5-4 to 7-4. Brilliantly done. He definitely deserves a banana.
Waited patiently till Federer moved.
So many misfired forehands today. The timing hasn't been there. And that is a break of serve.
Boy, that ball sat up and he handled that well. Still able to hit a winner.
Oh, that is very tame, I'm afraid. He's dragged it down into the net.
Needs 4 games to love.
It's 4-love, and this is unraveling fast for Roger Federer. Magnificent demolition of a great champion. Hubert Hurkacz disposes of Federer in straights. It is his moment.
The highlights there. What a result for Hubert Hurkacz, beating Roger Federer, the 8-time champion who won his first title at Wimbledon in 2003 on this day at the age of 21. Things coming full circle at the age of 39. Federer is out of the tournament to Hurkacz, who goes through to the semi-finals. We've also seen another youngster go through to the semi-finals with the name Denis Shapovalov, the 10th seed. He beat Goran Ivanisovich. That one went to 5 sets. So does Shapovalov, who is through to his first Grand Slam semi-final, and we can hear from him in his press conference.
Hi, Dennis. Ben from Matchpoint Canada. Congratulations. This is the best result for you at a Grand Slam in your career. Can you talk about not only the physical challenges of the match, but maybe the mental challenge as well of staying composed and coming through a great 5-set match like this?
Yeah, I think it was super difficult today. Obviously, I knew it was going to be a tough match against Karen. You know, we played once before, and it was really, really physical and difficult. So I knew he's playing well going into it, and honestly, I felt that he was outplaying me for most of the match. Obviously, I had some chances, but he was playing really, really well on those, and kind of everything was going his way. So in the 4th set, I tried to actually just step in a little bit and play a little bit more aggressively. I felt that he fell a little bit physically, got a little bit tired there in the 4th set, and I also stepped up, and then I felt really good going into the 5th set, but super, super happy to win, because obviously when you have a lot of moments like that and you don't capitalize, the match can turn really quickly on you. So I was happy that even after the love 40, I was able to capitalize and break him in the end. And then I just told myself in the 5th set that I got to play every single point as hard as I can and fight for every single point. Doesn't matter what the point is, what the score is. So just super happy. I think it was a really tough battle out there. So it's you know, it took a lot out of me, but you know, super proud of myself.
We'll go to Martin now.
Hi Dennis, congratulations today. It's Martin Herman from Reuters. I just wondered if you know, last year at the US Open quarterfinal, same stage, what did you take from that match and what did you learn from that match that helped you get through today?
Yeah, well, I think going into the 5th set today was exactly what I took. I was in a similar position against Karina Busta in a US Open, and I won the 4th set, I think at 6 love or 6-1 really easily. And it kind of allowed myself to just like relax a little bit and think that everything's under control, that I have momentum, and then things kind of turned quickly, you know. So I knew going into the 5th set, I gotta, you know, leave everything I have on the court for every single point that I play. So, you know, I was just, I really felt like I was really in every single return, every single shot, and that's the difference I made, you know. And actually after the 4th set, I told myself, you know, just using that experience from US Open, this is what I want to change and really start the set off well. And I knew I had to serve big as well, and I think the 5th set's where I served the best, to be honest. You know, my percentage for sure raised, and the speed of my serves were much faster. So I think my game just elevated, and you know, it's something to be super proud of myself for.
Thank you. We'll go to Paul.
Hey, Dennis, Paul Baldy from the Globe and Mail. Have to ask you about your next match facing Novak Djokovic in the semifinal. I know you said you know, anything is possible, but really, how do you prepare for someone like that?
I think the same way. We've played, you know, a couple times. Obviously, he's gotten the better of me, but the last couple times that we played, it's been really tight, and I'm feeling really good. I'm feeling great physically and tennis wise, you know, and obviously he's been playing really well. So it's definitely a tough battle ahead of me. But like I said, you know, when you walk out on that match, the score is 0-0, and it's a tennis match. Anything can happen, you know. So I'm gonna fight for every point and believe in myself. I do believe that I have the game to beat him and the game to win that match.
Yeah, lovely to hear from Denis Shapovalov there. And similar to the interview we heard when he was on court, he just speaks so well, doesn't he? He's got that level of maturity. We haven't said this too often over the week and a half of the championship, but the sun is out. It's a beautiful evening here at SW19. And blue skies above. It's taken a while. It's taken a while, worth the wait. Absolutely brilliant. And the matches are continuing, aren't they, on the outside courts, because they had so many to get through from yesterday. So many of them were cancelled or put off until today. So they're going to be playing long into the evening. And if it stays like this, bright sunshine, they can play pretty late, can't they? You know, up past 9 o'clock here at Wimbledon. So now let's turn our attention to focus on the final four, as it's known in the ladies' singles. Ashley Barty against Angelique Kerber, and then Karolina Pliskova and Arina Sabalenka. Both really interesting matches. You know, 4 quite different styles of play. We'll look at Ashley Barty against Angelique Kerber first. And I suppose you've got 2 players here who have won Grand Slam titles before. Kerber's won Wimbledon before. Ashley Barty, who we're seeing now, has won Roland Garros before. Daniela Hantuchova is back with us. Danny, looking at Barty against Kerber first, it's a really tough one to call, this one. But what have you made of Ashley Barty so far here at the Championships? Because she hasn't kept the consistently high level we've seen, you know, sometimes at tournaments with her previously. She has had a few offsets, but she's managed to get through all of her matches so far.
Yeah, I felt like in the first week she wasn't really that convincing, Adam, but she made a big step up in her last match against Tomljanovic. I thought that was brilliant, the way she used the forehand run around, made so many winners on that shot, also being precise with her serve. And I think with Ash, the good news is she hasn't really played her best tennis yet, and she's in the semifinals. So I think, you know, this is where she starts to gain the confidence. This is where the champions, they improve from one match to another. And I'm expecting to even step it up more in the semifinals, and it's going to be such a beautiful match to watch. It's going to be a lot of finesse. To me, I think what Ash will try to do tactically is to not give too much pace to Angie, try to bring her in, try to use that wonderful slice backhand, and kind of have Angie generate the power, and she doesn't like that. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if she actually slows down a little bit the pace on her shots. And because she knows that when she hits it hard, Kerber's going to be all over the court because of her incredible movement. So I think she will try to use every finesse that she's got in her game that we enjoyed so much watching.
I'm really interested in the psychology of being a world number one, Daniela. Ash Barty has been number one for quite a long time. We've obviously had the pandemic and the rankings system has changed how you get those points. And there were some suggestions that because she wasn't playing very much, that it was a bit strange that she had held on to the number one spot. But now she has been incredibly consistent in 2021. She is the world number one. She is the top seed here at Wimbledon. How much, when she's not playing at her best yet, does that help you when you're in this position of being in the final four?
It does, and also I think Ash is one of those players that she doesn't really pay too much attention. What player people say on the outside, whether she should be number one in the world or not. I think she's proved it to everyone with her results last couple of months that she really deserves to have that spot. And I think it's a very good question. I think it can. Well, I never was in that situation, so I can't tell you. But I think it can add extra pressure because pretty much every tournament you enter, you're supposed to win on paper. But at the same time, also kind of a calmness and tranquility that, hey, you know what? I'm number one in the world. I can really enjoy it. That must be a beautiful feeling at the same time. And I think the way she goes about it and how much of a wonderful perspective she has on things, I think she would be looking at it from the more positive angle.
And Danny, talking of a player who seems to be playing here at Wimbledon without pressure, Angelique Kerber. Where did this come from? She's produced some brilliant tennis so far over the last week and a half. We've been saying, haven't we, over the last few days, how well she's moving. She just redirects what her opponents send back to her from the baseline on that forehand and backhand side. And she's looking as good as she ever has done on a grass court. And she is a former champion here.
Yeah, like you said, Adam, really out of nowhere. Because when I watched her, at the beginning of the year, I was wondering, she's a little bit slower. She's not as explosive. And she was, even though she was trying hard out there, I just felt like maybe it's her time. And then suddenly we are seeing Angie, back how she used to play at 2018 when she won the title. She moves incredibly well. And what for me, it's so nice to see is that the joy that she's got again on the court, because I felt like, with having all those wonderful results, she was putting so much pressure on herself that she didn't enjoy the tennis anymore. And sometimes it's nice. I mean, it's hard, but to slip away in the rankings and from the attention and the spotlight, so that you can really go back to basics. Why are you doing it at the first place? And that is because you love the game, especially at her stage of the career. And she loves to compete. And also working back with Torben, I think that's a good thing as well. Sometimes to, go separate ways with your coach and then come back because you appreciate everything so much more. So I think it's the joy, really, that brought her to the semifinals.
I don't want to retire all the players that are over 30, but she is 33. She has seen Caroline Wozniacki, Serena Williams, some of her peers disappear from the game, go away and have a life away from tennis. Not necessarily on the coaching side, or Serena Williams obviously still playing, but do you think that there's any indication at all that she is playing quite freely because she is thinking about the end of her career and potentially this is her last Wimbledon, which just means that she's much more relaxed?
Yeah, I think just being in the semifinals now, it's going to change big time and maybe add another 2 years to Angie's career, just because she sees that, I still have the level. I still can compete at the very best. I just won a tournament. So I think a little bit similar to Andy Murray, that, those emotions they feel on that center court, they will do anything they can to be back here next year. And honestly, I've been saying it so many times. What we feel as players throughout these championships, it's something we don't feel anywhere else. That's why Wimbledon is so special. Every time I arrived there on the first day, I was like, wow, I can't believe I'm part of the championships again. And that feeling you don't get in Indian Wells, you don't get in Australian Open or Roland Garros. And I think when you do as well as Angie has done this year, or Andy sharing everything on the center court, it makes you work as much as you can and makes you do all those sacrifices we just talked about, traveling and all of that, just so that in 11 months, 2 weeks, you can be back in the club. It is something really hard to explain, but it's almost like, how would I say? It's what you are able to do anything for to be in the championships for 2 weeks for as long as you can.
Danny, so that's Barty against Kerber covered. Let's look at the other semi-final, Karolina Pliskova against Aryna Sabalenka, and a huge opportunity for either of these players who haven't won a Grand Slam title before. Coming into it, which way are you siding? Because it is quite a difficult one to call as well, given the way that they both play.
Yeah, and completely different matchup to the first semi-final. I mean, this is going to be, I think, sharp, quick, not many long rallies, big serves. So honestly, it's as simple as who's going to serve better, the better first serve percentage, and who's going to go more after the returns. Both girls like to do that, especially, not holding back when they have to go for it, they really do. I think that's where Sabalenka made such a big jump this year, that in important points, when it gets tight, she doesn't get tight herself. She actually goes for it and tries to hit the ball even bigger. She also has, I would say, maybe a little bit more variety, something she surprised me with, from Eastbourne all the way to tomorrow's match. Pliskova, on the other hand, surprised me with her movement. So I have to go 50-50. It's really hard to decide to go one way or the other. I can't call this one.
That's good to know. That's fine, Daniela. And with Karolina Pliskova, what do you think has changed? Is it anything to do with her physical game, or is it to do with the mental side of the game?
I think with Karolina it's more mental, because we know how well she can play on grass, and I think we both, Karti, were quite surprised that she lost so early at Eastbourne, because how much success she's had in the tournament as well. And finally see her in the semi-finals in Wimbledon. I'm surprised it actually took her so long to be in this situation. So I would say, like she talked about it a lot, it's the puzzle, putting all those different aspects together. She's super professional actually off the court. I know on the court, she seems to be very relaxed and almost like having that too chilled attitude, but off the court, she's always keen to learn. She's such a great student of the game. She works extremely hard on her fitness, because it's not easy to move as well as she does with those long legs. I think it's just, timing-wise, like she said, she believed she has the level, and now it's all clicking together for her.
It's funny, Danny, you can draw parallels, can't you, between these two players? Because in the past, they've both been guilty, I mean, we've spoken about it here on the Wimbledon Channel, of disappearing in matches in tournaments. They play well, they get through a few rounds, and then suddenly they just throw in a poor performance. Is there any danger, do you think, of either of them perhaps doing that tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, that's where I can't make a prediction in this match, because sometimes even the players, you wake up and you just don't know what's going to happen. I think that's what, they can feel like that. We saw it today with Roger. I mean, who would have expected that he can actually lose a set 6-love on center court at this stage of the tournament? So this is the beauty, but also the toughness of our sport. And yeah, like you said, they both have quite sometimes shocking losses that we just don't see it coming. I think the biggest one was for Karolina, also losing 6-love in the Rome final. But they do so well, though, to bounce back from it, and it seems like it doesn't do too much of a mental damage. I think if I lose a final like that, I would check out mentally for 3-4 months. So this is where they are such a great competitors. And I think tomorrow, though, it's not going to happen, I hope, and that we're going to see incredible semi-final.
Well, we do hope so. Let's have a look at the lineup for the semi-final then. That's the way that they have come through to the final four in the women's singles. And actually, Daniela, when you look at those names there, Barty, Kerber, Pliskova, Sabalenka, they are excellent tennis players, and they're all good grass court players. It's not actually that much of a surprise that those four are there, is it?
It's not, Carty, and just looking at that lineup, I'm really happy with that. I feel like tennis, women's tennis is in the right place, just looking at those 4 incredible athletes, incredible champions. And yes, maybe at the beginning of the tournament with all the seeds losing quite early, we were wondering where we're going to end up by this time. But from the lineup I'm looking at, you know, it's all we want. We've got the finest, we've got the experience, we have a former champion, and then we've got 2 powerful girls in the other one. So I think a super exciting day for women's tennis.
And just confirmation of the order of play for tomorrow. First up on centre court is Ashley Barty, the #1 seed, against Angelique Kerber, the #25 seed. And then after that, it'll be Karolina Pliskova and Arina Sabalenka. Just a quick line, Danny, on the order of play. If you were in the Wimbledon semi-finals, would you want to play first and not have too long to wait for it? Or is it more difficult when you're playing second up and you've got some time to stew on it?
Yeah, I would want to be out there as soon as possible. Actually, that's how I think my semi-final in Australia was. I think we were playing at 11 or something. Yeah, because, you know, this is what we work for. This is the most exciting time of the year. And yes, I think a little bit more difficult maybe for Ash to handle that, because Angie has been in that situation before, and she knows what it takes to win the title. So I think, you know, for the rest of the field, because they haven't won the title yet, they will be super keen. I tell you what, on match days like this, you wake up super early and you just want to be out there playing the match.
Yeah, you also know exactly when you're starting as well, don't you, which makes such a difference. Daniela Hantakova, thank you very much for joining us again on the Wimbledon Channel. It has been a great day. It's been a surprising day of tennis in the men's quarterfinals, and tomorrow we have the women's semi-finals. Centre court play starts at 1:30. That's it from us, from here at the Wimbledon Channel at the All England Club. We'll be back again tomorrow to do it all again, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. So hopefully you can join us on the Wimbledon Channel. From Adam and myself for this evening, and from the camera that's disappearing to give you a lovely view of the All England Club. Goodbye for now.
Berrettini leads 3 games to 2 third set and 1 set all.